What up, Nine?
Trapaholics Mixtapes.
As the 9% and word would say, make a better you, a better us.
Who do you think you are? I'm the word. Boy, about it. I'm the one who put in the work.
Get you a word. Nana nana boo boo.
What up, though? It's the word. You see the title. We about to get into it. And since ain't nobody in the chat, let's just get right into it, right? So the title, know your role to play your part, right? I totally butchered that for some reason. Yeah, I'm gonna fix that. But it's supposed to say know your role to play your part, right? So it's the chat. Oh, bro, let me make sure the chat is even open. That's weird. Ain't nobody typing. Okay, that popped up. So chat is okay. So yeah, what that mean, right? And this can go through different aspects of life, right? Knowing your role and playing your part. My bad. Let me just fix this real quick because it's gonna annoy me just looking at it. Okay. I feel much better. Know your role to play your part, right? But what do that mean? Like even in relationships, right? Knowing your role, knowing what you good at, what you effective, what you efficient at, you play that part, and then your significant other, they do what they effective and efficient at, and then y'all become a collective, a well-oiled machine, right? Y'all get shit done together. So just knowing your role, and the better you at your role, not only can you elevate your role, but you can redefine it. So that's some of the benefits of just knowing your role. But oftentimes, like I said, you can pick up new skills, knowledge, abilities, traits. You can acquire, new things, but that takes work, right? So a lot of times what happens is people try to skip the process and put themselves in a role that they not equipped to do, right? So that's like, say if we playing sports, right? What if the center tried to be the point guard? We playing basketball. Do you imagine the center trying to be the point guard and the point guard trying to be the center? You got this little dude on these big dudes on the low block. Then you got this dude with no handles trying to bring up the ball. Don't work like that. What Files, what up, though? Mr. Gary Busted Down Brown, my 33 brother. What up, Nine? What up, Nine? So it don't work like that. All right. So understanding what you do good, what you're effective, what you're efficient at, and you add that or use your abilities to complement someone else's. That's what a team is. Usually, one person compensate for what the other person don't got. That person's compensating for, and they go in a circle. Now y'all ain't lacking nothing. I ain't lacking nothing. But it's when you don't know. It's when you don't know your role, right? A lot of people don't know what they're good at. They don't know what they're effective and efficient at. They just don't know. So people be out of position, doing things they ain't equipped to do. You can learn on the job, but I will always say acquire the skill first. Once you acquire it, put it to practice. The more you use it, the more you know about it. Go that route. Like when I worked as an anesthesia aide, before I got there, a lot of them didn't have different qualifications. I went and got it. I learned the job, and then I looked at it. How can I be more effective and efficient at what I do? How can I be more helpful? How can we eliminate this? What part can I play? Broke it down, seeing what I needed, went and got the skills, came back, and put them to practice. I redefined what I was doing. I redefined it. You go do that in life. The older you get, the wiser you should get. I said should. Everybody don't get old and wise, but I'm saying you should. And if you do, you evolve. The more you practice something, the better you get at it. You may be able to add nuances to it and make it even. That's They take it, learn it, and make it easier for use for them. Simple. It's not even you. I mean that's a byproduct. I would say not knowing your role, you can diminish your own value because you can be doing something that you ain't good at instead of focusing on something you are good at and flourishing. So I would say that's a byproduct of not knowing your role. Not knowing what that, and that's all your role is what you're good at. And when you're talking about, being added to other people, Didi, what up, dog? And y'all go check out Sports Chat too. We be having some talks over there Mondays and Fridays for sure. We be over there talking about wrestling. We talk about all sports though. We just had a talk too. So y'all come through Sports Chat. But I would say that's a byproduct. That's what occurs because a lot of times people are, like I said, they're just out of position, doing something they ain't good at, something they ain't ready to do. You put them in position. That's what a coach do, right? Coaches put people. They sit back, look at what the kids or the young men are good at, and they determine a position for them. Okay. They put them in the best position for that person to succeed and help the team succeed. That's why you got the best players at certain key position. That's why it's competition. A lot of people, even myself, I always say only competition I have is myself. Right? That's a metaphysical aspect. But if you physically look, everything is a competition. You constantly competing when you go to work, when you go to school, whatever when you're driving. You may not look at it as competition, but it is. Even when you're driving, subconsciously you can't tell me you don't be like, oh, this motherfucker think he faster than me. It be that little devil on your shoulder. You be punching out, not everybody, but when that little thing come on your shoulder, It's competition. Women compete with their looks, with their makeup, with their hair. They compete with one another. Man, we do it with what? Our bank account, with our material. Everything competition, man. Everything competition. But yeah, I do rock with that metaphor though. I do rock with that metaphor. But yeah, just knowing your role, and like I said, develop yourself. And that role may be, the beginner or starter's point to something bigger, like I said, elevating yourself. Once you master that, you can go master something else. But like even in the family dynamics, you know what I'm saying? Like knowing my role as a husband and a father, me being effective and efficient at that, working with my wife, her being effective and efficient and being a wife and a mother, we just a good unit. We just a good unit. We just work well together. And it's by choice. It's both of us. Both of us put a lot of work and effort into our relationship. Both of us do that. It ain't just one-sided. Riders, what up, sis? You popped off that quick. I was over there in the bushes and Miss Diane was like, Mr. Word 9%. I'm like, oh, how she know I was in the Raptors? I'm like, she didn't call me out. The Rock says know your role. But that's how it be. But that be the problems, right? People be out of position, doing things that they ain't built to do. They got that saying, everybody want to be a chief, nobody want to be an Indian. But heavy is the head that wears the crown. That shit real. When people say it, that's real. Heavy is the head that wears the crown. Is when you in that top position. You in it. When you in it, you in it. So, but yeah, it's important, and that way, this what happens too. Like I said, when you know your role and you develop yourself within those parameters, and you add other things, right? You add other things too. You can expand or evolve, your role in life. You always have that potential to be greater. Everyone does, right? But it's the work we got to put in. We got to develop ourselves. We got to do it, really action. And a lot of times people bypass that, but that's where you get all the wisdom and knowledge to fulfill your duties within that role. It's better to mess up early than fuck up late. That's what I always tell myself. Like, I can mess up early because later on it's going to be a fuck up. So let me just mess up now. I used to always tell myself that. So y'all write that down. Remember that. It's better to mess up early than fuck up late. You don't like hat, so you don't want the crown. Bro, I'm telling you, man. Give you neckritis. I just made that up. That's what it do. Neckritis. Start rotting your neck. Ray said I wear the crown. I love being the queen. But that's it's a I would consider some responsibilities at the top. I consider it as a sacrifice. You can call it an investment, but Yeah, sometimes at the top you gotta sacrifice, man. And I call it sacrifice because you're not looking for no reward for you, but the reward for the majority, the reward for your people. So, yeah, but that's just the quality, I guess. Everybody don't possess that. Everybody don't care about the people. They use the people. You know what I'm saying? A lot of people use the people. And it's easy. Like, I be real. That's why I be telling y'all we got to be goats. We can't be a sheep. You look at the nature of the sheep, you can quote the Bible, whatever you want. Sheep stick their head in the other sheep's ass and they get herded and led astray all the time. That's their nature. They don't even know where the hell they're going. They get their head stuck up the next sheep's ass, just moving forward. Ignorance. Y'all know what I always say. Ignorance is bliss until you got to pay for it. I'm putting that on a shirt. Ignorance is bliss until you got to pay for it. It's okay to be ignorant about something, but when it starts affecting you, then it's like, woulda, shoulda, coulda. Woulda, shoulda, coulda. You know, so ignorance is bliss until you pay for it. Hold on, give me 1 second. Let me play this. Give me 1 second. I don't even know where is that.
What up, man?
Man, Tech Soul, what up, though? Shit, we break things down. Concepts and all, we break it down. The who am I? I'm the one who put in the work.
They are here to use you and do what they gotta do to get their money, right? And I hear a lot of us complain about what's going on.
Why is that such a bad thing? Because you don't possess it. So you're mad at me because I'm giving something that can help somebody, or I'm doing something that can help somebody. Community that, as we all build and we all grow, we're all going to continue to support one another. Like, that's never going to change, and it's never going to get to a point where I feel like anybody's told or getting stepped on.
Thank you for your continued support. I bless you and I send you lots of hugs and kisses and blessings.
What up, man? Some people, they think they don't need anybody, but we all do. There's no self-made person. We all need someone, and if you think about it, because there's some people that say, no, I don't need any new friends, or I don't need friends, or I don't need to make contact with people. I don't need a, network. But then you think about it, how did you get your first job? Or how did you get your apartment? Or you start thinking about your life and those things, and then you realize you did have some sort of help.
Consistent with all your values and beliefs. That's, with all of them. So, you can believe in honesty and empathy and courage and, all of these things. But if you don't live consistent with those, is that displaying integrity?
Get you a word. Nana nana boo boo.
What up, though? What up, though? What up, though? I gotta get Mentexo in that. What up, though, Mentexo? Appreciate you, bro. Hey, man, I'm some fire beats, bro. Hey, if you ever want to come on here and rock out and play some of your beats, let me know, bro. You know, you always got the floor, bro. Y'all go sub up to Mentexo. Go show my brother some love, man. Go show my bro some love. But yeah, man. Just like even in relationships, right? You know, with me and my wife, you know, it's some things. This is what I always tell people. It's cool to be compatible, but complimentary is like that's the top tier. If you can find someone who y'all complimenting each other, mean your strengths counteract her weaknesses, her strengths counteract your weaknesses, right? So y'all become whole. Y'all become a unit. You know, I think this is just my opinion, right? And you can call it what it is. For me, it's asinine for men and women to be comparing one another. You know, we ain't equal. We never will be equal. And that's just what it is. Like, why would I don't want to be equal to no damn woman. I ain't no offense, ladies. I'm just being honest. I don't want to be equal to you. You know, it's not about being equal. It's about respecting your differences, and that's you respecting my differences. I rock out, do what I'm good at, and guess what? You ain't got to worry about that and you can focus and rock out, do what you good at, and I ain't got to worry about that. So now I'm focused. You see what I'm saying? Teamwork make the dream work. That's like when I was talking to bro earlier, right? I'm talking to G earlier, and I'm like, you know, he like, when you know, having those conversations, you good at it. I'm like, but G, the way G deliver messages, that's his thing, bro. He out cold with it. G can come on here and talk for like 30 minutes straight without a hiccup. G got that gift. He can deliver thoughts. Those are gifts, man. We all gifted with different things, man. That's what I'm saying. Know your role, know what you're good at. Hone in on that, practice that, add to that. You know, always been good at observing. So, like when you're observing, a lot of times you calculate things quick. You know, so you are quicker to respond. I can respond within reaction time, if that makes sense. The time it takes someone to impulsively react, I can respond. Not on all things, but on most things. You know, that's a gift. But it's different skills I had to develop to even utilize the gift. Patience, understanding, comprehension skills. A lot of times, if you can figure out a person's intent, you can kind of control the conversation. It's like I don't even look. Y'all sign up. Y'all want to learn. I ain't gonna call it no dark psychology, but if you want to really get into some shit, get the membership, man. We're gonna do the $5.99 or the $4.99, where it has some of them deep intellectual conversations. Not, I don't want to make it seem like a dark science or something like that, but it's for me, it's just comprehending people, right? And it depends how you use things. You know, you can use it for good or you can use it for bad. It's just your intention, but it's a skill, acquired skill. You know. Yeah, we can get into that though. So think about it like this. I like to use this analogy because I know we all experienced this at some point. You know, Gary asked, so what's the difference between compatible and complementary? Right? People use ignorance as a weapon to prove their point to someone in an argument. Yes, they do. 24/7, bro. 24/7. So check this out. This is different. This is the analogy I'm using. So anybody got an iPhone or even a Samsung, you know, you got a nice cell phone, right? The charger that comes with that phone, that's complimentary. It's made specifically for that. That's why you get the most effective and efficient charge out of it. The chargers you get off of Temu, they get hot, they're about to blow up and stuff like that. Those are compatible. They work. You know what I'm saying? But that don't mean it is the best option for it. It don't mean it's made for it. So, but by definition, right? When you look at compatible and when you look at complementary, compatible is something that's similar, right? So, say in a relationship, you find a woman, y'all similar, right? Y'all got a lot of the same likes, but y'all also got a lot of the same strengths, right? So, when it comes down to certain decisions, you will always have conflict. Well, I ain't gonna say always, but that's where you generally see conflict, right? Is when two people good at the same thing, because who gonna take the lead? This person might feel like I'm more effective and efficient than you, but the other person, so you know what I'm saying? So a lot of times that's why you have people in relationships. I'm not saying all the time, but a lot of times you have people in relationships competing with one another. You know, they in competition, a man and a woman. They competing against one another. So that's more of a compatible. That's what happens when people are compatible. When they complement one another, they work off one another. Like I said, one person's strength negates the other person's weakness. The other person's strength negates the other person's weakness, meaning that my strengths, my wife can focus on what she good at, because what she ain't good at, that's what I'm good at. So I take care of that. And guess what? We whole. We're not working against one another. We're working with one another. We each have our strengths and our focuses. And we do that. So that's how that looks in a relationship. Miss Chicago, what up, though? I hope that answers your question, bro. That's why relationships fail. Shouldn't compete, but be selfish. And then a victory will be your girl. Yeah, man, look, it's not hard, bro. You know, relationships not hard. You just gotta find the right, and that's any type of relationship. Think about this. What makes the relationship hard is the people in it, right? Just because you do your part, that's not guaranteed somebody else do theirs. But if everybody playing their part, playing their role, it ain't no problem in no relationship. You know, it's when people, you know. Mr. Gary busted down Brown. What up, though, bro?
What up, though? The Rock said, "Know your role, jabroni."
And that's basically what it is, man. On your road, bro.
But it also goes back to your statement earlier. It's like, do you understand? Do you comprehend what the role is, right? You know, it's a reason why certain things operate like a well-oiled machine, right? For example, if you put engine oil in your engine, you should be able to start your car. But you also going to need gas, so it's always going to work together, right? So if you don't have one without the other, it's not going to work too well. Matter of fact, it ain't going to work at all. It's going to seize, right? And if you don't know that
Mm-hmm.
it's going to seize, you're not changing the fluid. It's going to be you're going to get that result like, oh, now your your mobility is slacking and things like that. If you don't change the transmission oil after 50, 60,000 miles, your shift is going to be off, right? Even though it's automatic, it still needs to shift, right? Because a lot of us,
Mm-hmm.
we took the easy way out, right? What do I mean? We took the easy way out. How many people know how to drive a manual transmission? How many people even know what manual transmission is? How about that? You see what I mean? Most
Yeah.
people only know about manual transmission because they may ride a motorcycle. Even now, they got the automatic motorcycles, right? So the things of the past, they simplified things. So why is it so hard for you to simplify the roles that we have in life, right? For example, in the 9%, right? We are all individuals, right? But the goal for each individual should be the goal that is planted within the 9%. A better you is a better us. So we got words. He does what he do, whether it's teaching, whether it's using words and making it fit into everyday aspects. If you have Tay, who besides doing mukbang, she comes up and do you know numerology, right? It's all about bettering the people that they're talking to. Whether it's Santina doing mukbangs, whether it's BDB doing entertainment, gaming, Bad Order Beats, whatever it is. It's all about the collective working together to make the individual they're trying to reach a better person. And at the end of the day, if that person gets better, we all get better because it's not about us being right. It's about it being right. And when you follow that thing, and when you follow the roles that you need to do, you can make a group better. You can make a community better. You can make a tribe better. But it's all about your precision in your role.
And that's all facts, bro. That's all facts. And I mean, I couldn't have said it no better. I couldn't have said it no better, bro. Damn, mic drop. Gary hit a mic drop. But I just feel it's important because like the conversation last night, and just like conversation, like man, I see, man, I don't know, bro. I be saying so. I see so many disheartening things, and it's like it's easy, man. It's not hard to get along with people. It's all about choice, bro. Like if you can't get along, get along. You feel me? Get along, little doggy. If you can't get along, then get along. Do one of the two, man. Um, but all that arguing, I see too many people arguing, bro, over nonsense. Just arguing, bro. And it's like, what benefit is that to the people? Oh, it's entertainment. I'm too old for that shit. People too
I
old for
mean,
that.
if we gonna entertain, we might as well do a selection. All right, what movie y'all want to watch this week, and then we can critique the movie after the fact. If that's what y'all want to do for entertainment, we can do that too, right? But it's all about what how is that improving, or how could you use that aspect into your life? If we understood that that's the goal, we ain't got to worry about entertaining. We worrying about uplifting, encouraging, being on the right path to correcting our lives. entertainment is the last of our situations, but we can do that if you want. But will it fit the role of what our ultimate goal is? That will be the question.
Well, if I turn my camera on, people will laugh anyway. So crickets, I hear. Well, I tried to
Yeah.
entertain.
So,
I tried to entertain. Damn it.
nah, but that's what I'm saying. When you have like, I can't I can't really describe like what we know what the agenda is, right? But it's about roles. Like that's why we need participation from the chat, right? Because if you give us the questions, we can answer it and better allow the understanding of what we're trying to say become simple because you guys are asking us the questions that you want to ask, and it allows us to answer it the best way that we can. And if it works, if the answer works for you, it sinks, it adds to you. And that's like, like you said, everybody has a role, but the question is, are people ready to be role role players, or they want to be a star? And even if you become great, sometimes greatness means that you gotta make the other people around you better, right? So if the president makes the Joint Chiefs of Staff job easier, or is he turn around and allows the head of the FBI job to be easier, it'll make it easier for him. Like you have to understand that everybody has a part. So where he can worry about the more important things, he can worry about the wars, he can worry about other things. But when he got to worry about everything, it'll stagnate his power. And when it stagnates his power, you don't know which way he's going to turn. So that's why when people put you in positions to be a friend, you should be a friend. Like there's times that I'm pretty sure this guy be like, yo, this man check on me too much. But at the end of the day, he know that the genuineness of the check-in is that well, I know he gonna check in on me. Let me let him know I'm fine. He can have a full-blown headache. He like, I'm straight. And I'm like, all right, well, look, I tell him get better anyway. He like, how the hell he know? It's just, it's when you get to when you understand what observation is, when you understand what discernment is, you can look at a text and say, all right, he's not doing too well. He need to rest. Well, go ahead and rest up. Yeah, I'm already laying down. All right, I appreciate that though, because that's what you do when you care about people, when you understand the role that you play in somebody's life. You play that role. You may get an elevated role, you may get a demotion, you may be here for a season, but if you do your best, everything will play out the way it's supposed to play out, right, wrong, or indifferent. So that's why the importance of roles is a necessity and not a want.
And I mean, just almost if you think about it, bro, almost everything we do, we have roles. If you're a mother, if you're a father, when you go to work, if you even think about this, like a lot of us, who still got our parents, they getting older. So I mean, and I know y'all experience, other people experience with older relatives, right? You become, a little bit more responsible for them. So I mean, your roles go change throughout life, you know. But it's understanding it. That's how you be. It's about being effective and efficient in them roles, bro. Like I got a role as a father, bro. I got a role as a husband. I got a role as a life coach, man. I got to be responsible. So like even coming on here, that's why I said, man, I can come on here and clown and do all that. But I got so many roles, and all those roles mean something, bro. It adds up to something, So I got to be effective and efficient in the roles. The more hats you wear, man. I wear a lot of
Yeah,
hats, man.
but as you get older, we're gonna have many different roles, right? Like for example, there's people out here. that don't want children, right? Give me, God bless you if that's your scenario, right? But you automatically know that's one role that you don't have to take on to be a parent, right? But in case you do have a child, now you have to be a what? Role model, right? You got to be a teacher. How do you become a teacher? Because your child is going to learn everything from you first. It don't go to there's no I mean there's pre-Ks and stuff like that, but 6 months a year you gotta help it make a balance. You gotta make it stand. You gotta make that child stand up. You gotta help that child take the first steps, right? You get the walkers and all of that, but you gotta chase the baby when the baby's like, I'm walking out the walker now. I don't need the walker, right? It's all about the roles that you play in life, right? And then as that child gets older, you got to teach that child whatever it is. If it's a boy, you got to teach it how to do young boy things. If it's a young girl, you got to teach a young girls things, right? It's not about them like. Just imagine if we was like so selfless, so selfish, and like, hey, go figure it out at 5. Well, what I got a Barbie doll for? I don't know. Play with the Barbie doll. Then the child just break the Barbie doll apart. They may think that's their main goal in life, to go around and just mess things up. You don't know. But if you don't understand the role of being a parent, you can mishandle a child's future. So that's maybe the reason why a lot of people don't want to be parents, because they understand that I'm not built for it. But if you ain't built for it, you shouldn't be doing the practices of making a child. But that's another story for another day.
And taking all precautions not to have a child. That's what you should be doing. Be responsible, man. That's like, I mean, look, I did it. If I did it, anybody can do it, bro. You just gotta want to do it. I made sure I was responsible. You ain't getting this seed. You got me bent. No, no, no. Mm-mm. I had like the magic bean, bro. That's how I felt. You better walk around. Y'all young man, y'all ever heard Jack and the Beanstalk? Had a magic bean, threw it in the ground and it went up and had a golden goose. That's what your magic bean do. It'd be golden goose to these thirsty women. So you gotta be careful. Not saying all women, but it is some women to get you choked up just to put you on child support. And you number 3 or 4. So she getting that bread. So y'all have to be careful. Treat y'all shit like the magic bean, like Jack and the Beanstalk. Protect it.
And even in that role, you gotta learn how to choose. That's an important role, right? You gotta know what your preference is. If you know what your preference is, you ain't gotta look for most men a big butt or a smile. For young ladies, the 6 pack with the broad shoulders and the cut up arms. You ain't gotta look for all that. It's something more. What is it that's going to help you and not just look good into your eyes? A lot of the time, that's the role that we get when when our preferences are outside in, right? That's why we have to understand what is it that that person is going to add into me besides a seed. You know what I'm saying? Is he going to add peace? Is he going to add a joy to my life, or is he going to be a pain in the butt, or is she going to be a pain in the butt? Is she going to be able to assist me in a situation to where a cooler head could prevail, or is he going to help me elevate my house into a home, or vice versa? You got to know what these things are when you go into a perception. What role are you going to play into this individual's life? If you don't know what the role is, don't apply for the job. Everything, like he said, everything in every situation is going to have a role. Choose wisely what you're going to do with it, because if you don't, you're going to harm instead of help.
And that's the thing, bro. Like, um, that's why I appreciate my wife so much, man. Because it's like, we really complement one another. So it's like her weaknesses is my strength and vice versa. And she had to evolve in her role, because of me losing my eyesight. And she did it very well, you know. Um, so yeah, shout out to my wife, man.
And I be joking all the time, but I be like, yo, ain't she gonna punch you in your face yet? Cause you be wilding sometimes, right? But
I'm
it's
out
the
all the
understanding of
time.
right. It's the understanding of your partner, right? When you understand that role, like some people don't even understand that when a man loves a woman, he gonna act like the biggest kid in the world. He might act like a hole because it's that type of love that a man has. And when a woman loves a man, she's more of a baby. Don't do that. I'm gonna take the all right. I'm gonna take the daggone splits out your foot. Don't do all that. I got you. Relax. Let me get your foot bath. Let me rub your feet. You do the opposite. You do it for your wife. You understand what I'm saying? But that's what you do when in the role of being a husband, because you have made yourself a selfless individual. When you have a child, you become a selfless individual. You should be a selfless individual because it's no longer about you. You understand what I'm saying? Now you understand that, hey, there's a little me out there. If I love myself, I must pour into this child because it's more about this child's future than my current present. Because that's the investment. You made the investment of having a child. But the sacrifice is you removing yourself out of the selfishness and now becoming the selfless parent that your child is going to need. That's another role that people will have to understand as well.
Yeah, man. And that's what I'm saying. It's just important to know, whatever role you may be playing, you have to know it in and out, be effective and efficient at it, so you can play that part, man. And like I said, your role, I like anything, with the addition of knowledge, experience, can be evolved. Like, so, you might start, you hear the story about the guy starting in the mailroom and becoming CEO. You hear those stories, right? So, same concept is like, it's not where you start, it's how you process. It's how you go through it, man. It's not even how that determines how you finish. You can settle. Some people settle. They might just work the mailroom for 30 years. And some people are ambitious. They want to go to the top. The mailroom is just to open a door for them, right? That's just the door being open. That's all I need is the opportunity. You give me that, I'll take it. I'll take it. I do the rest. That's how I feel. You give me the opportunity, I'll do the rest.
Yeah, because
That.
so, go ahead.
Oh no, you good.
No, I was about to say I was
Mhm.
thinking about what's that movie I was watching, Fences, with Denzel, and he's like the boy's like, uh, you did such and such. He's like, I did this because I owed you that pretty much because I'm your dad. I'm supposed to make sure that you got a roof over your head. I'm supposed to make sure you got clothes on your back. I'm supposed to make sure you do all of that, right? Because at the end of the day, he understood his role of being that example for his son. And even when his son thought it was wise enough to step up for his mom because of the misgivings of the dad, he understood that. But that's a territorial thing. So because he knew he didn't get that victory over his dad put him out. He hated his dad for that because he understood he wasn't strong enough to do that. But when he came back, it was too little, too late. So what did the son do? Now the son's gonna be big brother. Like, I gotta give you this love that daddy couldn't give you. Right? We understand these roles by observing and watching, right? And when you do those type of things, there's always a lesson to be learned. That's a part of leadership. And as Commander would say, because she likes to tease me, knowing is half the battle. So when you know, you know.
Well, you know. Yeah, but we're hitting that hour mark, so I just wanted to put that. It was just like a continuation. It's one of the points I wanted to make yesterday when we had the people on the panel. So I thought it'd be a good way to open tonight. Let's talk about knowing your role. Because a lot of times, like I said, all these conversations between I heard some shit today with the women like we want equality, like equality with what with men. You want to be equal to men. Why would you want to be equal to men? I never want to be equal to a female. I'm straight. They do what they do. I do what I do. We work together and we good. Why we can compare one another. Like I'm not about to compare myself to no female. She can do things I can't do. I do things she can't do. Why can't she just be celebrated for what she do good and I be celebrated for what I do good? Why we can't just do that? Ain't that easy? Ain't that logical? Like, how is it even logical comparing a man and a woman? Like the woman means this in society. The woman, look, without one another, we ain't getting far. That's the reality. Who does what? I don't care if men built skyscrapers. Women birthed the man that built skyscrapers. So, I mean, you can twist that so many different ways. So, I mean, okay, men do this, but what if women don't birth them? Then men can't do shit, right? So, all great things come through a woman. You can say that. Why we can't just give them that? Shit. Most women just want to feel appreciated. YouTube police, what up, though? As the age, man, game.
Blackbird, what's going on?
Blackbird in the building. What up, brother? What up, though?
Nah, it's just a lot. Like, people want to say they want to do it. Like I said earlier, people want titles and they want titles, but not the role of it, right? So women want to be equal. All right, so go up on that 92nd floor and go wash that window up there. Let me know how that feels. You know what I'm saying? Like everybody want to do that. Fellas, y'all go on and stay in the house and change the diapers and breastfeed the baby and do all that other stuff. There's certain
I'm
things you're not
straight.
built for. When you're not built for it, be accepting of the role that's placed on you, right? Now, if you gotta do it, of course you gotta do it, but you know, with each role you're supposed to be like a cheerful person, right? Because you are embracing something. When you embrace it, you understand that you gotta hold tight to it because the next person ahead of you may not be able to do that. So you take that job and you embrace it. That's just the situation. So if everybody want to be equal, woman, ladies, you want to, it's crazy, right? We starting to see ladies date young men and young men trying to get with cougar mamas. Where we going with this? What's the point of that? You see what I'm saying? We it's like we doing a reverse. That's not going to help us go nowhere. But I make
Man,
these
them
dumb
older
points all the
ladies,
time sometimes.
man, them older ladies been on it, bro. Missing my man, I was drinking some juice. You almost made me spit it on my computer. That shit was so funny. It just popped up, and I'm like, oh my god! Shout out to Mr. Ma. What up, though, man? Appreciate you. You too, police. Man, I was sitting there. I was so happy you started talking, bro. I almost spit my juice out. I just seen it pop up on the screen. P power activated. Like I love random shit like that. As strong.
Yeah, I don't want to be. I don't. How could I say this? I don't want to be equal. I just want the good results. You know what I mean? Like whatever that result is. If you know if you gotta raise a kid together, the goal for that is to make sure that that kid has the best utilities that he needs to go forward, right? If it's about keeping your family in line, is to make sure that the balancing of good decisions and bad decisions don't get tipped one way or the other, right? It's all about balance. It's you know, that's the equal things that should be the goal instead of worrying about, well, your lady makes more money. Okay, if your lady makes more money, you do the things that she would do if she wasn't making the money, and vice versa. But this role, this equality thing, I don't even know what it's for, because you know, people like, that's just like a man. Okay, so if a man just have a secretary job, that would look crazy, right? And there's men that, you know, that would don't mind being a house husband, right? Because at the end of the day, they feel like they could do something better than the woman, probably. So they accept the role. But at the end of the day, if your wife is accepting of that, or if your husband is accepting of whatever the role is, that's what matters. It's an individual basis. We have to stop worrying about what society do, and worry about what works for you if you are in that situation. And that's that's the equality that should be we should be looking towards, the equality of getting a finished result, a positive finished result, instead of worrying about what everybody else thinks, because you the one that got to be in that situation and nobody else.
And like this, I hear some of the like the strife, you know, that women, you know, say far as equality, like far as being paid at a job. And I don't think you even need equality in that aspect. Just be fucking fair. If a person is effective and efficient, shouldn't matter what sex they are, pay them their goddamn money. You know what I'm saying? If a woman is producing the same as a man, pay her for her production. That's what people should be getting paid for. You know, so that I understand. I just don't think that's an equality. I just think that's just being fucking fair. You know, it shouldn't matter what a person race, color, if they doing the job and they're effective and efficient at it, paying for what they doing, what they producing. That's just being fucking fair, bro.
I agree with that. All you crazy, welcome in, welcome in.
Are you crazy? What up? You know, so I mean, but it's and then I would say the same. See, a lot of that shit, bro. I experienced it reverse, because when I worked as an anesthesia aide, I did more than the fucking women and got paid less, bro. So a lot of the shit people be complaining, but it's like, what about my experience though? Like, how's that fucking fair to me? Because I'm new and they've been here, they getting paid, but they're not doing what I'm doing. They're not producing how I'm producing. They just not. So how is that fair? What do I call that though? What do I call that?
You two, please have a good night.
Have a good night, YouTube, please. In the workforce, I could take my channel and make it huge, just eating bananas. You man can't do that. You right. I can't do that. I can't. That's a flex too, Mr. Mod. These I can just make a channel eating bananas. Y'all can't do that and get the views. Man, it be people overseas, bro, just laying there rocking back and forth, having 200-300 people in a live. I'd be like, donate, like, what the hell? They're not talking, they ain't doing nothing. They just looking at the camera rocking back and forth. Like, this is weird. But you know, where
D
I
Shep,
used to
what up
come
though?
here to go to sleep, but after room YouTube streets, I now come here to get away from crazy. I told you stop wandering around these shit. What up, bro? I used to come here to go to sleep. Now I come here to get away from the crazy.
These
It's true
streets are
though.
changing.
It's not a fair playing field. Yeah, it is. You know what? I just ain't nothing in life fair. You know, fair would be nice. That's something nice to um fantasize about. You know, life being fair. That's a nice, warm, comfortable, you know, safe feeling to think about. you know. Um, but unfortunately, that shit don't exist. That shit just don't exist. So it's just understanding the bad, dealing with that shit, and embracing the good. You know, just the law of rhythm, man. You have good days, you have bad days, man.
That's the
Don't let
facts of
the
life.
uh, the facts of life. You know, that's
Yeah,
like just studying Buddhism, bro. Like I'm telling you, like not only studying it but practicing it, bro. That's when I understand. That's when I really let everything go, bro. Like, and I say because when I understood, like, when you accept the fact that it's just suffering in life, bro. It's suffering. That's a part of life that exists. It ain't going nowhere. Um, but it's okay. You make peace with that. Like you understand. You know, suffering will happen, and when it happens, you just be ready for it. You be ready for it. And once I did that, bro, I understood everything. Like, I didn't take anything for granted. Adversity is there to mold us, to shape us. You know, we call it suffering, but it's truly just adversity. It's like define us. Our pain defines us, bro. That shit really it make you. You know, they say it make you or break you. It defines who you are. You know, uh,
but doesn't adversity make you diverse as well? Can it? Is that possible?
it's possible. You know, that's the flip side. You know, everything has duality. I usually talk about things that I desire, right? So when I come on here and share, you know, my perspective of adversity is the opportunity to see how far you came and to see how far you got to go. It's just an opportunity. But the flip side of that is what diverse. So um, people shell up a lot of times. People run from adversity when things get tough. Um, they run away. You know, they don't face it. You know, they avoid it, or even when they in it, um, they just go into destruction mode. You know, so it don't benefit them. And sometimes people put themselves in worse situations. So I mean, it has a dark side to it too.
Yeah, that's definitely true though. But I did a live a while ago, and I was trying to tell people that sometimes the greatest thing that occurs, it happens in your darkest times. It gives you the strength to become stronger, right?
Hmm.
Like idea is birthed at your darkest time, right? You was birthed in the dark, right? So you got to understand a new thing could happen to you when you in your darkest time. But it's like you was saying the other day. If you just focus on the darkness, you ain't gonna be able to see the light that's in front of you. And when you are not able to see that, you missing the point. You missing the light, and you just want to stay in the darkness because you want to settle for less instead of wanting more.
Bro, Bond, what up though? Missing my is fucking hilarious. I was in our bushes the other day. I was cracking up, man. Y'all go check out Missing My. If somebody can drop Missing My link in the chat, I appreciate it. Y'all definitely go check out Missing My. Um, but yeah, bro, is I think a lot of this, bro. We make this shit hard, bro. We make we make life harder than what it gotta be. We make the shit hard. You know, we want to break everything down to the minutest form and put it in a shelf. We want to categorize. We want to, yeah, man, that shit just fucking weird,
But that's
bro.
but that's the craziest part, right? You got people breaking things down not to make it simple for somebody else. They just want to break it down so it could be small and meaningless. Like, what's the point of that? If you understood it at its largest point, what are you breaking it down for? It's not a fraction that you're supposed to break it to its simplest form. If you know the answer, you know the answer. Your job is now to share the answer And if you got to break it down for somebody else, that's something different. But we do things, just because we can, just out of spite. We ain't gonna get nowhere doing all of that.
And people, I don't know. It's just weird. Like, yeah, yeah, she definitely good people. Yeah, she definitely good people. Yeah, I like chilling over there, man. I be in the bushes. Like, I caught two of her shows. Yeah, I just be chilling a lot of times with the kids, and be listening in to different things. She be having some fun conversations, but that's the thing, man. Like on here, I like the diversity. I love diversity in life in general. That's how you learn new things. Because if you just in a bubble, man, you never really experience in life, really, bro. You only truly experience life when you experience life. So it's not just about you, but look how many different races of people, different cultures. And then when you actually get to know people, you see a lot of similarities too within the cultures. You see a lot of similarities. Um, and you realize you're not really that different. You know what I'm saying? You ain't really that different. A lot of people, like I like when you say hood, right? Mostly that's associated to black people. So when we say the hood, most times people will think about black people. But I know some white people who grew up in the hood, man, and you can't you can't like they more hooded than me, bro. Like that's their thing, man. They love the hood. Like that's how they came up. I know some Asian people like that too. We had a lot of we didn't really have too many Mexican people. We had a lot of Asian and a lot of white people in our hood. So we grew up with them. And like they hooded than me, bro. So it's
You said
like
they hooded than you.
with everything. Even my one homeboy Chin, yeah. He married a black girl and everything. She be like, "Look, calm down, man. Like you ain't in the hood no more. You in the burbs." He be like, "No, fuck that." Like he out here in the burbs, bro. Still got like that hood mentality, like bro. Still driving old school. Like man, he crazy, bro.
What's the expression? You can take the person out the hood. You can't take the hood out the person. Is that what it is? Or
Yeah,
you can't take the city out of them? Whatever it is. I
nah,
mean,
Chin hood, bro. Chin is straight
nah.
hood. He like 5'7", bro. He like 5'7", barely got hair on his face. But
But that's
I ain't mess with that little crazy Asian. I'm straight.
Yeah, but that's the thing, right? Some people they so familiar with struggle. When a nicer thing comes, they don't know how to adjust to it because they think that's a natural thing into the struggle. That's not really a natural thing. You got to learn how to adjust to certain things. But if that's all you know, everything that you anything new is going to look foreign to you, and you're going to reject it because you're so used to what you know. And that's a lot of things that a lot of us, we pertain to what we know. So if somebody is of a nasty attitude, they want to be nasty. If they want to be a kind person, that's what they do. Even as much as people might gaslight them or make them feel lesser than, they just want to be what they naturally or what they normally are. Some people might say that's natural, some people may say it's normal, but people want to be what they want to be. I mean, that's a choice, that's a decision. But if that's what you know, it's gonna take a lot of emphasis for you to change your normalcy. So, like I said, I just think a lot of people don't like to work on changing or improving or just a simple adjustment to make themselves better.
Yeah, I think people get complacent. They be okay with the position they in life. They get comfortable with it. It can be good or bad, you know. That can be good or bad, you know. But I look at how time evolves. Like information is continuously being. I'm not even gonna say found. I use that term. Information is constantly being found and redefined, even. So, I mean, you got to me is a constant process of learning. You know, so that's how you. For me, that's just how I become a better version of myself. Continuously adding and taking away what's not needed and add what is needed to be more effective and efficient in what I do. And that does a couple things, you know. It helps set an example for people around me, and it also helps benefit people around me in various ways, you know. So, yeah, the better we are individually, the better we are collectively. That's just, you know, that's just what it is. Frankie Blanco, what up, though? Now you gotta go listen to that song. They calling
Frankie
me to
Blanco,
come
what's
back
good?
to the.
Nah, y'all can have that. Y'all can have them street things. Listen, the streets ain't even the streets no more. The streets is like, I don't know. it
I'm
ain't
on
the
the
streets.
sidewalk. I'm
Right.
chill on the sidewalk, bro. I'm straight. The streets ain't, bro.
You got people that don't even want to
Even
be near the curb, let alone the street. You know
uh,
what I'm saying? And get me
you
away from
know,
the curb.
like when I was coming up, bro, it was like I was in that era to transition from fighting to shooting. Right. I was in that was that's where I was. Because it's like I just remember whooping on a couple people and they came back busting like, oh shit.
Yeah, you know, it used to be you get what we used to say in New York. You can get a fair one. Ain't nothing fair about
Mm,
that because if you win, you lost. Right? They
yeah,
come,
yeah.
you gotta
Yeah.
look over your shoulder. You think it's over, tricked you. What Biggie say? Who shot you? That's the next question you're gonna ask. Who shot you? Right? It's just like the fact that people don't know. People are so afraid of losing. Right? We were just talking about that, right? There's so many people afraid of losing, right? You lose out on a relationship, you lose a fight, you lose some money. They think it's the end of the world, but the adversity of picking yourself up and overcoming that is it should be a joy behind it because that could help somebody become a testimony. But we're so afraid of losing that people don't even want to take chances no more. Just like in relationship aspects, right? People are so worried about getting married. They going into marriages with prenups. That means you setting up to fail before you even start the marriage. Why even do it? But that's just the way people are 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 are, are adjusting or accepting that there's a possibility that they're going to lose. What if you don't lose? So you just made a prenup for nothing, right? Oh well, at least it's there. Nah, that means you was worried about it failing the whole entire time. So you was walking on eggshells in a marriage when you're supposed to be selfless, but you worrying about things breaking up. You become selfish at the same time. Everybody try to sit on this on the fence, but you either got to pick one side or the other. That's not it's different. You know what I mean? It's not like serving two masters. You either gonna be in the marriage or you're gonna be out the marriage. But people want to have one foot in, one foot out. That's not a successful marriage.
Man, you wanna hear something fucked up, bro? Something real right before I hit live. My dad called me and he told me, so my I don't call him my step brother. So I got my half brother, which is my baby brother from my dad, right? But my dad had married his mom. And when he married his mom, he adopted a son. So her son became, my step brother, right? So, but those two are responsible for the reason why I can't see. So I don't fuck with them and I don't talk to them, right? But my dad called me and told me that the guy who would be my stepbrother, his son was unalive, got in some type of altercation and got, popped. And it's like, he ain't did nothing to me. I ain't really know him that well. Because the dynamics. But when I was around him, that was my nephew. Like I said, he ain't did nothing to me. Daddy fucked up, but young man, so much potential too. But that shit fucked up, bro. And it's like I can't even go to the funeral. I can't. No one send condolences to. I don't fuck with. I'm not fucking with him. You know what I'm saying? But I do know the
Right.
mom, so I might reach out to the mom.
Right. And see, those are the situations that, I mean, I don't know, I can't speak for you, right? But those are the situations like, yo, it's sad, but it's like, damn, my hands are tied. Like, it's a battle of emotions, like you said. The young man ain't had nothing to do with that situation. He just had his dad was his dad, you know what I'm saying? And you being the person that you are, you would you might be like, yo, if I had a chance, I could have, but you understood the situation. You know what I mean? It just sucks, man, when people around you, people that's related to you, they don't get the opportunities, and when they don't get the opportunities, it's always a what if scenario. So once again, my condolences to you and the family. You know what I mean? A lot. Like I said, nobody wants to lose, but that loss is going to be different
Yeah, no kid,
for
bro.
everybody down the line. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I know kid, bro. He's still young, man. That boy didn't even get a chance to really experience life, man. And I mean, it ain't nothing. I'll be honest, it just ain't none of my business, bro. I feel, like I said, I'm gonna reach out to his mom, but there's no point of pointing no fingers. It ain't gonna bring him back. He gone. So that shit unfortunate.
Yeah.
Young lives, man.
It,
But that's what I'm saying. Like, got into an altercation, and that's all. That's all they told me so far. He got into an altercation. And like he a short, stocky kid too, so he can handle it. So he probably, and that's just
he
the
probably put, yeah, he
the
put the
nerve to
beat on
put
somebody, and
paws on
somebody put
somebody. Yeah, 9 times out
right.
of 10, that's what happened. 9 times out of 10, that's what happened. He put paws on somebody, and then that's what they do. And that's how it go, man. That's how it go. Like, that's why I got to a point. Like, man, it ain't no point in fighting, bro. It ain't no point. Cause I mean, I done put paws on somebody and turned my head and got smacked with a brick, bro. Wow, right in the head,
Mm.
knocked out, bro. I was laid out for a minute, sleep.
And a lot of the times, we feel like we from that age group that really took that to the next level, right? It ain't no, like I said earlier, it ain't no fair ones. You win, you lost. You lost, you really lost. You know what I'm saying? Like it's no victory in that situation. Even if you, I mean, if you walk away, you feel like it's a victory. You got people talking about, oh, you tucked your tail and ran. No, I get to see another day. You see what I'm saying?
Yeah,
Because if I
man.
do what I need to do, I ain't gonna see the next day anyway, right?
Look,
So it's a tough crowd out there. You know what I mean?
I try to stay out of trouble because I'm only going 2 places: hell or jail, bro. The only 2 places I'm going if I get in trouble. So, I'm gonna stay out of trouble. I'm gonna avoid, walk away, do all that good stuff, man. All that tough. Look, man, I'm 40 years old. I ain't got time to be tough. I got kids. You know, if I gotta handle business, I'm gonna handle it and keep it moving, bro. I'm not a yeller or a screamer. I probably just hit somebody in the throat and whisper in their ear when you're ready to talk, then come back and walk away. That's the type of shit I be on, bro. I ain't gotta make a scene.
You probably say "son of a," and then react, right? Like
Pop right
son
in the
of
throat, bro. Bop.
a.
And hold them up. Don't let them fall. Hold them up and whisper in their ear. When you're ready to talk, come back and just walk away, bro. That's all you gotta do. You know, if somebody
Yeah, you know.
videotaped it, be like, man, I was trying to get that fly off of their neck.
Yeah, look, I was trying to help him up. Nah, we got 6 camera shots. Oh Lord, it's over. Right, but that's why in those type of situations, we try to have surroundings and peace, places to where it don't get to that route. But it's so many, it's so many loose cannons out there, right? You remember you might see one or two loose cannons coming up. It's like everyone these days they easily flying off the handle, and it's like,
Yeah.
where's the calmness? Where's the rationale? What's that? You know what I'm saying? A lot is changing, and is it the fault of us coming up and not saying that we don't care, but you know we didn't know how to react or respond to certain things? Is that what they seen coming from us? Being you, here's the real deal, right? In this life, we are becoming elders, right? Whether we want to or not, we are becoming elders. When you hit 40, you know, you probably see somebody, hey, sir, like, yo, don't call me sir. I'm not old enough to be sir. But yet you understand, damn, 40, these kids think 40 years old. How do we know? Because we used to think 40 years old. What up, OG? Look, we calling them OG at 40. And I'm still out here. Nah, you're OG. You just been out here for a long time. Now the young kids is like, okay, sir. They may say OG from time to time, but we are elders now. So now we have to lead in a different direction. And it's more work for us because, there is no after school programs. Boys and girl clubs is closing down, right? Things of that nature. But a lot of the time we don't even get the chance to be OGs because a lot of these kids is in the house learning things from YouTube, and YouTube is off the hook. Instagram is off the hook. We know people are learning the wrong things on these things. So it's difficult for us to be elders and have these stories, but when we are presented with that opportunity, we need to embrace it and accept it.
Man, I'm happy to get old. Shit. I didn't think I was gonna hit 20. I'll be blessed to hit 50, 60, 70, bro. I'll be blessed. Uh, just to see those ages, man. So I'm embracing it. You can call me OG, call me old. They was calling me old head at 35. I was like, yep, I'm old head. Yep. They was calling me. So yeah, I embrace that, bro. That's why I told my wife I'm keeping all my gray hair. I'm gonna rock my gray hair until I ain't got no hair no more.
Man, I was talking to my brother yesterday, and we was on the phone for a while, and he's like, "Yo, could you believe it?" That's like, what we talking about? He's like, "Yo, you and I outlived our father and all his brothers. Like all of them never got to 40. None of them got to 40." And
Damn.
I'm like, "That's crazy, right?" He like, "Yeah."
Mm-hmm.
And we like, "Damn, no, that means nobody got to prepare us for all of this stuff we're getting ready for." You know what I mean? I'm like, "Yeah, that's crazy, right?" We had grandparents, but it's like we want our parents to be grandparents. Now, because we ain't got no parents, it's like, yo, it just feels different, right? So if you are
Mm-hmm.
able to embrace the roles that you have, you need to embrace them. It was fun when you go to grandma's house and she gives you all the candy in the world. Go with your parents. Go ahead. And,
Mm-hmm.
and you be like, I don't
Trigger
want
you
to
up and
go.
send
Can I
you
stay
off.
the weekend?
All right.
Can I stay the weekend? Like, I don't want to go. Ma, can I stay? Please, 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 please. Yeah, go ahead. We're gonna make the best out of this weekend. We come back Sunday, wired up. Like, go to bed. Ma, I can't. We had cake and ice cream all weekend. We had so much sugar. We ready to. I can't stand you. Look, that's what your mommy like. I can't stand you people, right? But when you get to embrace that role, that's a role that every kid would want to have. Like I remember grandma when she did this, this, and this, and now you want to live to see that, and become a grandparent. But a lot of people ain't even making it to be parents. So it's just a different world out here. So it's crazy.
Bro, I would love to see my kids have kids and their kids torture them like they torture me. I would enjoy that. I'm not gonna lie to you. I'm gonna enjoy that. That's on my bucket list, bro. I'm gonna make sure I stay alive long enough to watch my kids torture them like they torture me.
You don't even care. You get to be 100 years old. You be like, come here,
I
little
just
baby.
want to see that.
Dee Dee, this what you used to do to me.
Yeah.
See, I told you gonna come back to haunt you. Come on, Dad, stop playing. Hey, I told you gonna come back.
Cause bro, my mom be cracking up. She be like, "Yep, you getting it all back now." My dad be like, "What you think you used to do? What you think you used to do?" Like it was one of me. It's two of them. It ain't fair.
And it's in both versions, right? The guy and the girl version. So like,
Oh man,
I would have been
look,
like
my
this, like
daughter,
that too. Oh Lord,
my son is a headache. My daughter is a migraine.
that
That's
ain't
how I
good.
explain them.
Your head hurt regardless.
My son is a headache. My daughter is a migraine. Thing one and thing two. That's what I call them. That they be bouncing everywhere, bro. My daughter be in everything, bro. Everything. She just be in it, tearing it up.
but
My son wasn't like
but
that.
look at the situation that you now embrace, right? You get to understand the aspect that your mom really had to play at that particular time. Like, you really don't understand what it's like to sit there and watch you guys go through this, and this, right? And because of your situation, you get that hands-on experience. You be like, Ma, I truly understand it. Look, you probably be like, Ma, I'm sorry. I ain't know. I ain't know I was like this.
Yeah.
Oh my God. Like this is crazy.
Nah, see, that's the thing, man. My grandmother raised me till I was 9. So my mom and dad ain't have to deal with me on this level. So it ain't fair. I should be able to send my kids to my mom and dad until they 9. Since I couldn't do it. I couldn't do a minute without my babies. But I'm just saying, like, mom and dad are easy. They ain't have to deal with me. Grandma had to deal with me. Grandma had to deal with me. I was playing, bro. I'm telling you, I used to play MacGyver. I found a bullet in her. I mean, my grandma beat the crap out of me, bro. I found a bullet in her dresser, and I took it and put it between 2 bricks, and took a hammer and a nail. And when I hit it, bro, the bricks exploded. I didn't get hurt or nothing. It was like boom. The bullet fire. I took the back of the nail, put it in the back of the bullet, and hit it. And it was like boom. The bricks exploded and everything, bro. Grandma came out and said, "What
Wow.
the hell is that?" Gunpowder all in my face and shit. And she like, "You could have killed yourself." She grabbed me by my shirt, bro. I remember that first hit, bro. It was like she grabbed me, and it's like 4 stairs to get up. No, it was 5 stairs to get up the back porch. And when I hit that 3rd step, bro, she picked me up with one hand and I was probably about 4 or 5, bro. I had to be like 4, I think. And since she picked me, I remember first hit, pow, like, bro, she almost dropped me when she hit me. Man, when she let me down, I tried to run. She grabbed my shirt. I hit the first 2 steps, like, boo boo. And she just started tearing me up, bro. She started tearing me up. First, she started hitting me with this belt, bro. And then I shook loose. And when I made it upstairs, she got the motherfucking, it was the dog leash, bro. She tore my butt up, bro, with that damn thing.
Oh my gosh. But even the discipline action back then was like just totally different, right? You can't. Woo, man.
bro, I
Extension cords and
remember,
switches.
bro,
Try that
I,
now.
I, I remember the first time my grandma sat me down and watched Roots. I looked at her, was like, Grandma, you beat me like Kunta. She got mad as hell. She got mad as hell. She was like, no, I didn't. I was like, yes, you did. They beat him with a leash. You beat me with a leash. He's like, that's a
Better be
whip.
glad you
I'm
ain't
like,
get a
it looked
whooping
like
for
a
that.
leash to me.
You,
She was like, that's
woo.
a whip. I'm like, it looked like a leash to me. She's like, oh, man, that jump was, yeah.
Yeah, it's just a
I was
totally
bad
different
though.
time.
Yeah, I was bad. I'm not gonna say I deserved to get hit with no leash or nothing like that, but I was bad as hell. I was doing crazy shit. You out in the backwoods though, man. Of course you go do everything crazy, bro.
Yeah, you gotta
Everything right
create
there
things in the
crazy.
backwoods. You gotta
I
create
remember
things in the backwoods.
I remember this lady who she used to always talk shit. She was like 3 houses down from. I remember she used to always talk shit. And I remember one day I caught a snake, and she was like, "What you got in your hand?" I was like, "You want to see?" She's like, "Yeah," and I threw it at her. Man, my grandma beat my ass. That lady fell off her porch trying to get away from that snake, bro. She went down there and told my grandma. Man, my grandma whooped my. She's like, "Why would you throw a snake at her?" I said she wanted to see what was in my hand. I was like 7 years old. I was 7 when I did that.
Popcorn, welcome in. Popcorn, welcome in.
TWP, what up, though, bro? What up, though? I was badass little kid, bro.
Yeah, you know,
I
people
remember
think
we egged people's house and shit. I got in trouble for that. Egging a person out.
come straight
Only reason I
home.
got it.
Don't
This
do
is why I got
nothing.
it. This is why I got in trouble because I used my grandmama eggs to do it. If I would have used my grandma told me that too. She said, "I don't care if you egg that man house. I don't like him anyway. But you use my eggs, you getting your ass whooped." And that's when I get a whoop. My grandma was like, "I don't care. I don't like him anyway. But you used my eggs. I had to make a cake." Oh man.
Yeah, it's just a different time, man. You know, I mean, sometimes you wish you can get those type of sceneries or communities back. But like I said earlier, people don't want to do that work, man. People are so afraid of being weaponized with their words being used against them that those times is gonna be very hard to get back. The trust that people are afraid of building is it's a sad thing. So we that may take another couple of generations before that get back.
You just I just feel you gotta um like when you think of communities now, it's like most people don't even know one another, let alone like one another, let alone go look out for one another. So that's something that has to be built, you know. Uh, People got to do the work, though. You know, how you gonna get to know your neighbor if you don't know your neighbor? But even like online, bro. But look how like even it's sad. It'd be sad like when like people be cool online and then the first incident they just be at each other's throat. You know, like going for the kill, bro. I'd be like, damn, y'all couldn't work that. Is that bad? Some shit that happened online you can't work out, bro. Like it should
But
be
do you
that
think
bad.
that's because they guarded? You think that's because there's a lot of
I
guarded
think because they
people
fucking
going into
broken,
these
bro. Man,
situations?
nah, ain't no fucking guarded, bro. Most of these motherfuckers online broken, bro. They ain't trying to fix.
Okay.
Look. It's tough love. It's at the 1 hour mark. I'm just keeping it real, and I know it when I see it because I was there. I was broken before, but you know what happened? I wanted to be fixed. You know, they gotta want it because if a broken with this online thing, you just give a broken person more opportunity to go break other people with their brokenness, bro. It's just broken, 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 broken. You know,
So I guess the
but
next
you
question
can,
would be, why do they want to be fixed? That would be the next question. Why don't they want to be
yeah.
fixed?
Some people, like I said, they like to validate their misery. You know, You know, they don't want to fix it. They just want to validate it. So they go around looking for things that help validate, you know, their misery. Basically, that's what it is. Then you got some people who actually come on here and seek, you know, they seek information. They seek even camaraderie. It be some cool people who come on here. Like, shout out to Miss Chicago, because she come on here and everywhere she goes, she pleasant. You know, she bring that aura. No matter where she at, she bring that aura of pleasantness. You know,
That she do. That she does.
everybody respect her, bro. You know, and she consistent with her nature. You know, that's just who she is. You know, um, so like that, like people come on here like that, bro, who just come on here. They don't got to say too much. They come on here with good intent. They support, and it's the camaraderie. You know, they give love and get love. You know, there's some people who come on here to do that. There's some people who come on here like me. I seek solutions, bro. It's like, I ain't perfect. I'm bartering on here, bro. That's basically what I'm doing. I'm bartering. Like, look, I know some stuff, you know some stuff. Let's exchange it. And that the information I get from people, I add it to myself. And that's how I make myself a little bit better. You know, and I hope I do the same. I add to other people. You know, so I come on here bartering, bro. And you got people come on here to teach. You got people who come on here to learn. You got people who come on here to support. You got people who come on here to be supported, you know. So people come on here for various reasons. It's just, for me, if the intent is not with good faith, then I'm straight.
Yeah, as long as you ain't your intent ain't to add chaos to a piece, then I'm good too, right? And I'm being peace, like PEAC, not PIEC. I don't. Y'all can keep that one, right? Because at the end of the day, like I always tell people, if I'm not helping, I'm hurting, and if I'm hurting, I do not mind stepping away from it because that's not what I want to do. I want to add. I don't want to subtract from people. If anything, the best you want to do is multiply and not divide situations and people up into certain situations. But you got people that like that camaraderie when people do things like that. I ain't one of them. So if you don't get something out of me, please let me know so I can step out the way.
Gary said, I ain't one of them. I ain't come to be a goddamn friend. Like, I'm just like, where Black Dynamite at?
Yeah, that's
But
what
nah,
that's what I'm talking about.
but nah, I understand that, and that's what it is, man. But people come on here for different reasons, and I would say just be duly, bro. If realist is here, he'd say just act accordingly. Like knowing the role, bro. Just know your role, how you interact with people. Some people, like, that's just in life, right? Like, some people, you can give them constructive criticism, and some people you just got to get positive reinforcement. Some people, um, you can be a little blunt with them. Some people you can't, you know. But it's not only understanding the person, but understanding yourself too. Because can you tolerate that shit? Some days I may just feel like, look, man, I'm in blunt mode, so I'm not gonna talk to this person because they can't take that. So I'm gonna avoid
Right.
conversation with this person, bro. I be on shit like that, bro. I ain't gonna lie to you. But I think that's
I,
respectful. In my mind, that's respectful. Like, it be some days like, look, bro, I can't give you all that. I ain't got it in me right now. I'm just gonna have to be blunt, bro. I'm gonna just be blunt, and I'll be honest. Like, so I will avoid conversations with certain people in my real life, bro. I'll be like, I tell people, like, man, it ain't that time, bro, and they know what I'm talking about. Like, I ain't gonna fuck with you right now, cause your ignorant
no,
ass
you
gonna say
got it.
something. Yeah, I am, but that's respect,
You
man.
got it.
That's what I'm saying. It takes a special type of person to be my friend in real life because I am what I am, bro. And I ain't go. It works for me. you know. And I appreciate that, and I know how unique and special it is to me. So that's why I always appreciate people for who they are. You know, tell me what you like, what you don't like, and if it's manageable, then we can rock out. I think that's fair, bro. Like when people put expectations, I am a weird person, bro. It's just some days it's like even with my wife, it's like some days she just give me my space, bro. Like I can just have my space to free think, to do whatever I want, and then some days I be all up in her face, and she fine with that. She be like, "You good?" I be like, "I'm good." She be like, "All right, do your thing." You know, she
But
give me my space.
that's just the beauty of having that time to build the relationships, right? Or build whatever
Yeah,
you want to call it, situationships, friendships, associations, whatever, right? But like you said earlier, there's just a lot of broken people, right? So for example, if you say, yo, if the word is not ain't, it isn't, they won't take that as a correction. They'll take that as a criticism. What you trying to say? I'm like, oh my God, I only want my bad. You right. Just say what you want. You know what I mean? You be so ready to throw your hands up because there's so many people that's broken that they think everything is an attack instead of a correction or sound advice. So, when you get around people like that, man, you just gotta be observant and keep your mouth closed because you don't know you don't know if your intent is going to hurt their feelings one way or the other. So you might as well just don't even say nothing. Keep it moving type scenarios. Those are the scary situations because you don't even know how that person is going to react to a simple hello. You know what I mean? Those are the ones that you really gotta stay away from because you don't know what the end result of a high is. So be careful.
Well, I'm so happy I had my mic muted.
Why? You was cursing somebody
Yeah.
else?
Man, y'all almost heard some of them old school Batman pow, bing, bang, boom. I just found out my wife was hiding Reese cups from me. She was holding out.
Oh
Mm-mm,
my God.
mm-mm. Anything that say Reese that come in this house is half mine. Okay, that's the toll you got to pay. That's the understanding we got.
I'm trying to tell you how she gonna
She
tell
tried
you
to
one day she gonna
disrespect my
put you in the
gangster,
figure for
bro.
a leg lock. Yeah, nah, you
Bro,
trying to disrespect her gangster. She gonna put your ass in
nah,
figure for a leg
bro,
lock.
no, 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 no. She tried to
She
disrespect my gangster. She thinks she ain't got to
all
pay the
right.
toll. Why? Because I put a ring on your finger? No, that don't mean nothing, man. You better come up off that
Oh,
Reese cup. You better come up off that Reese cup, homie. I ain't playing with you. I'm about to go
she gonna
mask
have
up and
that
walk
shit.
back in there.
She about to go. She about to look for that. She gonna have that sugar rush. Like what the? Oh my God. She gonna wait for you to go to sleep. She gonna tie your ass up.
I don't even sleep like that, bro. You can't
Oh
even breathe by
Lord.
me. Nah, you can't breathe by
Damn
me and
shame.
I not wake up. I don't sleep like that.
Oh, okay, light sleeper.
I be on my toes, bro.
Some light toes you got, homie.
Yeah, I be on some twinkles. I can't. I don't sleep like that. I get good sleep though. I really do. But I know when something around me, over me, when something too
Uh,
close, a foreign sound. I know I be conscious when I be asleep, bro. I still be conscious.
I
That's
know
just
somebody getting some good
that's a
sleep
whole different
tonight.
story.
Commander
Yeah, I'm
Sleep.
a
Shout out to Commander Sleeps.
Commander sleep. Man, Commander go pop in here about 1 o'clock. Like, I didn't even know you was live, Nine. What up,
Chat,
Nine?
where you at? Chat, where you at? Let's delineate.
Yeah, I was tripping that day, bro. I was tripping.
Nah, we listen, man. We was appreciating the guy called the word. What up, though? Talk about that don't sound like me. Yeah, right. Sound just like you.
That doesn't
She
sound
did
like me.
that
I've
real
never
good.
seen like that.
She said dee 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 dee.
Diddy, 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 diddy. Y'all be hating on my
Right.
diddy.
Nah, Nah, but that's just the beauty of you in the channel, right? When you have that type of devotion, it's like, it's very rare that people stick with you through the rough times. And when you got somebody like Dee Dee and Bronze and Liz B and Miss Tracy, when you got people like that, man, they see the growth in you, what happened to you, and the adversity that you made it through. So those are the people that you gotta really show love to, and that's why a lot of the times when the opportunity arises, we shout them out because they've been through a lot with you. You know what I mean? Like, to me, I'm new, but to them, they've been here. So the acknowledging of them is truly an appreciation, and I just hope they understand how genuine the appreciation is. It's not no make believe stuff, because at the end of the day, they've been through it with you. They seen the ups and downs. They seen the new become old, and the and the old just disappear type shit. Like, yo, they have to really appreciate the efforts and the knowledge and wisdom that you pour out there. So that's why we can shout them out a lot of the time.
Bro, I just thought of an idea when you was talking. I'm about to do a video for the members, bro. I just
Nothing
thought
wrong
of
with
that
that.
idea when you said it. I think it's gonna be dope. I'm gonna use that Mentexo beat.
Yeah, when you start the members only stream, that's how you start it. Let that introduce. And then you like, what up though? And then go ahead and break out what you gonna break out. But like I said, it just takes a lot to really sit there and go through the things with you, right? Like, no matter how many times people heard your story, they appreciate you overcoming said story. You know what I'm saying? So when you got support like that, man, you really gotta value it, treasure it. You don't want to bottle it up, but you damn sure don't want it to go nowhere either, because that just gives you the energy to keep going.
You know the crazy thing though? I bet you almost everybody in this chat right now, if they was being honest and really thought about, like, a lot of times we go through shit, right? We'll go through something and we won't really look at it as something significant because it might have been normal, but now that you're older and mature, I bet you almost everybody can look back like, damn, my life was like a movie, bro. I bet you almost everybody can say that shit. If
Yeah,
they turned my girl
yeah,
into a movie, I definitely, like most people in this chat that went through some shit in the early age. You got that one story early, you know what I'm saying? Then you got that story when you was a teenager. Then you got that story when you was a dumb 20-year-old. Everybody got that, bro. Everybody did some stupid shit when in their 20s.
yeah.
Everybody. So, I mean, shit, we all, done been through some shit and experienced some shit. Man, it's something, bro.
Absolutely.
I remember, like, just being around, like, the nurse anesthetists and hearing some of their life stories. I'd be like, God damn, bro, you went through that for real? Like, this lady, uh, she was um, why is it? It's on the tip of my tongue. Um, a physician assistant. What is it? What is it called? Why am I having a brain fart right now? Anyway, a nurse practitioner. That's what she was. She was a nurse practitioner. So she was basically like almost like a doctor. But she was saying that, like, she ran away from home at 12 because her stepdad was, messing with her. And one night, he had been doing it for like a year, and then one night she just ran up, jumped out the window, and she met this guy. and the guy took care of her for like 2 years. Then he started messing with her, and then she went to a home, and she ended up getting a scholarship. And she said she never looked back. You know, once she got that scholarship, she never looked back. She just kept going to school, going to school, going to school. School kept her busy. School kept her away from people. School, like, that's how she was explaining it, bro. And, you know, school made her feel safe. So she made sure she got good grades and kept applying for scholarships. That's how she paid for her school.
She's one
I'm
of
like,
she's
you'll
one of the
never
lucky
think
ones.
that.
Yeah.
You'll never think that. I mean, shit, lucky that she still went through some shit, bro.
Yeah, but she's one of the ones that made it through. Now, just imagine, let's just say out of five, she probably the only one that made it through that, even that adverse situation. Now, you old enough to know what a runaway was. You know what I'm saying? You know what happens with
Mm-hmm.
runaways. You understand what I'm
Mm-hmm.
saying? And for the most part, you probably was like, man, if anything, don't give me a girl, because I'm telling you, I would go and move the whole Detroit if I get a girl. If my
Mm-hmm.
my child does that, you know what I'm saying? Like, you remember,
Mm-hmm.
like, it was something that you thought was cute in your teenage years, but as you get older, like, damn, I don't know what that girl was thinking. I don't know what she was thinking about, right? But she made it through the situation. That's what I'm trying to tell
Right.
you. These kids ain't gonna never experience what we had to experience back then. Like now, these kids don't even want to come out their room, so they ain't run away for what? I'm straight. You got to turn the Wi-Fi off. You gonna see them? Hey, I was here. Oh, okay, my bad. That's what they do today.
Mm. Man, I remember one of my homeboys, his little sister disappeared. Man, we flipped the whole goddamn city. We went crazy looking for her. Her ass over her cousin's house. Just didn't tell nobody to sleep. Out for like
I didn't
6
know
hours.
nobody was looking for me.
Right, bruh.
Like, home
His
girl,
auntie
do
at
you know
work.
your girl?
His auntie was at work. Didn't call home and ask if she was over there, but auntie left work and was with us looking for her, bro. And her ass at her house, bro. Man, man,
She
them
ain't check the house for
motherfucker,
nothing.
bro. Nah, she just picked her riding around like, well, they go here. She was like, I would,
Absolutely
I'm
crazy,
looking
man.
like, I'm, I'm not thinking like, I'm like 17, so I ain't thinking. I just remember, bro, we rode around for about 6 hours. And then, like, till daylight hit, bro. And then we get to the house, they like, man, she was over. I'm like, man, fuck y'all, I'm going back to sleep. Y'all motherfuckers just want to ride around like one crazy ass
Y'all just,
motherfucker. Like, bro.
yeah, y'all just wanted to break day. What type of shit is that?
Yeah. Mhm. Y'all
Yeah,
just
but
bored as
that's
hell. Y'all just want to blow a motherfucker hot. That's all y'all wanted to do.
y'all wanted to blow the whole shit up. Now I gotta, man, I'm going to sleep. Y'all niggas ain't, you know what I mean? Y'all foul, right? But that's what I'm saying. Like,
Right.
it's just the chimes. It's just changes. Them days ain't coming back.
Man, I remember one time, man, this dude was all hype, like, he wanted to fight this dude. He was like, yeah, I just want to try to watch my man. Right? He all hyped the whole time. It took us about 15 minutes to get over there. We in the van. So, we used to ride around them old school vans. Like well, I'm not having a brand for the conversion vans. They get like the little sleeper area in the back and shit. So we used to ride around. It was like a little mobile home and shit. So we pull
Mm,
up. We come out that bitch like clown car. It's like 8 of. So we think when we got his back so he got a one on one. And my man was like, oh, you brought your boys? He was like, yeah. He was like, oh, he was like, we're gonna make sure he got a fair one. He started laughing like he just had a fair one. I just looked at that. And he was like, "Oh, y'all ain't gonna help me fight." Like, what, bro? You just bro. We came over here. Oh, come on, man. We ain't gonna fight, dude. Hey, I'm happy that wasn't my dad's man. I'm not a problem with these, bro. I don't know what y'all fight. I don't fight with females, bro. I'm straight. Unless you disrespecting my female, I ain't about to. If a female crack her legs open for another dude, then hey, them her leg. That's how I used to look at it. I ain't about to fight over that. I got me bent.
Shit, that can't happen to me because I'm like, okay, if you willing to lose me like that, then I must wasn't important to you. So hey, I gotta chalk that up, right? It's like now losing friendship. Like, okay, they don't want to talk to me no more. Okay, cool. All right. Hey, I'm only gonna chase you for the first couple of days because I don't know what happened. I need to know what happened. That's not about closure. I just want to know what happened. You don't respond. Hey, that you close the door. I'm straight. I don't need closure. You close the door for me. But you got to be careful because people, they will just they will exhaust all your strength. It's like we ain't Christ, but people just want to touch the garment because you got that blessing on you. So once that runs dry, they dip off. They don't know that there's some more stuff that's going to pour into you. So you ain't really gaining nothing. You just lost a good friend. That's how I look at it.
I'll be honest with you, bro. God blessed me with a lot of different gifts, and one of those gifts, I call it forget a motherfucker. I'm good at that. Like, I'm going to forget a motherfucker so quick. Uh,
You don't put that in the storehouse. You leave that around. That's on the
yeah,
mantle.
yeah, I got that shit in the
That's right.
chime around my neck.
Let me look at this. Oh yeah, that's like the Men in Black thing. You flash it. I don't even know what you was. You gone. Right? I mean, that's just the attribute that you know. I'm one that I don't know. I'm kind of forgiving. You have to get me to that point to say, you know what? All right, fuck them. Right? Like I know that like right now there's a couple people that block me. I I ain't even gonna like unsubscribe to them. I just let them have it. You know what I mean? Because it don't mean nothing to me. But if
Man,
if
fuck
if
that,
I
man.
really feel
You
like it,
block me.
I'm unblock I'm unfriending them. Like I'm
Hmm.
subscribing them. Like hey out of here. Hey, because it don't make no sense.
I was gonna say you too goddamn nice. You block me and have a nice life. Shit, it is what it is. Bro, fuck that. I don't, bro. That shit weird to me, bro. And I know there's some people that I block, and I understand if they said fuck me for life. I'd be okay with that. They got that right. I wouldn't even be mad at them because that's why I blocked them because I really didn't give a fuck. But I'm just being honest. But so I wouldn't be mad if they felt the same way. I think it's only fair, in fact. So yeah, but I don't, nah, bro. When it is what it is, then it is what it is. All that extra shit, I'm straight, bro. Like life got enough drama in it. I ain't trying to add no more. That is unnecessary. Online. Look, man, I try to be humble. I try to be. I just ask people to allow me to be me. That's it. That's all I can do. All the characteristics. You see what it is. You see what I am. But I'm gonna be me, bro. You know what I'm saying? I respect you for you. You respect me for me. We can get along like Barney and shit. We can be like Barney and friends. We can be cool like that. But
I
the
don't
minute
need no
you don't
goddamn
respect me
Barney.
for me, the minute you don't respect me for me, then it is what it is, bro. I can't do nothing about that. I can't do nothing about that. Bro, I don't do all of that, excuse. I don't do all that. But I'm a grown ass man, just like most people on this app. So you can. interact or approach me and deal with me as such, or you have a nice fucking life. That's just what it is, bro. I mean, I know that shit sound cool, but that's reality, bro. Cause
No,
I don't. Only
that's
thing
a
I
part
can
of life.
control. Hey,
Yeah,
only
that's
thing
just
I
part
can
of life.
control is
Yeah.
me. The only thing
I, I,
I can control is me, bro. After that, I can't.
right.
I ain't trying to control shit. I can't control how a motherfucker feel. Can't control how a motherfucker think. Can't control what a motherfucker do. I ain't trying to.
I ain't trying to either. That's why I'm just like, I mean, I'm, when you look at things, you try to make sure it don't affect you, but in its own way, it's going to affect you one way or another. You not caring, it affects you to the point where, damn, I'm usually a caring person, but fuck them. You know what I mean? It takes you to a place that it takes you to unfamiliar territory. So that happens to a lot of us. That's why you gotta have that adjustment period to understand that there's some things and people that are going to take you to a place that you don't frequently go. So you just got to deal with the adjustment stages in life. But everybody just want to be where they are because they're there.
I think of that Rick James song. Oh, bloody with no pain. That's just how I'm feeling, bro. Yeah,
He
that's
be
just what
wilding up
it
there in
be.
Buffalo.
Mhm.
I think Rick James is trying to throw people off of Niagara Falls. He think I don't know. super super freak ass nigga. But
Rick James, boy. Man,
yeah,
I can
Rick
imagine
James.
being in my prime in that time. I can imagine being in my prime in that time. I would have gotten in so much trouble.
Yeah, I you know, wow. Between Prince, Rick James, there was a lot. There was a lot going on. It definitely was a lot going on in that early '80s stages. And then they had them party drugs too. That's what. Listen, I don't think people really understand the adversity. That we really had to go through coming up in the major cities. I mean, that early that mid '80s and early '90s. Man, I don't think people will. I think people were still trying to recover from that. That destroyed a whole
Hell
generation.
yeah, bro. Yeah, that shit fucked up. It was in 2, 3 generations, man. And we got the
Yeah,
kids, the product of the crack babies, man. That shit fucked people up, bro. That shit fucked people. I got family members still fucked up from that shit, bro. Man, in their 50s and 60s still can't get right. Whole little pink
they
chain.
get and they ain't trying to get right. I'm still the same person,
No.
man. If you don't sit your
Yeah, bro, let that
AARP
shit
self
let that shit go. I'm in my 40s. I'm like, I'm looking forward to the slacks and the penny loafers and all that shit, bro. These motherfuckers still trying to be gangbangers and shit, bro. I'll sit your ass down.
man, I
I
listen,
mean,
man. I go back to the town and I see people still doing things they was doing 35, 40 years. I'm like, yo,
mm,
you ain't rise up yet. What are you doing?
mm,
I'm on the block.
yeah, bro, you
Why?
need to
What
tell,
are
bro.
you doing?
Mm,
Like, yo, you really playing
mm,
yourself right now. Look, how the
mm,
kids? They all right
mm,
somewhere. Look, what do you mean somewhere?
mm,
You supposed to be with them. Oh man, like they are incarcerated in their own minds. They free, but their
mm,
mind is locked up. We would equivalent that to people walking around soulless. They walking around like incarcerated, like trapped in the glory days. Then you got those people that would
bro.
hustle to get high. Like, what is wrong?
Yeah, bro. You have some backwards, my baby.
Yeah, like You supposed to be coming up. You coming up.
Slow it
You
down,
coming up
smoke it
high.
down. Slow it down, smoke it down. Slow it down, smoke it down. Like,
Like,
what
what
the
is
fuck?
wrong with you? Like, yo, you doing this all backwards. Talk about, yeah, that I spent all my money going to the Chinese restaurant or something. Like, oh my God, no, you didn't, man. You over there, you owe the connect. Like, what you talking about? You know what I'm saying? Like, you owe the connect. You on 80-20. You owe 90-10. You blew your 10 of your 20%. You goofball. Right? Like, damn, y'all niggas suck. But you still got people stuck there. Before, when we was coming up, you thought it was the number people. Now you got the fake hustlers, the ones that don't even know what the hell they out there for. They just stuck there because that's what they know. They ain't never had a job in their life, all type of stuff. You know what I'm saying? It's just crazy. And
I don't even,
that's
bro.
where they
Like
at.
that shit, that street shit don't even make sense no more, bro. Right? When you get older, you start thinking like, bro, that shit don't even make sense, bro. That shit is a whole trap. It's a whole fucking trap, bro. And motherfuckers be glorifying that shit. Like, bro, you know how stupid you sound? Motherfucker snitching, bro. I'm a citizen to pay taxes. You got me fucked up if I ain't gonna use the public services. I'm calling motherfucking police. You got me fucked
Listen, man,
up.
I know what 911 is now. Those my people. Hey, I need
You got
I
me
need you to disperse that crowd over there. I need some quietness on
bro.
the block.
Bro, I remember I used to be one of them people. I ain't calling police for nothing. Dude, you got me fucked up, bro. I call, bro. Even if I put some holes to the door, I'm calling the police on your ass. You got me fucked up.
Listen,
I ain't going to jail.
people are paying $4,000, $5,000 property tax. Y'all standing there, y'all increasing my taxes. This is like 9,000 now. Y'all gotta go.
Mm,
Call me Joe Schmo then. Citizen Joe. Call me whatever you want. I'm
mm,
just telling you, I'm calling them to get you off the block. How about that?
mm, mm.
So
Man, that's how, look, bro. I'm just being honest, man. Y'all paying for public services, y'all better use that shit. Fuck that. You better get every fucking penny out of that shit.
look, don't wait for them to pull you over. Talk about I pay your taxes. Yeah, all right, well, I need you over
Man,
there at 111 Second Street. I need that secured. I need that cleared out. I pay you, don't I? Don't just come over here and talk about, well, let me see your ID. Nah, you don't need to see my ID. I need you at that address. You want my ID? See that address? I need them people gone from there. Get them away from my house.
and then, you know what I was thinking, bro? I'm sitting up here like, y'all got people talking about stop snitching, but y'all got people on here telling y'all who's snitching and shit. Like when I was growing up, that was a form of snitching. Where motherfuckers
Yeah,
come back like, hey, you know
that's dry
somebody snitched.
snitching.
Like, yeah. Like, and people became famous. What's my man name? Jake 1090, whatever. 1090, whatever.
Yeah.
This dude
Hmm.
supposed to be hood, and he telling on other hood people. You got whack 100, bro. He always snitching on this person is snitch. Here goes paperwork. Like, bro, ain't that snitching? What was you doing? That shit weird, bro. Yeah, like y'all
Yeah.
talk too much.
Look, y'all free. Y'all
Mm-hmm.
still doing paperwork party. What's wrong with y'all? Y'all free. It's over with.
Mm-hmm.
You home, touch the ground, kiss the ground, whatever you did. Talk about where that paperwork at. Man, you nigga, I'm free. I'm free like well, I ain't free like Martin Luther King, but I'm just saying I'm free.
Mm-hmm.
I'm free, and I had a dream. I'm free. All right, so both came true. So let me go sit down somewhere. But I need that paperwork. Let me see that paperwork. 1090 or whatever his name was. They be going hard, but those are the people that they love, though. They love those little stories. Man, look, I ain't seen too many of those stories in real life. I don't need in too deep. I don't need I don't need none of those. I don't need belly. I seen it. I seen it with my own eyes. There ain't no cut, ain't no redo the scene, ain't none of that. When you seen people and know people that lived that, you ain't gotta imagine it. You've seen it. That's one thing about growing up in those major cities. You understand those movies very, very well. Yeah, they was like that. Yeah. They really shot out the police. Yeah. I know Riders was there. She tell you the whole Philly story. I mean, they would
Man,
those dudes shoot at
man,
the
Ryder,
police by
bro, Ryder, look, bro, Ryder was online. I was like, God damn, bro, somebody got popped and she had to drag him to the house, took him to the hospital. I was like, man, he was
I'm
online one
telling
day when
you.
that shit happened.
I'm like, yo,
Yeah,
Philly like
that shit
crazy,
real.
crazy. And it's funny because I got family in Camden. They were like, yo, Camden and Philly, they might as well be related. I'm like, what you talking about? Because Camden act just like Philly. I'm like, really? They like, yeah, cuz look, let me show you the abandoned warehouse. Look, you see that right there? That's what you see all those shells right there? Damn, lit somebody up. And I'm like, oh my God, let me get out of here. Ain't gonna
Mm.
have me at no scene of the crime. I need to go. All I need is my DNA there. You was there. Okay. I don't even live here. You was there. Book them. Like, oh my God. I'm telling you, boy, these major cities it's a lot. Now they taxing people up. They what they call that? Regentification. They trying to
Mm-hmm.
regentrify the whole city now. So Camden ain't like that no more. I don't know about Philly. I'll have to ask riders if Philly like that. They regentrify, but they doing so much. They call it cleaning up. Y'all trying to clean out. Y'all trying to clean the hood out.
Mm-hmm.
Y'all trying to make it a neighborhood, not the hood. You know what I'm saying? But hey, we can't just
Mr.
sit there and
Rogers
allow
could
that
be
to
walking
happen.
down the street and shit.
He gonna
Bro, that
say,
shit
"What the
is
fuck
bound to
happened to
happen.
my neighbors?"
Mm. That shit
That's what
bound to
happens.
happen,
That
bro.
Yeah, it's gotta happen. But
Most
that's
people
some of the
don't even
things that we
own their
talk about
own
too.
house.
Right. That's what I'm saying. Like I was telling that to a family member. I said, yo, I know a family member who got their mama living in one place and their daughter living in another. One owns a house and another is rent. I'm like, why wouldn't you help that family member pay the mortgage off? Why would you pay somebody else's mortgage off? What is wrong with you people? Y'all got the game backwards, you know what I'm saying? That's not how that's supposed
Mm-hmm.
to go. I mean,
Mm-hmm.
if anything, you put all that money together, you put that in the escrow, you get that money back. You know what I'm saying? You get that money back after you pay your taxes. But I think we're giving away secrets on how to get escrow out to get money out the escrow. You know what I'm saying? But those are the things
Mm-hmm.
that we need to. That's the things that we need to be talking about. Why is it that we cannot live together? We are so gung ho to not help each other, but we'll pay somebody else's mortgage instead of paying Cuzzo's mortgage or paying Sis mortgage or helping bro pay his mortgage. It's amazing how far backwards we're going.
Yeah. Unfortunately, Roger said, "Welcome to Philadelphia." Mm. That's what I'm saying, bro. Like, shit can happen anywhere, bro.
But it but
But
it always
but
seems to happen in a diverse neighborhood.
I'm just when you have areas where there's a lack of opportunity, right? But people go get more in that survival mode, bro, and they go do what they feel they have to do. Not saying it's wrong or right. I'm just telling you from experience, bro. From observing and understanding my surroundings. There's times my mom always had a good job, right? D, what up, though? Hold on. Oh, that's not it. appreciate that, sis. Appreciate that. Shout out to the new
Hey,
man.
Diane. Yeah, but that's
Yeah,
just the
but,
thing. Like it's crazy.
yeah, but I mean that's a product of lack of opportunity, though. You know, you put people in conditions where they have to survive. You know, you go get some unscrupulous behavior. You know, it's just people. They go rob, they go steal, they go, unalive. You go have. That's why you see, high pockets of crime in areas where it's that's what it boils down to, bro. Lack of opportunity. That's what it really boils down to. So, but understanding that, that's not hard to combat. You know, just give people fucking opportunities, bro. Let people get a fair shake, bro. You know, put more skilled trades in impoverished neighborhoods. Put more shops. Allow people to own things. You know, when people own things, they tend to appreciate it more. You know, versus just renting. So you allow people to own things. You know, give them the opportunity to own. People more likely to take care of things, bro. And that's not only homes, but even little businesses there, bro. Help these people own the businesses in their community and see how much they appreciate that community.
They
Or they
like I
be
said,
able to work in
it's
that
so
community.
drastically changed. Yeah, it's so drastically changed. Right? Instead of you having the dry cleaners, you got you ain't got nothing. You don't even got a local store. You
Mhm.
afraid that your people gonna sit there and rob you, or people gonna want a discount and all this and that. You wouldn't do that with the other side. Don't do that on this side.
Mhm.
Like I don't think people really understand. Like at this time, 100 years ago, you probably had like 9 people living in a 2 bedroom home, all to make sure they had a roof over their head. Then eventually they brought the home, and then once Big Mama or Pop go or whatever, y'all want to sell it. Talk about y'all on the way up. Y'all on your way out because y'all gonna blow that money. Y'all don't got no financial advisors, no nothing. You just see money, you gonna blow it on something stupid. We
I
don't
was
know how to
listening to
treasure
this.
what we got.
Oh, go ahead, bro.
Nah, I'm good. I was just saying we don't know how to treasure things that we once had. What Big Mama worked hard for, or Pop worked for. We just sell it because they see, and it'd be crazy because it'd be like a low ball number. Like your house is worth
Mhm.
200. They say 60,000 cash. I'll take it. Like what's wrong with you? That's not even
Mhm.
worth nothing. 60,000. But that's just the way we are today.
I was watching this interview with this black fashion designer, small business owner, and he was like, it's sad because he get like athletes and stuff to contact him like, I love your fashion, I love your style, and I want to support you. Send me some stuff. Like they ain't gonna pay for it. They want them to send merchandise, and he like, see, I'm a small business, bro. I ain't got time to send nobody nothing. I'm trying to come up. Like you can buy it and support. That's a good way to support me. But you just wearing my stuff, me just giving you free stuff and wearing it. He said that's what Gucci and Louis do. He said I ain't on that level yet. I'm trying to get there, but people, even though they got money, they still want something more from you. And he's like, that's the sad part. Like my cousin,
That's the truth.
he like my cousin, he played professional football. I ain't never asked him for a jersey, bro. All the jerseys I got his, I paid for, or somebody paid for. We don't ask for freebie. I can just ask for a game jersey. I'm pretty sure he'd give it to me, but I never did. It's like, hey, I asked him to autograph all my jerseys, but I buy them, because when I buy them, guess what? He get a portion of that. And people like, I had a friend like, bro, you crazy? He a millionaire. You still trying to put money in his pocket? Like, why wouldn't I, bro? That's supporting him. If he when it's his turn to support me, he ain't gonna do nothing but show me love. That's my family. I want him to be successful. So if I can contribute $27, $28, whatever proceed he get off his jersey sale, then I can say shit, I did that, and I ain't asked for a hand me out. That's just that's part of my culture, bro. We just don't ask for fucking hand me outs. We don't mind earning our keep, you know.
That's the support that we all look for. Like, we ask for simple support on this app, right? They'll hit the like button. Why are we even asking that? It don't even cost you nothing. It's like free 99. Hit the daggone button. You know what I mean? But if you ever notice, when I do a live, I don't say hit the like button. If you do, you do. I don't even be caring, because at the end of the day, the message is what I'm trying to get out. If you like it, you like it. I mean, if you share it, I appreciate it. But the message is what's important. To share is important because you're sharing the message. So I value that
Mm-hmm.
more than the like button. You know what I mean? But just imagine somebody trying to look for something, like, because you own the store. Hey, can I get a dollar discount? You wouldn't ask for a dollar discount over at J.C. Penney
Or
or
Walmart.
Macy's, right? You ain't even ask for a dollar in Walmart, but you gonna use the 5 finger discount because we peoples. It's your own
Mm-hmm.
boy that try to take you down. That's what they say.
And that's why I appreciate like when people donate on here, and like I appreciate the membership because it's free to hit the like button. But when people donate and buy memberships, it's like that. You just me personally, I just be humble and I be grateful because my intent is to create content where people can benefit from, and it always feel good when people show you how they appreciate what you're doing, and that's ways they do it is by buying memberships or sending super chat. So that make me feel like, okay, I'm producing something that's beneficial, even if it's just for people to get away and relax. Even creating that form of environment, I think is useful, bro. That's what I say, to get away from the drama, have a good laugh, joke around, good conversation, or get into the intellectual things, learn something, but ultimately coming for a peace of mind, if it's learning something or if it's just kicking back, relaxing, that's the environment I'm trying to create over here.
Yeah, when you have the opportunity to have a channel like Petty Vision where we can go over there and laugh it out and act the fool a little bit and still support the algorithm called YouTube and things like that, or if it's sports chat with Mr. 33, right? You have those channels so people could say, you know what, let's shoot the breeze about whatever. The sports chat is about sports. We talk about all different type of sports. We got a sports weekend coming up ahead of us, right? We got Tank gonna fight Saturday. We got Elimination Chamber for WWE status. You know what I mean? There's a whole bunch of things to talk about. Ladies, ladies, they're welcome to come over there. We talk about WNBA, college basketball, women's college basketball. We talk about it all. Nobody should feel uncomfortable in these chats we are creating. We want y'all all to feel comfortable. So whether it's petty view or it's sports chat, it's available for whoever wants to join in. And it's for your comfort and like this. So, like, that's why we say, if you make us better, we make you better. A better you is a better us. We're really trying to put that in formation. But all we asking is, try us out. If you like it, you like it. That's a blessing. If you don't like it, you tried it. You know what I mean? That's all we can ask for going forward. Whatever it is, whether it's on this app, real life, whatever. You got to try it, and you got to try it before you knock it. That's all.
And that's what man, that's one of the most I think one of the things that gave me clarity through life is putting things into practice. I don't understand why people read these books, and not practice them. Like practice the techniques, even like religion, if people don't practice it. When you practice it, that's when you see the benefits out of it, I don't know, bro. It's just weird. It's like people look at, like when you have a journey, right? It's not about the destination. It's more about the travel, because that's where you think about, like when you're traveling down south, right? When you was a kid traveling down south, if you was in a car, you get to see all the scenery, things you never seen before.
Mm-hmm.
But then when you get there, it's like, okay, I'm here. You do whatever, and then you got to drive back, and then again it's a journey. You get to see all these things, because everything else is just a blip, really. Everything else be a blip, bro. It'd be the journey. And so, like, even in school, bro, like, you getting your degree is the destination, right? But then you always recall what it took to get the degree. The long nights to study, that's what make it all worth it. Is the work you put in to get what you got. That's where the meat and potatoes is at. That's where we learn. It's through the journey of life. So, like, adversity, I keep telling people, for me, it's just opportunity, man. It's gonna be things that is undesirable, but it gives you the opportunity to overcome. To become a better version of yourself. Like a snake, it sheds its skin to make room for its growth. So a lot of times
Right.
that adversity forces us to shed our skin, man, to shed those inferiority. I mean, I said the word wrong, but to shed those fears, those things you feel inferior about, the things you may be skeptical about yourself. That's what adversity gives you the opportunity to shake all that shit off, bro. Shed that skin so you can grow.
Yeah. So when you have those conversations, right? Even when when the panel is full and people are asking the questions, you have to hope and understand that the genuineness of the question, that they receive that answer and try to apply it to their life, right? You got so many people talking about, okay, what's Ramadan, or what's Lent, and then when you explain it to them, then you say, you know what, I'm going to challenge you to try to go through certain days trying to do what they do. Put yourself in their shoes and see if it works for you. But so many people are afraid that change could actually benefit them, that they rather be stuck in the familiar states that they're in now. And that'd be the saddest part of it all. Like I'm so afraid that it's gonna overwhelmingly change me, that people are not gonna embrace me. People like when people adjust and continue to continuously grow. It's when you get stagnated that people like, nah, I'm straight. That flavor's old. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah,
But
the right
people
people.
just want to be where they at.
If you get people around you who not encouraging you to become better, who look, we all got flaws, right? So it's people in my life, they love pointing those flaws out, and I love when they do it. To be honest with you, because sometimes we don't see things within ourselves, and I do it to the people I love. I'm blunt, bro. I'm blunt. Like, nah, you need to work on that, bro. Like, I tell them straight up what it is. I sit back and watch people. My wife, she hate when I do that. I'm like, oh, so what we working on? I'm like, you the only person getting this free life coaching. So what we working on this week? I be just like that with my wife 24/7, bro. I be like that with my mom, my dad, and it'd be people like that with my sister. Boy, she challenges. I love it. That's my number one challenge between her and my dad. My dad will debate. He'll just debate things because he's bored. That's just Pop.
Not really bored.
Pop's just like he just like to be my antagonist, bro. That's just Pops, bro. He like, but like that's that still sharp and still. I can be right about something, but he'll just push me to be even more right. Are you sure you right? We'll prove it. Okay, if you're right, you should have no problem proving it. That's just Pops, man. He always been like that with me. Are you sure? You sure? Because I want to make sure you're sure that you're sure. Like what? Like what, bro? Like nah, I'm sure, but you know, you need people like that, bro. I promise
Right.
you, man. That's why, and just experiencing that. That's why I was never like people like criticism, constructive criticism. I was always open to it. I've learned to accept criticism. I learned to accept destructive criticism because a lot of times, bro, people just be project. Look, man. Now, tell me if this makes sense. Anything someone says is a projection.
Mm.
You understand what I'm saying? Like anything.
Yeah.
Everything I'm saying, I'm just projecting. So when things come out of people, bro, that's what they thinking and that's how they feel. So if it's positive or negative, it's a projection. So we all project, right? So
Hmm.
people don't take that in mind when they tell them, well, people just projected. Yeah, everyone is projecting, but it's more about what they're projecting. Are they projecting an insecurity of their own, or are they just projecting an observation? So what's important is to understand the intent because I hear so many people on here talking, bro, and it's like they be talking about the shit they be doing, and I'm like, do you know you do that shit? I be thinking that I'm just being honest, man. I'm a little sleepy right now. You know how I get when I'm sleepy, like the
Oh
filter
no,
come
we about
off,
to get off
man.
this thing. Yeah, we about to get
And
off this thing so you can get some
but
sleep.
I'm just being honest though, bro. People, I be thinking like, bro, you gotta know you be doing this shit. You gotta know. That's why you mad when people look, bro. A lot of times you be mad at people doing shit to you because you do it. That's why a lot of times people be getting mad. I know what you're doing. I bet you do because you do that shit too. That's how you know what somebody doing. Because you do the shit, motherfucker. Like you identifying some shit that you do is a reflection of you.
Stoic, what's
That's why
going
you
on,
getting
Stoic?
upset. Stoic, what's up? Gary trying to save me. I lost my
Nah,
filter,
I ain't
bro.
trying. Nah, I mean, it's just a reality though, man. Like, really, that's what we doing. Like,
About yourself.
all right,
Yeah,
you
yeah. My
you
grandmother
gotta know where you're going.
Stoic. That's one of the things my grandmother used to always say. Let them people talk because they gonna tell you everything you need to know. Let them keep talking. If they want to talk, let them talk. They gonna tell you everything you know. Don't try to shut them up. They'll tell us where the body's buried. Like just let them keep talking. That's how my grandma was. Man. That's how my
Yeah,
grandma was. Let them talk.
the revelation of a person is not how quiet they are, is how much they speak. They telling on themselves, right? You just giving up information for no reason, just to be heard. Sometimes it's just good to be seen and not heard, but people just want to be heard for no unnecessary reason, and they tell on themselves a lot of the time. So when you got those people around you, just be all ears. They gonna tell you something crazy. Like I got 9 toes. Why you need to tell me you got 9 toes? Ain't nobody was looking at your shoes. Your shoes, you could have a pair of Jordans on. Nobody knew that 10th toe was missing. You told us. Okay, well, appreciate it. I don't know what that's gonna do for us, but people just give up a little bit too much information when you let them just spew and spew and spew. Can't
I
get
know
mad
I
if
do.
somebody find out about you. Right? It
I
happens.
ain't gonna. I ain't gonna lie. When the more I talk, the more shit I be saying I probably don't need to be saying. But like I said, I'm transparent anyway. I ain't hiding nothing. I tell people exactly how I am, and I mean, if you want to know why, we can get into that too. I don't mind telling people why I am the way I am. Majority of the things I do, I can tell you exactly why I do it. I can tell you exactly why I do it. But some of the things I do, it's things that have been pointed out that I did. That I'm like, damn, I ain't know I did that. You know, I ain't gonna lie about that. But majority of the things I do, I can tell you exactly why I do it. I can tell you exactly the way I am. You know, like you often hear me say, I don't have malice in my heart. I do not have hatred for no one. You know, I can tell you, I look at everything on an individual level. Like I know people like to say, put blankets on things. And what I mean by that is like it's easy to identify things in a collective, in a group. It's easy to put things in boxes, right? So it's easy for me to say, like it's easy for me to conform to a stereotype versus observing individual for that individuals as that individual. It's easier to say, okay, this person is this and fits this stereotype because they this, versus to get to know the individual. It's just easier. And most people take the easy way out because they fucking lazy. Majority of people fucking lazy, bro. I'm just being honest. I guess this is tough love with word right now. But majority of people are fucking lazy. Instead of looking at a person for their deeds, people just like to put things in boxes because it's comfortable and easy. And when you do that, I mean, a lot of times you can misinterpret. It's so many reasons why that can go wrong. Right? You can misjudge someone. That person could have opened a different door for you that maybe you can open yourself. That's reality, right? There's some people, I got resources that some people probably will never have. And if they be a dick to me, you think I'm going to open myself up? No, I won't. And vice versa. There's people who have resources I don't have. People who know people I don't know. They can put me in certain crowds in certain rooms. So why judge a book by its cover? I enjoy reading the book more anyway. I like the book
I don't want no cliff
cover.
notes. Yeah, right. I don't want no cliff notes. Let me go all the way through. Let me go through 190 chapters. Like I don't think people understand when you allow yourself to read a book, you become that open book. You know what I mean? Like how long it took me to read the Book of Enoch, and I'm just like, all right, I got quit. Look, you know what I did? I'm hitting you up. Okay, this, and this. Is this the right book? Because this chapter look kind of short. Like, nah, you gotta keep going. I appreciate you. So that's really what happened, and we had a conversation, right? People might just look at it as a story, but as long as you know what the story is entailing, whether it's true or not, it don't matter. If you know it, you can understand the conversations around you. But people don't even want to have the conversation because they don't want to open the daggone book. But that's another story for another day anyway.
And see, reverse. Even that even saying like extroverts or introvert, it's so many different variables involved because there are different forms of extroverts and different forms of introverts too. You got introverts who is like they like total solace, right? But then you have introverts who they love their peace, but they can function well in groups. That's more like I am. I'm more of an introvert, bro. I'm not an extrovert at all. I would prefer to be alone in solitude, but I can function highly in groups. Right? I can. You won't even tell. You wouldn't even tell that I'm not a. I would not look uncomfortable in groups, but I would prefer to be alone, if that makes sense. And then you got some extroverts, they can only function in groups, and then they get depressed and stressed and have anxiety when they're alone. So, I mean, it's a lot of variables. I don't think one is better than the other. It just depends. You'll have to break that down. Like I heard, man, it's so many, bro. Before, I think Sigma, like the Sigma male, I think that was identified probably 5-6 years ago. About 5-6 years ago, they start talking about the Sigma male. Now everybody is a fucking Sigma male, and I'd be like, nah, bro, y'all ain't even close. It's just like I said, people category, and like people be like, I'm an alpha male, and I'm like, you don't even know what alpha. You know, most alpha males are narcissists, bro. And I'm just saying, most alpha males have very they need validation. Um, and narcissists, they really weak, bro. Like a narcissist, they're very insecure. That's why they need the validation of other people. That's why they need to feel to dominate the other people because they can't dominate themselves. They can't um,
They can't control
control
themselves, so
or
they need to
yeah,
control
they
something
can't.
else.
So they need to control something else, right? They incomplete within, so they try to complete themselves, outside, and that's the domination of other people. That's the difference between like narcissists and like sociopath, or people say psychopathy. Sociopath, psychopath, narcissist, Machiavellianism. That's what make the big three, the triad, the dark triad. That's what they call them, right? But it's the intent that classifies them. So they will all use, especially Machiavellianism. That's basically manipulation. That's like the king or the god of manipulation, But all three personalities use manipulation as a tool, but it's the intent of why they do it. And like when you look at psychopaths, they just want to destroy you. That's their intent. Their intent is to hurt you, to harm you, to destroy you. When you look at a narcissist, their manipulation tactics usually are because they want to dominate you, not destroy you,
Right.
but they want to dominate you, And the Machiavellianism, their intent is to just use you. You're simple, what's that song? They keep on using me until they use me up. That's what he was talking about.
Mm-hmm.
That type of personality, that's Machiavellianism. When people just use you not to dominate you, not to destroy you, but you just simply a means to the end.
Yes.
My favorite Nine. What up, Nine?
What up, Nine?
That's her.
Chat,
What
where
up,
you at?
Word? What up, Gary? Chat. What up, chat? Chat. Where you at?
Yeah, those are the type of people that'll just zap the energy out of you, just like and Christianity, those are the people that just ride with you because you got the blessings on you. They'll take all the blessings from you, leave you empty. Those are the
Mm-hmm.
people. Those are the people that. Ooh, that's annoying. You really don't know how annoying that is. Sucks.
Yeah, so it's really all about intent, So that's what people throw that word around so loosely, like narcissist. The narcissist, because they don't get their way with somebody, they're a narcissist. Like that's not what a narcissist is. And then there's different forms. Who was that? Wild Heart. He was like, there's no like, bro. It's different forms of narcissism, bro. All this shit got levels to it. Even like psychopaths, bro. You probably know psychopaths, bro. It's levels. Like Michael Jordan is considered a fucking psychopath, bro.
I
Like,
believe that.
like he'd test. I promise you, Michael Jordan would test out as a fucking psychopath. I
I
promise you.
believe that.
All he
Just the
wants to do is
stories.
destroy all competition. King Blackout, what up, though? Hold on, brother.
Let's make this one. Let's make this one. Money.
Yeah, and like studies show that psychopaths are born, sociopaths are created. So you would probably run into the majority of sociopaths. But when you have something that's like Michael, his thirst for competition, not only to compete with people, but Michael Jordan has, and he tells you this, he has a desire to destroy his competition, similar to Kobe Bryant, bro. These are highly functional fucking psychopaths, bro. I'm not saying that's a bad thing, bro. It's levels to it. They use competition to fulfill their needs of destruction. Okay, so
Yes, sir.
they're highly functioning, you know. But then you have people they don't have competition, so they actually want to physically do shit to people. These are low function. You know, that's like you have functional drug addicts, bro. People can get high and they probably do better work, bro. That's just
Yep.
reality, man. There's levels to everything, bro. I know some people, like I know doctors, lawyers, they cardio, whatever you want to call it, and they do exceptional fucking work. And then I know some people, they get high and just later and don't do shit non-productive, you know. So it levels to it, bro. I'm even being honest, bro. Like that shit fucked me up, bro.
Absolutely.
Seeing people snort lines and go do surgery, like, hold the fuck up.
Hey, they gotta stay
Like,
awake and
you
concentrated.
ain't like, man, you ain't cutting me, bro. I'm straight. I ain't going to yo, but they some of the best surgeons, they have awards and everything. Motherfucking cokeheads. That shit
John
crazy,
Deadman,
bro.
welcome in, welcome in.
John, what up, though?
Yeah, and that's just like I don't like I don't think people really understand when you go through those type of situations. Even if you like just listening to the stories, there's always a lesson to be learned. But when you actually see it, sometimes you just need a witness, right? Because if you just see it and you tell a story to somebody else, they probably look at you like, man, that mother sucker bugged out. He don't know what he's talking about. But when you got that witness that's like, nah, that's actually correct. That's how that really goes. It's like so it gives you an easement because it's like if y'all really knew what those situations is like nah, it's impossible. Like you know how you tell your stories, you know about the hospital situations, and you like nah, that don't sound right. You know, people leaving their bodies and all of that other stuff to have those out of body experiences. A lot of people not gonna understand that, but when you got somebody to verify, like, nah, that's a fact. That actually happens. It's like, wow, you know what I mean? It's like sometimes when you tell those stories, people look at you like you a weirdo, but that be the case. You know, that really be a true statement. But you know, everybody don't get to experience that like you do. So it's like it's just a relief that somebody could verify your stories a lot of the time.
When my little homie come up here, hey, my little dude, he'll tell you that. Motherfucker doctor passed out, they looking for him for surgery. We go in the hospital, pass out OD. Went downstairs, came back up, tried. They like, hell, you go home, bro. You can't do no surgery. Matter of fact, we suspended on him. Motherfucker went downstairs, there was Narcan, and just thought he was gonna come back and do the surgery. Bro, you know what just happened, bro? It's fucking weird. Like, yeah, we had a lady, I didn't work this day, but I remember I came back the next day and I'm looking at the side of the hospital, and I was just joking, bro. Like, damn, did somebody run into the hospital? It was like, yeah, one of the nurses stole some orphine and was started up, pulled out the parking lot and ran right to the fucking hospital. Like, you can't make
Wait,
this shit up, bro.
what?
Yeah, she was stealing medication from the hospital. And she went on lunch break, went in the parking lot, shot the shit up, and went to pull out, I guess to go to lunch or go somewhere, and ran right into the hospital.
Like instead of like yeah, instead of going
Yeah.
backwards, she went forward.
No, she came out like so. It's
Like
like
with
the
their
parking
car.
structure is across. Yeah, the parking structure is across from the hospital, so it's like a back parking lot. It's not like the main parking lot, but it's the back where employees park out. So as you come out, you have to turn, and instead of turning, she just went straight across the median and smacked the hospital.
Damn, that's embarrassing. It
Yeah, she
probably
got
cost a lot
fired.
of money too.
Hell yeah, she got fired and charged.
Oh, she got
Yeah,
fired. She lucky
fucked
she
her
ain't go to
life up.
jail.
No, she did.
Damn.
She
Oh, she
did.
did. Okay. I was about
Yeah,
to say
she
that's
did.
a whole job. That's a whole charge right
They
there.
lost her job, and they had suspected her prior to that stealing medication. They just couldn't prove it, but that proved it.
Mm-mm-mm. Look at the fleas on Fluffy. Fluffy
See,
went
there's
out there and got dirtied
That's
up.
why I'm just being honest, man. These are regular fucking people in these positions um that we look at like they have like high moral value. These regular ass people, bro. Regular ass fucking people. I told you if
everybody
like, bro,
in
do you
any
know how?
position, right?
And but look, do you know how it fucked me up? Like, listen to what I'm telling, and I'm telling the honest to God truth, right? I'm telling the honest to God truth. My cousin got busted, right? Wow, he got busted. He asked me to bring, hey, can you grab this for me? I need this. Can you bring it over to my house? I'm like, yeah. So I go in his house. He telling me what happened, and it's this pudgy white dude in the suit, right? And my cousin hustles, so I mean, he got all types of clients. So I'm like, I'm used to seeing shit like this, so I'm not thinking nothing. So he telling me all about the case, and then the dude start, talking about it, and I'm looking like, what's up? And he's like, cuz you got that? Like, yeah. So I gave it to him. He gave it to me. He was like, yeah, okay, this cool. This will take care of me. Yeah, like I said, you might have to do 2 years. My cousin had to do 2 years, but he was looking at 10. Lori got him 2 years. He ended up cutting that to like, I think like 9 months. He actually only did 9 months.
Lori, like Lori
But
Lightfoot. No, I'm just kidding.
he paid him in C name. Like
Oh wow,
right. Right. Yeah, he
the
just paid him
attorney,
that.
the attorney.
Yeah, the attorney, yeah, he paid him in
Yeah,
that, bro. That shit fucked
Yes.
me up. I'm like, hold on, bro. Like that's for he's like, yeah, he used it. I'm like, there's an attorney about. Even when he gave it to him, I'm thinking like, damn, the attorney about to flip it.
Yes.
No, he using it. That shit fucked me up, bro. I'm
That's the
like,
payment.
God damn. I'm like,
dirty.
this
That's the
motherfucker.
payment.
I'm like, that shit fucked me up, man. I was like, damn,
Mm.
even an attorney. And
Lots
then
of
shit
people
like
like
just,
that.
man, just hustling, bro. You meet so many people. And then when you find out what they do, you be like, God damn, bro. How you gonna fuck your shit up like that? Like, man, you,
I,
damn.
whew. Yeah,
Look,
but the crazy thing is when you find the people, right? Like when you find the people and they allow you into their circles, like you get like a nickname or something, you think you win, and then they start speaking that Spanish, you be like, yeah, y'all doing too much because I don't know what y'all talk about. But they tell you to calm down because like, hey, we trust you that much that we're gonna embrace you and welcome you in, and then it's like this is what you need to do. Go ahead and see that one and let that one see that one, and then you get so and you get embraced so much that like you get to really understand the inner workings of the situation. So that wouldn't be a surprise if you see somebody. It's like, all right, yo, give him the suitcase, and then we good. That's all I needed to do. Yep, just bring the suitcase, and then you just walk off. Like, all right, I did my part, and you just keep it moving. That world is something like I always say. Like people watch the movies, but when you know people that went through those scenarios, like that ain't nothing new. Yeah, I could have told you that. I'm like, well, what? Like, yeah, you know, that's a
I
crazy
did.
world.
I did see something new the other day that because there's this like show where it's like at the airport where they like stop all the people that have something to stop for, and they were cutting the guys, or was it on the news? I don't know, but they were cutting the guy's hair, and in underneath the hair, I guess he had like fake hair. He was he was carrying dope in his head
Mm, I
underneath
can
the
see that.
hair. You seen that?
Yeah.
I've never
Well, I
seen that
seen it
before.
under the transplant under the I seen them have it lined up in there.
They were like cutting it, and there was just like white stuff coming out.
Uh, they probably
Mm.
sold it into the root of
They
the
sold
hair.
it. They sold it into the stitch. Yeah.
Yeah, I seen it. I seen this one that like the toupee, the hairpiece, is like a piece on it that the hair come out of, and they glue that piece to your head. Man, they lift this damn thing up. My man, I forgot how much they said he had, but man, he had shit everywhere. Up his bum, he had shit in his armpit. Tape. I'm looking like, damn, bro.
Yeah, I've seen them where they have the stuff all over, and it's like they're trying to look like they're just a little heavier. And then I've seen where they
Yeah,
have it like they'll sew the stuff into like jackets or suitcases, like
yeah.
all over the place. They try to hide it. That
Man, people
or they'll
criminals, bro.
yeah, at the airport they catch like people with fake documents. I don't know. It's just interesting to see how they react. Like one of them was like this white old man, and that's the guy that had the stuff in the jacket, and he's like looking at it like I didn't know that was there. And there's got to be some people that really don't know that maybe got bamboozled.
No,
Nah,
It's
I
got to
don't
be.
think so.
There's got to be
No,
some
that's a
people
no.
that's
where
a
like
one
they
that's a 1 scenario. If at best
I
probably.
1 out of 10.
wouldn't even.
At
No, I
best.
wouldn't even say that because especially if they, no, hell, especially if they move in some type of weight, hell no. Because if a person don't know, then they can just wander off and go take the jacket or do some dumb shit.
Cause there,
Ain't nobody naive when they move shit like
cause
that,
there's
bro.
a
Ain't
thing where
nobody fucking naive.
they'll track you, like they'll put something in your car without you knowing, and then like when you cross the border, they're tracking you. So wherever you drive to, whatever, they know once you cross, and then they're gonna go remove it.
Because even if you think like even the pack of car, that shit take time. So some people know what the fuck they do. You can say plausible deniability. They probably don't want to know, but they know what the fuck they're doing. You can call that shit
Mm.
plausible deniability all you want. No,
You
because it's
still
so
get
many even
charged.
tracking. Yeah, even if somebody said, "Oh, they pack," you know how they pack cars, bro. They gotta take wheels off, bumpers off. I mean, different parts of the car off, bro.
Yep.
I don't, bro. Let me be quiet.
Well, if
Yeah,
somebody
don't do
says,
that.
I don't know what the hell I'm talking
somebody says, I'm gonna let you borrow my car, and you borrow the car, or like those, like there's cars that you can buy off of the what is it called, the auction that have already
about.
Mhm.
like been repossessed. I've heard stories of that where they didn't find all of the stuff that was in the car, and they bought the car off the auction, and there's stuff left behind.
I will say this:
Uh-oh.
my boy had bought a car off off a auction, and it wasn't even that much. It was probably like $3,000. He was cleaning the car out, and when he lifted the passenger rug up, there was an envelope under the rug with $3,000.
Yeah. That's when you go to the sheriff auction or something like that.
Yeah,
Rico,
yeah.
get him.
You would,
That's
Gary?
what.
You would go turn it in?
No,
Turn
he
what
kept that
in?
shit. He turned that shit in. You bought
Keep
the
that.
car. It came with the car.
Came with the
Yeah,
They
it
car.
searched the
came with
Like
car
the car.
already. They searched
Gary,
that
would you
car
turn it
already.
in or would you keep it?
I'm keeping it. Why would I? They searched the
Okay.
car before they sold it. Don't listen.
All right. You can be
When
my friend then.
oh,
Okay,
I
if
was
they
gonna be your
searched
friend.
the shit, I bought it.
I give you a third. I give you a third. No problem. Listen. When you
We
understand
know.
when you understand when you go to those sheriff auctions, 9 times out of 10, the sheriff is tearing the car up before they put it back on the auction. You just gotta hope you get keys. Because those are the ones that
Oftentimes,
they
yeah.
don't get the keys and stuff like that. Yeah, they don't.
Yeah,
I'm
I
trying
turn
to
in
tell
like
you,
if I
boy.
find a wallet or like something gets shipped to my house that wasn't mine and it was the neighbors, I go take it to them, stuff like that. Yeah. But if it's something in my car that I bought and it's a pack of money, I might act
I
like
don't
I
know.
didn't see it for a little while.
I ain't acting like nothing. It's mine. I done bought it. If I walk down the street and
Well,
find a bag of money, I ain't turning that shit. No, that's God giving me a bag of money. Fuck, I'm gonna turn it in
listen,
for. If it ain't got no name on it, then it ain't playing. No name, it ain't. If
I
I find somebody's wallet, I definitely turn. Somebody purse or something like that. If I find an envelope and it got a person's name on it, I'm giving it back to them. If I find a bag
you
of money
see.
with no name, that shit mine. I'm straight. What the fuck I'm gonna turn it into? Nobody. It ain't got no
Yeah,
name
who's
on
gonna keep it, right? And how's someone gonna
it.
claim it? Yeah.
What would
Right.
you do? What do you say? What would you do if three keys drift into your ocean adventure? You don't want to know that answer. You don't want to know that answer. You don't want to know that answer. They call,
See,
they
if
call
you asked me
pick it,
15 years
Wilson.
ago, uh, uh, if you caught me 15 years ago, oh yeah, I would have been on my snowfall. But right now, oh no, I'm straight. I let that shit keep floating, bro. I wouldn't miss it.
What if it's like in the movies where you found that pack of money, but then there's somebody looking for it because you know what I'm saying? The bad guys are looking for it and they're gonna find you because they
They
need
ain't
their
gonna
pack of
find.
money back.
They ain't
They
gonna
ain't
find
gonna
me.
find
I'm
me.
legally blind. I ain't see no money. Fuck y'all talking about? I can't
They ain't gonna
see
find
shit.
me.
I don't know. And you come too close,
They
I'm gonna
ain't.
pull my cane. You already know what's popping. I ain't playing with.
Ain't no half stepping. I'm
God be
telling you, there's
watching.
some
Yeah.
people.
Now, see,
Go ahead.
Stoic talk about God be look. Stoic talk about God be watching it. You goddamn right, God be watching it. And if I find a bag of money with no name, you know what? That's God. That's God watching me
That's
and want to
God,
watch
yeah.
me be like shit. If it had a
We
name, then
praise
God.
dancing in the
Well,
street. I don't know what you talk about.
right.
We praise dancing. We might break dance, moonwalk, whatever. What you doing? Praising them. Thank you. That's what we gonna
You
do.
know what's funny is that God's always watching, right? But then there's like people like okay, we say everyone's human, right? Even like the pastors at the church, they're human too. Like everyone's human. But this one person was saying how she had this like party and she was talking about they were partying and then she was like, "Oh man, what would the pastor say? Like I'm glad the pastor didn't find out." And I'm like, "But God's watching. Like the pastor's not God. Like you only got to watch out for the pastor not to do bad things. Like God's watching all the time."
I like when people Bond, what up, though? Like when people
What up, Bon?
used to always say they believe in God, and then I watch what they do. I'd be like, well, shit, you ain't scared of God, so you still doing that fuck shit. You know he watching. So like, you weird as hell. Like them
Yeah,
people
Yeah.
because
weird
they
to me,
gotta
man.
because they gotta. You could. What we always say, believing leaves doubt. So until that wrath comes or a
Right.
consequence come, that's when I know who you was, God. God, you do my heart. And yeah, he didn't know he just got caught. You mad because you got caught? What we talking about here? That's a lot of people though. That's the ways of the world. That's why they tell you to be of it, not in it. You know what I mean? Like you gotta be in it, but not of it. Because you gotta be here, but you ain't gotta act like everybody else. Your action speaks for itself. But people are different.
I was at Walmart today and there was a lady on the phone, with her shopping cart talking on the phone. And she was telling the person something about like the church and this group and about doing some kind of like volunteer work or something. And I don't know what the other person was saying, but she's like, no, you don't have to worry about like getting rewarded. Like our reward is not here on earth. Like it's after here. We don't care about, she said, we don't care about this world, about this earth. And it sounded funny because what do you mean you don't care about this world, but you're doing good works? But I understood what she meant. Like our reward is not here necessarily. Like we should not be always expecting to get something back. Like
You
when you do something good or
That's what I
you
was
you know
saying
what be
earlier. Yeah, well,
no, I said what be tripping me out is like people be saying that while the pastor pulling up in the Mercedes Benz. Like, what the fuck you mean? Fuck you, shouldn't that motherfucker be poor? No, that motherfucker. Oh, God will take
yeah,
care. No, yeah, God working through us to
yeah,
take care of his ass, right? That's what it is. Okay, now I get it. I get it now. God working through us to take care of the past. Okay,
yeah. Talk about will a man rob God? Yea, he will. That's why he answered that question. Will a man rob God? Yea, he will. How you know? And tithing and offering. Yeah,
Mhm.
that's exactly why that verse is there. Because they already know.
Mhm.
You know my heart, Lord, but we gotta pay this light bill. That light bill is the light bill
Mhm.
to your house. Yeah, okay. I'm straight.
Well, and some churches will like the people that donate the most, like they have like special lunches and special events for the people that are like the high donors and stuff like that. So that's kind of weird to me.
Well,
It
we're gonna
is
start
because
doing some
it don't make
special
no
events,
sense.
and hey, we're gonna do some special events for the high donors over here. That's what we're gonna start doing. I don't know what the
Okay,
special events are
Pastor
gonna
D.
be. Yeah, but
Hallelujah.
we're gonna do some special events, some exclusive shit. Okay, so y'all just keep donating to the church. Down to front. Y'all keep
Well,
doing that. I
maybe
appreciate
it's not
it.
all that weird,
Mhm.
right? Maybe it's just like appreciation. But if
Nah,
Yeah,
that's backwards. That's backwards because like if you doing it for the members, right? God is telling you to help the poor. The members ain't poor. They give you 10% of what they already have. They doing it cheerfully.
right,
So, but at the same time, you don't see nobody having a pantry. Like, hey, y'all line up and we're gonna give y'all all
mm.
these canned goods. It- it's so scarce out here. Like, this is what I'm saying. People are you got these false prophets. They just profit in the money. They ain't not supposed to be doing that, but that's what they're doing now. That's why the false doctrine is running around rampant right now.
You know, the only grandfather I knew was my step grandfather, and he was a bishop, but he came back to the hood, and he built a church out of an old building. And he got a van. He used to drive around and pick up people from the church, make 2, 3 trips. And at the church, after every service, he had food. That's what he was doing with the tithes. He was coming out of pocket, paying for the building, paying for the gas. The people ain't really had that much money. They ain't really have much. So what he did, he fed them and he clothed them. He had clothes for kids from kids or adults. Whoever he had asked people to donate clothes or he'd go to the Goodwill, buy some stuff, and he'd just give it to people. So when he passed away, church was like different for me. I grew up under him. So he always did something. Even when he was in our small town, he always did for the community. We always had barbecues. Every Christmas, the kids had gifts every Easter. If the kids didn't even have nice clothes for Easter, he'd go out and buy,
he
family
was the
stuff. But
pastor
he always, yeah,
of
he
the
was a
church.
bishop though. Yeah, that's what
So
my grandfather
was he
did.
the main pastor? You're saying?
Yeah, yeah, he ran everything. He built the church, even in our small town. He took a whole building. He was a carpenter.
See, there
You
are
know, he.
churches that do good. There are churches
Oh
that do
yeah,
give back. There definitely is. I was born into the Mormon church, and let me tell you, the Mormon church,
Mm.
you tied to the Mormon church, they take care of their people. Like if you lose your job, they supplement you with a check. They have their own food that they make their own food, and they have like their own stores where you get to go and shop for food at the store. Like so, they do take care of their people.
Yeah,
that's
that's one
how
of
it's
the
supposed to be.
exceptions. Yeah, that's how it's like what word Pop was doing. That's how it's supposed to be, right? You want people to come into the church, but you don't even be in the community. How does that work? You ain't even
Yeah,
you ain't you telling me God is in the
yeah,
building. Once the building closed, he ain't nowhere in the vicinity. Like how that works?
yeah. Got out.
That don't make no
Got out.
sense. So about because
Got to
everybody
be
good in
here
church.
from.
We know everybody good in church. Like, come on, man. That's not how that works.
If you want a piece of God, he gonna be here from the hours of 8 to 3. After that, we ain't gonna see him until next week on Bible study Wednesday. You can come and see God Wednesday. Like, what the fuck is going on? Yeah,
Yeah,
that messed up the whole church experience when he passed away. I couldn't. I went to my uncle's church, and my
I
uncle
think.
he basically paid to be a pastor, and
Mm,
he was ordaining other pastors. They did some resurrection ceremony. I'm like, y'all tripping, bro. Like I'm out. Y'all was some demon time. Like people gotta die, you resurrect them. Like this is shit. Like what is this a play? What the fuck is going on? Like I'm straight. That was the first one last time I went.
Well, and some churches have like free counseling that they'll
Yeah.
do. They won't charge you. Like if you're a member. I don't know if they take outside people. I'm pretty sure there's some that do.
I would
But
hope
yeah, not
so.
all
That's
churches
their
are bad.
job.
Not all. There's just
No, no, no,
plenty of
no.
them that are like.
I just like the smaller churches because like I'm different, right? If you have a small congregation, you relate to me. That's what's going to draw me to you, right? Because okay, your congregation, they can't pay you to be the pastor. You got to go on out there and work yourself still. You still tilling the ground, right? But when you got like, I don't want to, the mega churches,
The
they
mega
got
churches.
they got under pastors and the under deacons and like everything's so underneath that if you really had a problem, you can't reach that pastor. So what's the point of you
Yeah,
being the mediator? That don't make any
but
sense to me.
that's the reason why they have all these people under like to take care of things because one person can't possibly do everything. But I think it's like YouTube. Like you go to the big channels and you get lost, and the smaller channels are a
Hmm.
little more homey, right? A little more close. I think it's like that.
But here's the thing: but with religion is different, right? Because how do you know that God told you to do that? You
What do
see
you
what I
mean, Dave?
mean? Like, for example, the pastor anoints somebody to be the under pastor. You say the pastor telling you God said it, but that man show no inklings of spirituality within him. That's just like no shade at nobody, right? You know, they say that there's an abomination of thing, but you were allowing that abomination to be the minister of music. How does that work? But you ordained him to be the minister of music, and you're the
Because
pastor.
some of them
Does
are
that
paid,
not
right?
conflict with your very Bible? Mm-hmm.
It's like a job interview, right? Like some of them will hop from
Mm-hmm.
one church to another,
Mm-hmm.
Yeah,
and
because they're
it's just
getting
like a
Yeah.
paid a
paid
certain
position.
amount. Right.
Stoic made a good point too. He said all these damn charities, like bro, there's so
They
many
getting
man, bro. Oh,
Yeah,
they
they getting
cancel you said
99,
where
they
that
getting
money
90,
at.
100% off of what they giving, but they ain't giving it all. That's what I'm saying. But when you have those, like I said, when you have those little churches, you know it because they're the ones that's really trying to be out in the community, trying to do the outreaches and making
They're
themselves available.
volunteering.
And right, they volunteering and knowing good and well they probably coming from work and saying, you know what, and listen, we still having Bible study. I'm tired. Y'all look, we're gonna pray, we're gonna have that we're gonna make this a quick Bible study because I need to go to work in the morning. And that to me, that makes you more down to earth than the big pastors, because there's so many people that's so heavenly bound, they're no earthly good. You don't even relate to the people because you so heavenly bound. But when you have somebody that you could understand, that's like when Word is having a conversation, he's not above everybody. He makes it so plain that everybody can grasp and understand what he's saying. And this is why the turnout is coming, it's turning the way that it's turning because he's simplifying things and making it so comfortable that I get what you're saying. I'm coming back to your channel and things like that. It's the same way as certain churches. When you can relate to the people, your audience is gonna build up because you are relating to the people. And sometimes the preaching is like if you go to a church and they speaking about you and you've never seen this pastor in your life, you're gonna go there because like, oh my God, you telling my story and I ain't even speak to you yet. That's the scary part, and that's what
Mm-hmm.
gives them people that fire. Like, man, let me tell you what God did to me today. I was in the pulpit. I mean, I was in the pew, and He spoke my whole life. I'm going back there next Sunday. I think you should go too. And then that's when they get that fire, that they call it the Holy Ghost fire and all of that. Like, man, listen, Jesus is real, and because of that one little incident,
Mm.
and that's just how it goes.
So you saying Wild Heart should go to church?
No, why hard? See,
Okay.
no, because that'll be the funniest thing. Because Wildheart would say, "Excuse me,
He'll get
excuse me,
kicked out so fast.
I need to know
He'll be
how,
debating
if
the
God is
pastor.
real. I would like to know how you do this and this and this." Nah, I would. You know what I would want to see? I would want to see if Wildheart was to go to the church, right? You know, we our church is different. So if the pastor puts his hand on him, if he falls out, I just want to see what happened when he wakes up. That's all I would want to see.
Aww.
Like,
No, I think Wildheart should go to a black church, and when they get to playing music, he might catch the Holy Ghost. He need to go to a
Yeah.
I'm
black
telling
church
you,
in
He might
America.
start running around in circles and stuff.
Yeah, bro, I'm telling you, he
hmm
catch the Holy
Drop to
he
the
gonna
Ghost.
start
floor,
breakdancing.
convulse.
He gonna look like Kendrick Lamar. Like, yeah,
Yo,
but
Riaz,
I
what
could
up,
see him doing
though?
that. Riaz,
What up,
what's
hey
going
Riaz?
on? Yeah, but like those experiences, like that's why I try to tell people you can't take those experiences from people. If that's what made them become closer to the creator, that's where it's at.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
You can't be subjective. Look, you can't be subjective or objective. That's their story. That's their truth. Their truth ain't the truth, but it's their truth. It's a difference. But people don't even
and,
know the difference between their truth and the truth. They just see a T and okay, the
and see,
truth.
and Bond, I got to experience that one day. I don't think I ever been to no, I've never been to a Mexican church. I think that'll be dope. I got to experience that one day.
I've been to a Spanish church, but not a particular one.
That's worshiping false ones.
Oh yeah, some Spanish churches be like the Baptist church too, where they're like speaking in tongues and running around and jumping.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I've never been to a Spanish church. I think that'd be dope. I've been to a couple different. I like the Lutheran church. It's kind of freaky though when they start singing them hymns.
But
I
that
be
reminds
thinking
me of
I'm
the
on.
Catholic church.
Bro,
The
that shit-
Lutheran is very close to like a Catholic church.
Yeah,
bro,
they be in there all
yeah.
quiet. They be quiet. They be like,
I
wait, what's wrong?
be like, oh shit, hold on, bro. Y'all conjuring something? Where the motherfucking bass at and the drums, bro? Like we need some
Mm,
motherfucking
they
instruments
got
in
that
here.
organ
Bro,
only.
that shit, bro, they wasn't even hitting the organ. Them like when I went, they didn't even have no organist, bro. They was just we was just on some hymns, bro. Motherfuckers off beat and everything. I'm like, hold the fuck up, bro. What the hell going on? Like that shit was like freaky, bro. I'm just being honest, man. I wasn't used to that shit, but you know, after the third time, I was like, okay, I can get down with it. I got to put a little
I
flavor in
could
it.
get with it now.
Put some hot sauce on this shit. I'm in that bitch, hemming
Yeah,
up,
put some Franks on it.
bouncing left and right, right, bouncing
Nah, I
left and
can't do
right and
it.
shit. Meaning that bitch gigging, bro. I had people bouncing like, yeah, I don't even know what the fuck I'm saying. But like I'm doing an Indian chant. Let's stop playing with it.
But that's
I
what it
want some
sounds like, though.
guitars, some drums.
Yeah, that's like the Baptists and
It's all
ooh,
time. Yeah.
they be going so hard, they just start bursting out. Thank you, Lord
Oh, bro, hold on, man.
Jesus.
Who was eating dogs and cats? What's going on, John? Who was eating the dogs and cats? I ain't trying to go there.
That was in Pennsylvania, remember? The immigrants or whatever. I'm just kidding.
Oh, I'm like, I was Lutheran too. Back in believe it, Dad.
Yeah, Wildheart would get kicked out
Yeah.
so fast, bro. He would.
It's not logical that God exists because his traits is arbitrary. Like what?
Because
Motherfuckers
if he's
take it.
almighty and he's omnipotent, he should already know to convince me that he is God.
Like that's why I was like, bro, who the fuck is you? Like, what makes you so damn special? Like hell no, that ain't how it work, bro. 9 numbers. These numbers have characteristics. Yeah. Yeah, I'm
Oh
bro.
man.
Look, I think I'm about to get into I want to pick up. I'm looking for something to study for the next 3 months. So I think I'm about. Yeah, I'll talk to y'all about it.
As if you need more stuff on your plate.
Nah, but you know what? I'd be hungry, and it's something that once I learned about it, I kind of wanted to dibble dabble in it, but I left it alone. But now I think it's a good time because I think it's just something that I wanted to incorporate into what I'm doing. And if I can't find the people to do it, I just do it myself. I'd be on that type of shit. So I think this is one thing that I think I can utilize very well. So
All right, as long as it's not like a book of hymns.
yeah, link pen,
No hymns.
no
You know, I was
hymns,
thinking.
Got a
no.
book of hymns.
I was thinking about Wild Heart, and I said it in the chat too, because like, have you ever been around someone that does not believe in God at all, right? They just like reject it completely. But then something happens, like an emergency, and they will get down on their knees so fast and call out to God. Has that ever happened to you? Like, it happened to me
Man,
before.
hell yeah, yeah. I knew people like that. Motherfuckers start praying quick as hell when shit started happening. Oh God, please help! Like, oh, now you be calling on God. Okay,
Now I
okay.
lay me down to sleep. They don't even know the Lord's Prayer. Now I lay me down to sleep. The Lord, like that's not even a prayer you're supposed to be
Twinkle,
praying right
twinkle,
now.
little star, God, where are you? Help me. Start
God,
singing
where
all
art thou? I'm pouring my heart out to you.
that.
Like
God
what?
had a little lamb, little lamb. God had a little lamb. God help me. Motherfuckers start mixing shit up. Like, hold on, bro. What the fuck
Yeah.
is that?
Talk about Gilligan lost his boat. No, we ain't talking about the ark. What are you talking about? Gilligan wasn't even there. Like, what's wrong with you people? But there's a lot of people that they say that, and then when they don't, I told you God wasn't real. You expect them to answer that? You don't even know what you said. But boy, when desperate times call for desperate measures, boy, they will get down on their knees. Lord, I need you. What's his name? Lord. Like, oh, okay, cool. We'll see how that works.
Now, hold on. What they talking about? God explained is twofold. Hold on. I done missed something. There's a number 9. These numbers have characteristics understandable, but I'm interested still. Yes, I agree. I can elaborate further, but so much I can type.
Wild Heart's probably in the bushes. He'd be in the bushes a lot of times.
Well, I heard probably live high as hell right now.
Hitting that link, and like I tell him, hey, you didn't even say hi to the chat. Like, like how you say come down to the chat first, or like at least greet the
Yeah.
chat. He's like, I'm here for word, not for y'all. Okay, I see you.
Yeah, I need to speak to the word. The word. I need to ask you something. If God is real, like, oh my God, here you go. But shout out to Wild Heart.
Shout out to
He gonna
Wild
get
Heart.
he is going to receive the Lord one way or the other. Y'all can book it. I think word is going to convert him.
It's
I
not
ain't
his
trying to
time yet.
convert that crazy mo.
It's not his time yet.
Word.
I go. I'll have to do an exorcism on me or something, bro. I'm straight. Ain't no convincing crazy, bro. Wild heart a nut. The only way he gonna find God is when it's time for him to go see him. When it's time to go see him, he
Oh,
gonna be like, "Damn, you do exist."
He's seeking.
he gonna
I
say,
feel like he's seeking. He's not doing like some of the things that we know will get him there, but maybe one day he will, like they say, you plant the seeds.
Man, the only thing that
yeah,
dude gotta do is practice.
that's Pastor D doing all of this. Pastor D, shout out to Pastor D. Hallelujah. I told Pastor D that. I said,
Hallelujah.
Pastor D, he's seeking.
Word,
He
word,
He's
said
seeking.
word.
hallelujah.
Where's the bird?
That's him. Word is the word. Word is the word. That's him. But yeah, I mean, you could see it. It's like he's trying. It's like, how do I say this? He's trying to hold on with every glimmer of strength that he has, but I'm telling you, it's just breaking him down. Like, okay, I understand that, but let me ask you, how do I know if I receive such a gift? Like, oh my God, you just open your heart, damn it. Just open up. Receive
Just
it.
open up. What up, Stoic?
Stoic, what's
What
up?
up, so
Hey, what up, everybody? How y'all?
We
Pretty
good. I'm
good.
chilling,
good.
chilling.
Yeah,
And
chat is going crazy.
yeah, after I just went back and read your comment, and I think I want you to elaborate, but I think I understand what you're saying.
Chat is chatting. Who we got
Yeah,
here?
of course you
King
do, bro.
Blackout.
King Blacko,
Um,
yeah.
what do you want me to elaborate on specifically?
When you said God is
What
twofold.
you meant? Yeah,
Oh,
what
go
you meant
ahead,
by
y'all.
Yeah,
how
yeah. So
down as twofold. Because like you threw up the yin and yang symbol. Is that
that's
is
right.
that kind of what you meant? Like,
Okay, so the
but how
image
could
of
you
God.
associate that with God?
Yeah, the image of God is that yin yang, basically. But the way we see the yin yang is two-dimensional on a flat screen, basically.
Right,
How we're supposed to look at the yin yang is three-dimensional, kind of
right.
like a
What it
torus field.
represents. Yeah. Mm-hmm.
That's right. That's right. Like there is only one God, but God is twofold. And the best way to describe it is good and evil, basically. There's a God for good, there's a God for evil, right? So, but God, good can be evil or seen as evil, and vice versa, right?
So you're saying so you're but then in that sense that you're saying then that God is inherently evil, and in that alone goes against God's nature. So that couldn't be true.
No, God is evil, 100%. But
What
that's
if
not to
God is
say
all things? Would that not include evil?
Well,
that's right.
he can be evil, but is he evil? I would
It,
say no, because his nature is not evil. His nature is love.
yeah.
So
So
he
the
can
image of
be. But I would say
the
what the evil is what Satan is. Is it not?
yeah,
Isn't that what represents evil?
yeah, the image of yin yang, it's not fixed, right? So that image of yin yang, it's fixed, it's still. But when you're actually supposed to look at it, it's ever flowing into each other, going in itself, out of itself, but back in itself, right? And that's time,
Mhm.
right? So God cannot, the evil can only know it's evil when it's done good, and I can say the same thing, vice versa, right? So hence twofolds. So the meaning um, are you got the devil sitting on one shoulder, the angel on the other. That's
Mhm.
yin yang right there.
Right. But then you're saying that God is the devil, and that's not how generally be believed.
Okay, yeah,
Satan or the
it's language.
devil is a separate entity in and of itself.
Kinder. It's one thing basically. Uh, so, How do you know not to murder?
I can
So
murder.
can I add something real quick?
Yeah.
So before we got before humans became monotheistic, they was they practiced polytheism, and what that is like people assume that all these different gods were different entities because each god had a domain. You had a god of wealth, a god of music, a god of land, a god of air.
Yep.
When really, when you look at it, those were just descriptions of God, right? So
Right.
it was really one God that's just described in different ways. So when we
Correct.
got into monotheism, it became one God over everything again. Instead of describing God in different forms, it was just one God over everything. So even in the Bible, it says, I am, I, God, create good and evil. So God is the author of everything. So there's nothing that's in existence that does not have an essence of God in it, even evil. God created Satan. So that's just a version
Right. Well, yeah,
of or a
actually, yeah.
description of God. Really, that's all Satan is a description of God. We're all fragments of God. Even us,
Correct.
when God blew the essence and animated the body, that was a fragment of God put in us. That's why Jesus said, "Ye are gods," not in the
That's
sense of us being a divine creator, the Father, as you would call it, but a fragment of that.
exactly. So,
So,
uh, yeah, I'll bounce off that. So when the Bible says to go to heaven, you must go through Jesus. Jesus,
oh,
Mhm.
Jesus is the self. There's nothing outside you can go to find heaven, right?
Well, well,
So
well. See, I don't know. I mean, I guess this isn't Christianity and religion is. I'm not huge on it, but my understanding of all that go to God have to go through Jesus is pretty much just what Jesus did was by dying for our sins. Like that's how you go through Jesus, is
the
that your
thing is,
sins are forgiven through Jesus. So like
the,
you
the,
don't go. Jesus doesn't decide whether or not you go to God. That's not how that works.
the
Jesus
thing
is your
is,
pathway to God, but he's not the one who decides. Like God in the end is the one who decides. Jesus is the pathway due to the fact that he died for all the sins of all man.
yeah, Jesus is not somebody outside yourself. So when they say go through Jesus, it means go through yourself. Okay,
uh,
you can lie to the people, but you can't lie to yourself. You can be in denial, but when you're sitting in the room with God, God's not the one going to be judging you, right? You are judging yourself because you can't lie
Mm,
to yourself through your wrongs. If you
well,
know
no, you can. You
if
can
you
you
know
can
your good
do
deeds and you
many
know your
you
bad,
can do many bad things and then come out the other side and still have a delusion that you're a good person. Like there's plenty of people out there who have horrible natures and still believe that they're good people, even though they're not. Like so
and when the
I
time,
would say that there's no way an individual could be Jesus
yeah,
within.
no, okay, um, there's no image of Jesus basically. There's no uh, the Jesus is a self. So self-reflection. You're talking with
Yeah.
God. You're talking with God. Self-reflection is talking to God,
Talking
but you're
with
talking
God.
to yourself,
Yeah. Uh-huh.
talking with God, 100%. Can can you lie to God?
No. But can you lie to
Can you lie to
yourself?
yourself?
Yes.
But you
You
can't.
can 100% lie to yourself.
You can't.
People do it all the time, bro.
Because but you've already spoken to God, right? You can lie to yourself and be in denial of your actions and whatnot. But when a day comes, all truth is laid out on the table.
For God, right? But even if you have that denial, even if you have that denial in and of yourself, where you have that self belief that isn't true, and God, when it comes to be it laid at God's feet, He's the one in the end who decides whether that denial is real or not. And if He decides you've been in denial this whole time, you thought you were a good person, but you really weren't. You fooled yourself,
That's
like you lied to yourself
yeah,
all those years. Like He's the one who decides. So it wouldn't be like that person itself.
yeah, exactly. You're lying to yourself. But uh, when you're talking with God, it's all truth, basically.
Right. Yeah. No, I agree with that. When you're talking
And
to God.
yeah, 100%. But do you okay? When I say when you talk to God, Do you also talk to the devil?
Some people do. They could,
I
And
I
how do you
do.
guess,
know?
maybe. I'm not sure.
And how do you know if it's
Maybe.
So like what I hear is Stoic more or less talking about like metaphysics, right? And Black talking about religion. And I would say this, that passage in the Bible, it doesn't actually Jesus never promises anyone heaven in the Bible. He said the kingdom of God, and he tells you the kingdom of God is within man. When he say my father has many rooms in his mansion, that's not talking about heaven, because if you read Revelations, I forgot what verse it is. It says no man can go to heaven but one that's from heaven, and it was talking about Jesus returning back to heaven. So we don't go to heaven. Um, uh, all that is not in the Torah nor in the Bible does it states man actually goes to heaven. It say the kingdom of God. So,
Yeah, the English
but when
language
it,
is kind of misinterpreted too. Hey, so
uh,
I can say what I say, but you may interpret it very different, or other people may interpret it different. But we kind of mean the same thing at the end.
no, I know. Like when you speaking is more of a even like when it says the way to my father is through me. Um, that's interpreted many different ways. Uh, but looking at the Hebrew, or that was actually written in Greek, and
Yeah,
um, but even looking at the Greek, when it says through me, it means my ways, like his teaching. That's the way to get to the Father. That's what Jesus came back to do, is to teach.
Right, right.
You
But
know,
what is Jesus? Like, what is Jesus? Jesus is the representation of God, the Word. So technically, it is. The only way through God is to the Word or God.
and you
or
are that
So you
through
thing.
have
the
to do that. So when he's saying,
Yeah,
it's through me, it's through God's ways. Like you have to follow
yeah,
God's ways, God's plan. Right.
yeah,
and you are
yeah.
that thing. You are that thing. The process of doing that, you are that thing.
But
You
that's
are the act.
where you lose me,
I'm sorry. Go ahead.
because you that's where you lose me though. I don't know how is the individual that thing. Like you as an individual, you have to make the process. You have to make that choice. But in the end, you are not that thing to decide. Like all you decide is whether or not you allow God into your heart and whether or not you accept Jesus as your savior. You don't get to decide if you make it or not. Like even if you believe all that and you have all these good intentions, you still might not in the end make it to the kingdom of God. In the end, you have no choice of that. Like it's not up to you. You just have to have faith that that's where your choices lead.
Yeah, I agree. I agree. You can have all the knowledge, but it don't mean nothing until you have that relationship with that thing. Okay.
Right.
And when I say thing, God or the universe, there's so many words I could use to describe that thing, right? But when a lot of people when they say God, it gets misconstrued. You know,
Yeah,
it, it, so it's like my God, your God. There isn't my God or your God. If you are the self, you are that thing, right?
See,
And
so then again, but then you're saying that you are God yourself.
are
That's
we
what I'm
not?
getting. No,
Are we not?
we're only a representation of God. We are not
Then
God in
then
and of
what then what
ourselves.
then what then what does it mean to be a child of God if you're not that thing?
Because we were made in His image, but we are not God
So
in and of itself. We don't have no rule over each other. We don't decide whether one another gets in. Like we don't even, like I said, we don't even decide what our decisions are. Like in the end, we have
but
no.
you kind of do. But you kind of do.
But I mean,
I
you
would
do
I
what
would
you
say
know,
I would
because
say
in the end,
is
the only person that can really read you or read your heart is God.
I would like with Stoic. What I'm hearing from Stoic is like when he say, this is how I interpret it. You can correct me if I'm wrong, but even when he say you are that thing, what he's saying is your actions, your deeds, is what you do that determines if you're worthy to go to the kingdom or not. At the end of the day, if we follow God's word, then that's what opens the gate. So when he's saying we are that thing, we are the ones who determine if we take the right course of actions to obtain the kingdom. Like
Right.
that's what because at the end of the day, it is our actions. You know,
Right.
um,
Yeah.
would
Exactly.
dictate if we worthy or not is
And that
and
and that sorry, and that
oh no, you
thing,
good.
yeah, and that thing is not written on a book. It's written in your heart already, right? How do you
Well,
know?
and
How
what are
how
these good deeds?
But
how do you know
without that
right from
book,
wrong? Did you need a
with the,
book to understand right from wrong?
well,
As a
most
child,
people,
you know.
to some extent, yes. I mean, according if these are again, I'm not super religious. I actually consider myself a lost Lutheran. I'm not. I actually wouldn't even claim that there is a God right now. But I'm just speaking, just kind of rolling around here with it. I wouldn't. Oh, I lost my train of thought now. Shoot.
Yeah, and you can not believe in a God, but when you do self-reflection and all these internal thoughts, who are you sitting with when you talk to yourself? Who's listening when you talk to yourself,
Well, God,
right?
yeah,
Yourself.
yeah, no, yeah, I completely agree. God is there
Yeah.
listening because God is always listening. But you yourself are not God. The actions and the fruits that you are trying to show, you're showing to God. You're not showing to
Would you?
yourself. You're
Yeah.
not trying to prove to yourself. I don't think. I wouldn't think anyway. I'm not trying to prove to myself that I'm a good person.
No, it's
But
not proving.
what are these deeds and these fruits? Like, are you saying that like people that don't have limbs and can't, like, what are these deeds? Like, there's people that can't physically do deeds, so like they don't get to.
No, yes
Simple
they
deeds of
can.
yeah,
Like
like
your
simple deeds of just
like
being a good person, having a positive attitude, praying in God. I mean, all the commandments that they are told to follow. Those are the deeds. Like, and that's why
yeah.
there is a book that you have to follow because it has the word of God for you to follow the correct path. I will agree that as okay now, yeah, back to as a kid, we are there are some morals that are just innately built into us, but that's a survival thing that's just human nature. And I've always felt that way, that morals are instilled in us from the second we're born. That's why it's not necessarily a free will choice of morals. And that's part of the
Oh,
reason why go ahead,
that
sorry.
who somebody was talking about that the other day. Is there such thing as free will? How do y'all feel about that?
There's not.
There is. There is. There
There
is.
is not.
So all your decisions and whatnot, you purposely did it.
No, 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 no. So my this is where things get mucky when you start arguing with free will. Is so free will to me is um the
Well, if we don't
best way
have
I
free
can
will, then
the best
how do
way
we have the choice to do these good deeds or not, or like if
right.
we don't have
So
free
so
will?
so my
Exactly.
because in the end, there's only one choice. You only have one choice. There is no free will. There's only one choice. There's only one pathway to God, and that's what I wrestle with. To me, if there was free will, as people want to say that there is, there would be more than one pathway to God. But as it stands right
Mm.
now, there is only one way to God. You only have one choice, which is God or not. Like, and people are like, well, then you can choose not. But are you really choosing not? Because if you choose not, then you're suffering eternal damnation and hellfire and pain and suffering. It sounds to me like a punishment. So that's not free. That's not a choice that you're free of. If you could freely will that I don't want these punishments and I don't want eternal suffering, then that would be free will. But you don't have that
Yeah,
choice. You either choose God or you choose suffering.
yeah. Don't get me wrong. I think you're speaking from a space of what you learned through religion. I'm
Yeah.
kind of like a word said, metaphysical, right? Because a lot of the scientists will say you don't have free will, and then we conceptualize it and be like, yeah, we don't have free will, right? But
Right.
then your free will is being controlled. Free will can be controlled outside from yourself, basically.
But the,
Uh,
but then that in and of itself that makes it not free. Like that's literally part of the definition. Is it free is um without
consequence
if I
persuasion, without
if
consequence,
or
yeah
outside
without an outside
outside
force
the
telling you or persuading you to do a certain thing. So if you got things that are or factors that are changing your mind, then that in and of itself isn't free. That's not a choice that you freely made. There's always
okay
something that's
yeah
gonna.
if I was to hurt you, what are your decisions?
What do you mean?
If I was to hurt you, and
Uh-huh.
you can feel anger,
Yep.
you can be whatever.
Hmm.
Uh, pay no attention to the hurt. Is that a decision you make on what to feel? Should you feel angry at me if I was to hurt you? I could just be
I would
like, hey, you know,
see. I would, but then I would argue in that human nature and the way that the body's made up is there is no other reaction than if you were to come at me and hurt me in some way, there would be no other reaction for me to have other than the stereotypical first it would be shock, then it would be to defend, then it would be hatred, then it would be I would be remorseful for what happened. I mean all that like it's just a series like that's why they can break down grief. These are just human emotions. These don't human emotions don't have um basis when it comes to free will. Not
okay,
how
so
I would consider
yeah,
it. That's why because the other part of the free will is if you want to go on the religious side of things is God is all knowing. He's gonna know. He knows what your choices are. He doesn't influence your choices allegedly. He doesn't tell you what to say or how to say anything. But in the end, he knows what you're gonna decide, good or bad. He knows at the end of your life whether you're gonna come to him or not. He knows all this. So
he
how
knows.
is it a
Okay,
free choice?
uh, does God
Like
know, or do
how do you
you
have
know?
the free will? God
Does
knows.
God know, or do you know?
God
Is what I'm
knows.
trying to get. Free will. God knows.
Yeah.
And then, but that's very reactive. So if someone steps on your foot, you're gonna
Hmm.
react accordingly.
Yep. Yep.
You're gonna react accordingly. Okay.
You're gonna push them off your foot. Yep. Just naturally, you're gonna get them off your foot.
Yeah, and you're gonna go home being angry, having grudge. Is that God's decision? Your choice? What's happening there?
No, but God knew, regardless, before that person even stepped on your foot, God knew that by the end of the day, you were going to be angry because you're going to be tested. He's going to put something in your way. He's going to test you. He's going to test your human emotions, and you're going to see how you react. And it's all a test to him to see how you overcome. But in the end, he knows exactly how you're going to react. He knows how mad you're going to be. He knows whether you're going to be pissed off or not.
Yeah, but we're not so animalistic like that. But if someone steps on your foot, the correct reaction is to get angry. But if someone
Right.
steps on my foot,
That sounds
I'll
that
I'll
sounds
take a
super
step
animal.
back.
Go ahead. Sorry.
No, my bad, my bad. Sorry.
No, I was going to say well, that sounds super animalistic to me. Is if somebody steps on your foot, you just react. That sounds pretty animalistic. That sounds like you're not thinking rationally. You're immediately reacting because that nobody would blame you. That's exactly what anybody would do in that situation. Is they would react because that's human nature. Like it's just an animal instinct, just like the fight or
Okay.
flight instinct. When it comes down to
Right.
fight or flight, you don't have a choice. It's a body reaction. It's just a muscle memory thing. Like you either fight or you
Okay.
flight.
Okay. So most people run in instincts like animals,
Yep. Yeah.
and
Yeah.
other people and other people free will to decide how they should react.
How?
Yeah, but do you like when you are outburst in public? You'll never catch me, losing my shit in public. That's
Right.
embarrassing, right? But I'm
Mm-hmm.
not gonna go home and be like fucking cunt to step on my foot. I can't wait to see it, type of thing. But most people will react to like this, right? But that's not free will, like you said.
No.
But free will is to be like, okay, whatever. He stepped on my foot, so what? Carry on, and you don't need to carry the grudge, the hate onto somebody that maybe it was an accident or purpose. You feel?
So I want to hop in real quick. I want to share this. So, um, so by definition, uh, the fuck is co-pilot anyway? Um, voluntary choice or decision. That's from the Merriam definition. Freedom of humans to make choices that are not determined by prior cause or by divine intervention.
Yeah.
The ability to act and make choices independent of any outside influence.
Right. Yeah. So then exactly just in that breakdown alone, the divine intervention, that right there in and of itself, what is God? He's divine intervention. Like he's the most divine of intervention that you can get. So just the fact that he knows your choices proves it right there that there is no free will.
I
And
still
if you
beg to
want to break,
differ.
otherwise, if you want to take one of the other ones, the free of outside influences, you
Does
you
God support
lose
your
that
bad decisions?
you lose all freedom of outside influences the second that you're born and you start being indoctrinated by your parents. Your parents and the
Oh,
way that you're raised decide, end up your decisions later on in life. They're big
the,
influences. At least they were when I know. Speaking for me personally, the way I was raised and my experiences in life changed everything. I influenced me 100% on all the decisions I've ever made as an adult.
It sounds
and
like to me. Okay, you go on, Red. Sorry, go on. Go on.
Yeah, sorry,
no,
word.
I was just about to say that's why, like when people say God gives you free will, I never agree with that because um, just from that statement, God gives you free will, but if you
You have
don't do what God say, it's consequences to it. So
Hmm.
that it just never made logical sense how God can give you something and then punish you for making a
that's
Thank you.
decision.
that's
You
exactly.
know,
That's
And
to say
that's so
that's
right.
to say God. Yeah, that's to say God will not decide for you, basically. So the free will is deciding your decision.
But you don't. But in the end, it's not really a decision because there's nothing free about it. You have a consequence if you don't make the
it's a
right decision.
consequence.
There's a consequence, and then that makes it not free. Like that's like I said, the thing that I'm trying to wrestle with when I keep hearing these free will arguments is, if you can show me more than one pathway to God, then I will 1,000% believe in free will. I will advocate for free will, but there's only one. And if I don't choose that, then I'm stuck with eternal damnation, which sounds like a pretty hellish consequence to me. Sounds like you can't get any more worse of a consequence than that.
So
That wouldn't make it free.
okay, isn't consequence uh, uh, the consequence of your choices is from free will? Your free will decision, there will be consequences, right?
No, because if it was truly free will, then there wouldn't be consequences. And then it's not free. That's why I don't believe free
But
will exists.
Hmm.
then no, then I say everything is a consequence.
Right,
Just just
exactly.
what
And
just
I would
just
I
just
could
how I can say
yeah, yeah.
there is free will and there are consequences. They go
But then I
hand
would
in hand.
argue exactly. Then I would argue then that even by the definition in and of itself shows you then that doesn't equal free will. That equals something different. That's not free will.
He's
You
saying
you
that
decide
it's not
you
free because there's a cost. Is that what you're saying?
Essentially, yes, because that's what the breakdown. When you look up the definition of free will, it says free of consequences or outside whatever you just read. Yeah, outside interferences, and that's
But
literally it's there's consequences. So then it's not free.
yeah, you decide on the consequences. Basically, that's your choice. But the ones that are promoting people don't have free will are atheists. I presume you're not an atheist.
I I like I said,
See,
I don't know if I believe in God, so I guess I would be considered an atheist.
Really? Wow. Okay. Then how can you deny your own existence?
I'm not denying my own existence. I exist.
Yeah, but you're an atheist.
No, I'm not an atheist. I wouldn't prescribe to any religion.
True, true, true. Same, same. Uh,
so
I don't know how anybody can be an atheist, to be honest. How
They're
the hell
tripping
can
me
you
out right now.
deny God?
so
Go for
the
it. Go
whole
for it.
like for me, the whole concept of free will um never made sense. But like I'm looking in the chat and I'm listening to Stoic and I hear the application. So there I think what Stoic is saying is this: you have the choice to make any decision you want, and that's what free will is the ability to choose. Now, from those choices, you have consequences. So that's why the concept never made sense to me, especially when they said God gave it, because yeah, you can choose to do right by God or do wrong by God. You're free to do that. But
That's right.
the consequence of not doing right by God, I don't understand how you can't be influenced by that. And that's
Right.
what by definition is what it is. And I think that's what me Black is saying. Like, if you
Right.
look at
Exactly.
the totality of it, like, how will you, if you give me, okay, you can tell me I can do whatever I want to do. I'm free to do that. But if you do this, you're going to hell. And if you do this, you're going to heaven. Like, what the fuck? Well, why wouldn't I choose? I mean, so I'm always going to be influenced. Something is going to influence me to do either A or B. So the concept itself of free will was never logical, but the application, I understand what y'all saying. Like how free will is applied. Like you're free to do whatever you want. You really can. Like you can go out there and unalive, you can essay people, you can do that, right?
Exactly.
That's free will. But if you do it, there is a consequence. You can go
So
out
that,
and do anything you want, but if you break the law, there is a consequence behind it. So
even to go
that
one step
so
further with
that
that word is that like
but
the God knows, like, because God is always, he's omniscient, whatever, all those old words. He knows everything. He's all knowing, all seeing, all everything. He knows, according to their beliefs, if that's what you prescribe to, is he knows that you're gonna make these bad choices. He knows that.
Gary dropped it.
So is it really
That's
you willing
yeah.
that?
'Cause-
He knows.
Yeah.
He knows in the end. He knows where your path leads. So is that really you willing that, or is it him
Yes.
just watching along?
Yes. Yes.
Mm.
Because we're animalistic. Okay. What separates us from animals is our free will. Okay. We're
If
not so
anything, I would
animal.
say animals.
Why?
If anything, I would
Like,
say animals have more free will than
Hmm.
humans do.
no, they're free in nature. Of
They're
course.
not.
They're
They're
free
not.
in
They're
nature.
not tied. They're not tied up by religion, war,
Of course.
hate.
Yeah, but the hierarchy. Okay. It goes God, man, woman, children, animal. That's not
Yeah,
set up by
there's an
us.
You think we arguing? I don't think this. Y'all think this is an argument? No, I don't think we arguing. I think we just
no, we're just
it's
talking.
just
No
jousting, just
Yeah.
back and forth.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's just
Yeah.
it's a good
I'm not. I'm
joust. I
not
don't
even.
think we're arguing.
I don't mean to. I'm not trying to
No.
offend you at all, Stoic, or nothing.
No. No.
I'm
Trust
enjoying
me.
the conversation.
Yeah,
You know what
yeah,
this
Percent of
yeah.
it.
reminds me
No,
of?
Me
Oh,
too.
sorry. Go ahead. This reminds me of, like, they say we have free speech. We have free speech, but
yeah,
if we say certain words, certain things, we will have consequences, or
Yeah,
we can have
yeah.
consequences.
Okay.
free
Yeah.
speech
Exactly.
doesn't exist.
You're allowed to unalive somebody. That's the thing. That's free will. You're allowed to do that. But what stops you is consequences. Because you can, internalize or reflect the consequences. It may not be a good idea to do that. That's why
But what about
we don't have
But
people just unaliving each
what
other.
about those people who are mentally unstable, where they don't think like that, and when they unalive people, it's pleasurable to them. The
They
consequences
possess.
aren't what they don't weigh the
Possess.
consequences in their mind. They don't. None of that means anything to they. As far as they know, they believe that they're in the right.
Yeah, God, angels can possess you, demons can
hmm,
possess you. All right, it's the self. You, if you're
Lord,
not lost,
So then,
if you're
okay,
not lost,
then how does that equal free will then? If angels and demons can possess you, then you're being run by angels and demons, not by your free will.
no,
like both of you
because
guys are like have contradicted each other a couple times already.
really,
I'm sure.
say what?
Yeah.
We yeah. Okay, I think we talked past each other a few times. So go ahead.
I think we're kind of
Be-
the same, to be honest. Yeah.
because Stoic, like with the consequences, what I hear the word and King Blackout saying is that there's the influence. So if you can't have free if you're influenced, right? So the consequence influences you to make a choice or not or whatever.
Yes.
Influences your choice maybe.
Okay. Here. Okay. I'll say it like this. Okay. If you're a gambler and you're walking around the city, you're going to be enticed to gamble, right? All these
Mm-hmm.
flashing lights, whatnot, win, 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 right? We
Mm-hmm.
as people can succumb to temptations. It's our battle to adhere from adversity, basically,
Yeah, but
and that's our
again,
free will. That's
what is it? I know, but what is it that makes that a temptation that's bad? Is an outside
habits.
force telling you that that's bad?
No,
No, it's
but we're
it's the
human.
fact that you have a certain well that too, but it's the fact that we have a certain path that you have to follow to be good or bad. Like that's the whole point. Is that's what influences your choices. Of whether you want to be a good person or you want to be labeled as a bad person. That's going to influence your choices. So then,
Yeah, but
therefore,
the
So
that takes away your free will then too, because then that's it's how you want to be projected, how you want to label yourself. But either way, there's a stigma put on you by society due to those choices you make.
can I ask a question to Blackout? Okay, because
Yeah.
you said that there's people that aren't influenced because they don't know, right? You said they're mentally maybe something mentally that they're not influenced. So those are the only people that have the free will because they're not influenced.
Well, no.
good
That
question.
only that wasn't. Oh yeah, great question. It's not that they weren't influenced; it's the fact that what they thought was right is actually wrong. So in the end, they're making all these wrong choices that they believe are right choices. So is that a demonstration of their free will? No, because in the end, it's still wrong, as in God's eyes.
Hmm. Okay.
But
Did that
okay,
make
there's only
sense?
one. Yeah. Okay. So death is the end, right? We're all going
Hmm.
to it. It don't
Yeah.
matter what path you take, basically, right? Everybody wants to be good, of course, but we love the things we love,
Hmm.
and we can succumb to it, basically.
Yep.
But the main purpose of life is conquering our temptations, basically, and that's our free will. We can just You can be an alcoholic, a drug addict all your life, but there may be a point in time towards the end that you come together. And was that free will or was that decided by God? Because if it's
This is, it
God's
was decided
decision,
by God.
God God wants everybody to come, right? But
Right.
God is willing to let go of the ones who don't seek it, basically. And hence why there is two
So then I would
gods.
say, God has free will, not man,
Why don't we
because
just take
God is the
free
one
out
who
of it
decides.
and just say people
Because
have
God,
choices? Just take the free out of it since I think that's where we're getting stuck on the free
But
part.
well,
what's the end goal for
because
life?
that's not the I would 100% agree that people make choices. 1000%. People do make choices. People make choices
People
every
have
day.
choices,
But God
A or
didn't give you the
B.
ability to make a choice. According to the word, is God gave you free will.
Okay, so somebody who is in a really shitty situation, can that person be like, yeah, it was God's decision? I should just live my shitty outcomes because God gave this to me. And yeah.
Well, that's nihilism, and no, I wouldn't agree. I wouldn't agree with that stance either.
And okay, but then it would be his free will to make better, right?
No, because either way, he's still trying to appease God. He's still trying to find his way to God and to the
Okay.
kingdom.
I think I see where you're coming from this. All right.
Because
100%.
that person accepting it is a choice as well.
Right.
Damn, kind of true. That's true
I
too.
think they
That's true.
used the wrong concept for the. I think they just inserted the wrong concept when they added free will. I think, because like I said, logically,
Right,
when
exactly.
you
And I
apply it
couldn't
to God's
couldn't
will,
even
it does not make
agree
sense.
with you more.
But when you apply it to like human nature and you exclude God, it makes sense. But when you apply it to God, like if we supposed to do all these things to get closer to God, how the hell or why the hell will we not do these things? So
Right.
that's influence itself. So applying this concept with God doesn't logically make sense. But outside of God, eliminate God from the concept, it make total sense. I just think they applied
Right. And
the wrong concept.
I actually I probably couldn't even agree with you more on that because exactly once you add that omniscient, all-knowing being of God, you take away all free will. Like you literally take it away, and the fact that He gave it to you, then it's not free. Like that's I've always been tied up in that because exactly it's when you start putting it around
Yeah.
God, and there's only one way to God. I mean, from the time you're kids and you start going to Sunday school, they scare you. What is hell? It's a fiery hellfire, So in your mind, you think hot and brimstone and this devil and this all this like you get these evil images as a child. All they're doing is scaring and influence all your choices from that point on because they're like, you make all the bad choices, you're gonna burn in hell forever. You make all the good choices, you're going to see all your family and all your friends, and all the good stuff's going to happen to you up in heaven.
Well, make
So
it
you
even
tell me, like,
simpler.
how.
Like if you misbehave, you go on timeout, right? If you misbehave, you can't go out to play with all the kids at recess. Like
Right.
it just starts
Exactly.
at a
Yeah,
very basic
yeah,
level.
yeah. Hell is not internal. Hell is just basically timeout, right?
Yeah, essentially, I guess.
Accom-
Man, y'all
yeah, I
want to talk
can't
about
picture.
hell? I got an
Yeah.
interesting fact for y'all about hell. You know, hell is a real place on earth, and
100%.
even
I agree.
in the
What's it?
Torah,
There's a city somewhere? No, I'm just kidding.
it's called the Gehenna
Sin
Valley
City.
or the Henna Valley. It's called
Sin
Gehenna.
City.
In Hebrew, it's called Gehenna, right? And in the Hebrew Torah text, Gehenna was a physical place. But when they describe the afterlife in the Torah, there was never eternal pain and damnation. That was in the New Testament. But it's a place called the Gehenna or the Henny Valley where they went and sacrificed and burnt garbage and stuff. But that's a physical place. So in the Greek, in the New Testament, they use the word the Henny Valley when they describe hell, or they use Hades. And Hades is a Greek understanding in
Underworld.
mythology of hell. That's where they got the eternal damnation from. But
Underworld.
in the Bible, yeah, it never really stated like that. That didn't come until I believe the 13th century. We're talking about 7, where the old con came from. It's not actually in the Bible where people go there. Even when Jesus went to the Henny Valley in the Torah, I mean in the Greek, well, the Masoretic text, it was a physical place that he went for 40 days and battled and wrestled the devil, which it wasn't even a devil, it was Moloch. It
It
was the
was
ruler
himself.
of that land. Yeah. So yeah, that's just an interesting fact. In the Bible, it really doesn't state anything about eternal damnation. That was man who incorporated that so people would get saved, and that's what Martin Luther was. That's the reason they took him out. because he was like, look, you can't pay your way into heaven. Your tithes and stuff like that, that don't get you into heaven, bro. And that don't keep you away from the Henny Valley. He wrote that in his document. God got me drunk today. Oh man.
Yeah, good conversation. I do like exploring this type of thought because I did read the Bible as a child and that freaked me out. The Revelations,
Mm-hmm.
Yeah,
fucking
see, me
fire
too.
comes from the sky and fucking animals coming from the
Bro.
ground.
Right.
That
Yeah. See,
shit scared
I grew up super religious. I was, baptized. I took communion, all that stuff. And then once I started getting older and
me.
exploring other churches, that's when it
Yeah,
all kind of fell apart for me. Is when I went all to a bunch of different religions, and I was like, you guys are all saying the same shit, just a little differently, and y'all hate each
yeah,
other. Like something's not right here.
Yeah.
yeah. True. That's
And
so
this
true.
a question for the panel. It says, should we use anything other than the New Testament?
Use
I
Hmm.
don't
your
know.
own.
Mm.
I personally don't know.
Use
I don't. I'm not one to say. I don't know.
use your own moral code. Use your own moral code. There's no book that can tell you how to be good. You are
I
good.
mean, I
You
think
can
my
be bad.
understanding of it is you're only supposed to use the New Testament because the Old Testament was fulfilled when Jesus came or something like that. But I don't
Hmm.
know. I don't know. I'm not like I said. I'm not super religious. I'm not like super versed on all this stuff. Like I don't know everything like John Mosman, and I'm not super smart with religion like Speakeasy is. I only know a few
Hey,
things, and
hey,
so and then my
when the
personal thoughts and
when
beliefs.
when the Bible refers to the sun, what do you think that is? Like when you look at the actual sun, do you think that as like a how do you view the sun when you look at the sun?
Like
Because
the sun in the sky
S,
or the sun like a
yeah,
child?
exactly, yeah, S O
The
N
Son,
S U
SON.
N. Is there any difference?
Yes, SON is an actual physical being. The Son of God was a physical person that came to this earth. The sun in the sky is something completely different that we
Yeah,
can't
when I
touch.
see this, yeah, when I see the sun, when it goes by every day, I see Christ. There goes Christ every day coming
Aww,
along. I see Christ when I see the sun, and
that's nice.
don't yeah, and the English language is so coded and misconstrued. So we must
Right. Yeah.
understand it. How can two words mean different? How can two
Right.
words mean one thing basically?
How
So
can the same word be?
parables. So,
How can one word be said and sounded out differently but spelt the exact same way?
correct, correct. And the whole Bible is coded to mean it's all parables.
Yeah.
Okay.
And that's the
What
other
Alpha
we've
is a
done,
parable.
problem with it is why does everything always have to be a riddle that we have to solve? Say what you
that's right.
mean and make it easy for everybody to understand. But no, it's been passed down through so many people. It's like you're gonna tell me, and this is where I get crazy with the Bible and all that stuff too. Is you're gonna tell me I grew up as a kid. I played the telephone game when there was six people in the same damn room together. We could get the same three-word sentence from one side to the other. But yeah, you're going to tell me that after thousands and thousands of years and
That's right.
hundreds of people, they got the exact same message every single time? No, that's
That's
bullshit.
right.
No way. There's no way.
What
And
do you think religion was created to like control people, like control and
Yes,
manipulate the
of
community?
course, of
100%.
course, of course.
And I want
It's
to
an
go back real
expenditure
quick
on
on that.
human nature, and because like a lot of these things, like we talk about, like how a lot of people want to say that we wouldn't have morals without religion, and then that's where I was saying morals are built in you as a child. Like there are innate human things that have happened through years and years of surviving that we just are natural. Like we're natural community people. We want to survive together, not individual, because there's a strength in numbers. Like as children right away learn, like they can show signs of empathy and sympathy. They're not trying to hurt people, and like it's all these things, and a lot of it is built around survival. Like It's just the way it's human nature is what I would argue more than anything.
Do you think society is better with religion?
I think we don't
I don't
kind of
know.
need it, to be honest. It's
I
a
don't
good
know.
tool.
Uh, yeah, I agree.
I,
It's a good tool. If there was a way that we could build a moral code into society without using heavy religion, then I would say
It's
yeah.
already in
But
our
the problem,
hearts.
right? Well, the
It's
problem
already
is,
in our
is
hearts.
I agree. The problem is, yeah, building some type of moral code without having some foundation, and that's what's hard to do when you look at the numbers as a whole in society. So if they could fix religion and fix Christianity, and they could or whatever they want, if they could fix it, then I would say, yeah, then it'd be a great stepping stone to build on because our society is lost right now.
I would,
What you got?
I would,
Yeah,
I want to go back real quick to
Oh yeah.
a couple questions. To one question that I want to answer to a commander questions real quick. But when they said should we just use the New Testament, I would. I'm gonna be honest with you. I would use everything at my disposal because even like the Book of Enoch, the Alphabet of Ben Sure, a lot of the text that was taken out have good uh information in it, you know. And I would say also these books are great forms of awareness to give us the awareness to actually put things to practice. And as you practice it, you'll get more clarity, especially applying some of these lessons. You have to kind of modernize them. You know what I'm saying? Because this was written
100%.
thousands of years ago. But when you apply it, you get to see the benefits of what the lessons was. Like even having faith, man. Um, I think religion can be beneficial if it's used properly, just like a knife. You know, you take a knife and you cut a person, then you know it's harmful. But if you take a knife and use it to cut your food up or to cook your, you know, prep your stuff, then it's useful. You know, and I look at religion like that. So if it works for you, uh, I don't. That's why I don't bash nobody. I talk to everybody, atheists, you know, Muslims, Hebrew Israelites, and you can ask Commander. The only time I really get into debate mode is when people try to weaponize it against me, and then it's like, okay, I'm gonna tighten your ass up. I'm gonna speak to the origin. That's what you know. I ain't gonna say specialized. I only got an associate's degree, but that's what I studied was the origins of theology. So the origins of different religions. That was you know what I went into. Um, so a lot of times when people be having these debates about what this is, most people don't even understand what a transliteration is. So you think a translation is something like? Do you realize like a lot of what you reading was sound associated, but not word linked? Like they just so you have to go back into the original text to truly understand what the writer was conveying. And then that's why they say, you know, most of it is written in allegories and parables. Now you got to deal with that. What's a parable? What's an allegory? These are stories told to teach lessons, and people take the shit literally. Like
What?
that's why you can't find a lot of the characters in the Bible because it's a fucking allegory. So
You're
these
supposed to take the
stories are
moral of
meant
the
to,
story.
yeah, and apply the shit to life, and that's what you get out
Right.
of it. You know, that's what people be missing. That's why this was taught to people, and everybody just didn't have a Bible reading it because they didn't fucking understand it. When you go to church and they tell you about what happened to Jacob, you know, it's not to say this is historical; it's to teach you a lesson. Because a lot of us, like when you that's why when you open a Bible, almost anything you're going through, you can find a verse that relates to that. That's why, you know. So if you use it correctly, I believe it can be a very useful tool. You know, it's just when people get into that cultism shit, and
That's when you lose me. Yeah.
that's what, yeah, that's when it becomes a problem. You know,
Yeah, and there's a.
Ozzy, 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 oi, oi, oi.
There we go. Hey, what up, Ozzy?
Okay.
What up, Miss Markin? I know you listening too, sweetie. What up, though?
Katie, Appreciate you.
Hey,
That's
but
are you crazy? That's facts. Oh no, go
yeah,
ahead, brother.
um, yeah. Is the New Testament is what people should be following? You can go to your local bookstore and find a whole shelf of self-development. It's no different from the New Testament. Basically, it's how do you be better? How do you overcome certain situations, right? So there is no one book for that thing that we're trying to achieve. You feel? Because
That's
the
why.
the whole the whole point of parables is to actually internalize, reflect the meaning. Because God is not going to give you the answer in the freaking book, right? And this is where free will comes in. It's your decision, right? There's no cheat code to none of this. About life, there's no cheat code. We were born into this world without a manual, right? We're all just trying to figure it out.
Well, I would argue then that the manual that if you want to follow Christianity, the manual is the Bible or every religion. They all have a book that they follow, so there is a
You're an
manual.
atheist. You're an atheist, I thought.
Well, true enough, because I don't follow either any book. So
You keep repping the Bible, but
right. Well, it's most common that I surrounded by Christians, so it's easier to come back with the Christian worldview.
your default
Like a,
thing
so,
is your moral code.
what's that?
Are you crazy? Parables were meant to help the literate understand, so they may never be left behind or out of God's plans. Hey, I would agree. I just laugh because people say I talk in parables, and I'm like, is that why I got to do self reflection? Oh man, chat is undefeated, bro. I promise you. I love like intellectual, witty people, man, and I appreciate y'all, man, because y'all.
Yeah. Yeah. Okay. Yeah. Um, when you say I am, whenever you say I, you're talking about yourself, right? But I am also means God.
I am what I am.
How's I
That's
am
how
mean God?
God. God. That's how God described Himself to Moses on Mount Sinai. Moses asked him what his name is. He said, "I am what I am."
Hmm.
So that's like when you doing like so you know the chakra system, right? You got 7 chakras. So
Yep.
each chakra has a mantra, and I am is the root chakra. So when people use that as affirmation, that's where they resonating from the root chakra. You have each chakra have its own mantra. I do, I see, I hear, I know. Um, so yeah, each chakra has its own mantra. But I
And
am is the root, is like the beginning, the alpha.
yeah, and all the mantras is really about the self,
Yeah,
referring to God, basically.
Okay.
they call it your God thing. So like even when we like you like when it's big in metaphysics, right? When you hear people say I am God, is they're not actually saying I am the divine creator, but what they saying is God is within me. I'm a reflection of God. So it's up to me, the human being, to bring God into the world. So when they say God will reveal Himself through us. We may ask God for help, and they may send someone to help us. God acts through man, so that's us. We have to bring God into the physical world through our deeds and actions, our thoughts, our everything. We manifest God into the physical world because when God blew the breath into Adam, that was an aspect of God, and Adam became a living soul or a living version of not the divine deity, but the spark, the fraction. We are literally Like if you break a mirror, the whole piece is gone. So even in early Canaanite or Udaric belief systems, they believe God broke itself into many different pieces, and that's how the world was created. That's why they say the essence of God is within everything. So that's just different beliefs. That's why I say everything is beneficial. There's so many Gnostic texts that I think, like the Book of Thomas talks about the works of Jesus, like more of the lessons of Jesus. Like the Bible only tells us stories of Jesus, but like if you read the Book of Thomas, it tells you more of the lessons, like how to be confident, how well, it was confidence and it was something else. But confidence, the more confidence you have, the more faith you have in God. That was the concept of confidence back then. So it's kind of dope. Like, so when you say only the Old Testament, I mean the New Testament, is other books out there. The Book of Thomas, the Apocrypha text of John. Like y'all think Revelations is fucked up? That's only a portion of it. There's more to it. And it's called the Lost Book of John, or the Lost Revelations of John. I think it's the Lost Book of John, but it goes deeper into Revelations, and that shit is fucking scary. Thomas has the Revelations also. Paul has a book of Revelations. All these are apocryphal texts, books that they omitted from the Bible. So it's a lot of information out there. It's just what what resonates with you. I always tell people when it comes to like religion or spirituality, whatever makes you a better person, utilize that. It'll be different vehicles for different people. So that's why I never, shit on anybody's belief. On the rock, he will be there. Concerning the church, yep. Drop out quick 1 second. Okay, so many millions, maybe trillions have died in the holy war. Yeah, man. Unfortunately, I mean, hey God, but yet war each other. Yeah, that's even hate, bro. Like people will hate people. They believe in God, but they hate other people. And God told us if we know we are all God's creation, and why would we hate one another? That's why. Like I don't know, man. That shit just weird to me, bro. This shit just weird because it's not hard. I think it's harder. Yeah, it probably is harder to get along with people, but I think it's more worth it. It's easier to just disagree and bicker and fight. That's the easy way out. I think it's harder, but it's more fulfilling. To actually get to know people, to get to understand people, is way more fulfilling and it's more beneficial. It's more fulfilling to have a friend or friend or family or somebody familiar than it is to have a foe. The Buddhists, I heard there's Muslims, Christians, all flavors, basking robbing of faith in heaven. We all love God in our own way. Yeah. And when you really start studying religion, you know what you realize? Like a lot of these is a lot of similarities, origin stories, flood stories, even the Ark of the Covenant, Kemetic is African stories of that, is Christian stories of that, is Greek stories of the Ark of the Covenant. All these different religions have similar stories because they're the same stories just told by different people. Like bro was saying earlier, when you in a room and you playing the cup game, the 3-word sentence, by the time they get back, it go around and come back, the whole damn story didn't change. There's only 3 of them words. And that's how this religion is. It's just told from different perspectives. That's all it really is.
right. And then the main problem with that is that everybody wants to say that their word is the supreme word, and
Mhm.
that's where I think that's where they get a lot of the pushback. That's where you get a lot of the issues. And at least for me, on the outside looking in, that's where I'm like, I don't even want to be a part of any of it. Because then it's like, if I do start liking one specific religion or I start following one sect of Christianity, then it's like, well, that's not the right ones. Or these guys are, you're Catholic or you're Lutheran or you're whatever. And it's like, why does it matter if you all are trying to worship God and you just try to be good people? And in the end, you're
Mhm.
just trying to find your path to God, then it shouldn't matter. But it seems like it does. Like everywhere you go, it's like everybody's like, oh, if you're not Orthodox, then you're not good. And it's like, how does that all work out? Like, what makes me any less than anybody else based on which religion sect I follow?
Bro, they be gang banging on religion, bro. Stoic, appreciate you, brother. Appreciate you. Hold on.
Come on, get that money, 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 money. I don't come the money, money.
Appreciate you, bro. Have a good night. Have a good night,
Oh, he's
John.
back.
Appreciate you coming through.
That's it.
Oh,
Yeah, I
Stoic
appreciate
appeared.
that, bro.
Is Stoic still with us?
Yeah,
Yeah.
so still right here.
Not bad.
He just hopped down for
Yeah,
a minute.
I'm still here. Yeah, yeah. I gotta say goodbye, but yeah. Love this panel. Love your word. Love the chat. Love everybody on panel. Yeah, I want to see your channel grow. A word. And
Then
yeah, I
I
want to speak.
appreciate it, bro.
Yeah, yeah, I want to speak more about the self and conquering temptations. I was looking at your chakra work and whatnot, and there's a lot to learn from it. And yeah, I just want to grow basically. And yeah, thank you.
Oh, for sure, bro. I'm gonna finish that series. Y'all been donating, so I'm probably gonna take some time off this weekend. I think we had the throat chakra, and then once I finish that, I'm gonna just do a live and review all that. Review it one by one. But I try to take all the. I use psychology a lot within talking metaphysics because psychology and philosophy are actually, well, philosophy especially is part of metaphysics. I don't know if people knew that, but
Correct.
metaphysics is a
Correct.
part of philosophy. So I use a lot of philosophy and psychology in explaining certain spiritual aspects, so even with the chakra, most people, let me show you this real quick. So the true definition of chakra is chakra means wheel, and it refers to energy points in our body. They are thought to be spinning discs of energy that should stay open and aligned as they correspond with bundles of nerves, major organs, and areas of our energetic body that affect our emotional and physical well-being. So, like, that's like the Hindu understanding of what chakra is, but I
Yeah,
simplified it a little bit, right? So it
yeah,
represents spiritual bodies of different aspects of ourselves, because each chakra represents different aspects of ourselves, and these bodies have their own lessons and have to be matured. So like when I say it has our own lessons, like overcoming fear, like a lot of people will teach you have to defeat fear, but fear is one of those things that will continuously be
you can't
repurposed
fight.
in your life, right? You have different levels of fear. You experience different things. You may conquer a lower level, but the higher you go up, it's going to be a different level. But so it's not to defeat it, but to understand how to overcome it, how to combat fear, not to allow fear to prevent you or stop you from moving forward. So instead of telling you to defeat fear. I talk about ways we can overcome fear in the moment. And a lot of times we fear things we don't know. So knowledge is a huge component of overcoming fear, because once you know, then you can either evade it or prepare for it. So fear is gone. You either know to deal with it or how to deal with it. Um, so that's how I approach the whole chakra aspect. People, they try to make it all supernatural, which you can, but I rather talk about things in a way it's tangible that people can actually do something
That's
with it.
right. That's right. Yeah. The chakras being a moving disc. The Hindu version is a spinning lotus. You got the
Mm-hmm.
eighth petal that grows into the 16, and so forth, so forth. You know what I mean? So
Mm-hmm.
yeah, you're simplifying it for everybody else. Not many people can understand parables. So when they read this type of stuff, it's hard to understand,
Yeah.
right? Yeah, and
You see, in like even like that aspect, when you talk about like the lotus petal aspect of it, I may break that down after I get through this part. I can definitely break that down. Um,
yeah, yeah. I would love to say it all. Love to kick it with you. Um, I think yeah, we both speak in parables. I think we all speak in parables, but we use the English language, and you know, for some reason, it turns into debate. And I hate debating. I
mhm.
absolutely hate it. I hate debating. So it's nice to conversate, kick it with y'all, and whatnot. And each live is very rejuvenating. You know,
Yeah,
I always, I always go after live. I always reflect, about life and whatnot, and my flaws, my fears. I gotta fucking conquer and whatnot. But Kieran in the chat,
It-
big W to Kieran. Why didn't he come in the
big
panel? Why?
big W to K. Oh, hey, you know what? Because you got a membership, right? It's a
Yeah.
video under memberships called Shadow Work and Fear. Is a process that I put in there. I call it the AAA system. That has helped me overcome different levels of fear. Like I was saying, like knowledge, right?
Mm.
Um, Being aware of what you're afraid of, right? Um, and the next step after being aware is accepting it. Because a lot of times people don't overcome stuff because they don't want to accept it. And once you accept it, you can take action, and that action can include various things like education or knowledge of something. Just doing it, just trying it. A lot of time we fear things because we don't know what the outcome is, but once we try it, then we realize it ain't even that bad. It's just the anxiety that's built for us assuming something without
Yeah,
even
we,
trying it.
yeah, we, yeah, we create the box around us, basically.
Yeah,
You know, Plato's
definitely.
cave, far out. We project our own self and fear in our own box, right?
Mm.
And it's comfortable. Yeah, yeah. I feel you. I gotta go. Big love to everybody and
Thank you,
whatnot.
Stoic. Much love.
Yeah, thanks for
Appreciate the
coming.
message.
Appreciate
Thanks
you,
for
Stoic.
talking with me, bro. It was
Hey,
good hashing that out with you on the chat. So appreciate you.
yeah. Hey, yeah. Love to everybody. Love to you, Commander. You should step more in this conversation, Commander.
Thank you. I'll try. But you guys were rocking out, so.
Yeah,
Much love.
Commander, that's
Much love.
much love, bro. Hey, K, appreciate you, bro. Let me respect the money real quick. Appreciate you, bro.
Get this
And
money.
I got you liking that, huh? Can psychology be truly effective without a spiritual aspect? I don't believe so. I don't believe so. Um, that's why I say like metaphysics is associated with philosophy and psychology. So no, I think that's just us having a spirit. Soul, you can equate it to consciousness, more modern or Scientology way of thinking. The spirit is really the consciousness. So I don't really think psychology will work without some type of spiritual aspect. I mean, that's something that we can't truly see. Yeah. So, Commander, let me ask you something. How did you feel
Well,
about the stream? I enjoy. I'm enjoying it more and more. Like having Black Stoic. When K come up, I think these are good conversations. And I know John earlier was like, no, I don't really think he meant like argue, but like that was I don't a friend. Not it wasn't even friendly. It was just a
no,
back
it's
and
good.
forth. With information. It was more like jousting.
Right.
You
Yeah.
know.
Yeah. See, I
Yeah.
was gonna say sorry that we came up and kind of hijacked what you guys were doing there. But yeah, we were just kind of going back and forth in chat, and I got confused by what he was saying. So, I really appreciate you letting us come up here and kind of exactly. I don't even think it was really an argument. I was just asking questions. I'm not gonna sit here and act like I know it all, or I actually probably know less about this whole religious thing than anybody else. I just never heard anybody say twofold like that, and I wanted to just kind of explore a little more. And yeah, I really enjoy actually a good space to have conversations where it's not debate, we're not fighting, we're not yelling over each other. It's just kind of good back and forth. Yeah,
I was
a
tripping out
conversation.
on you because we were talking about God and Jesus, and then all of a sudden later, like then you said you didn't believe in God or you don't know that God exists. So I was tripping
Right,
out
right.
because I for sure thought that you did.
Right, yeah. So yeah, like I was saying, I grew up as a Lutheran. I've been baptized. I took communion, all that. Like, I lost my faith. I consider myself a lost Lutheran more than anything. But I'm so used to arguing with, or even being on panels with a bunch of different Christians, so it's easier just to stand and take a Christian basis when you make these arguments and things. But yeah,
Yeah,
no, I don't. I'm at in my life where I'm at right now. I have hard times having faith due to some experiences that made me lose my way. So that's an internal thing that I have to struggle with. Everybody keeps
right.
saying, God will show Himself to you and all that kind of good stuff. And I asked, and I feel like God turned His back on me. So if He is out there, then He's not so happy with me, and I'm not so happy with Him right now. So we'll just go with
Yeah.
that.
Well, they say you
And,
have to have faith in something
Right.
or you'll fall for anything or what that's a saying.
Something like that. Yeah.
and then but like even like having these conversations, I think is more fruitful. Because I don't like if you notice, bro, I don't push shit on nobody. If people ask questions, I try to give them clarity. And like when I hear people don't have like my general understanding of God is not normal, bro. Like I told you, like I believe I'm a fraction of the divine creator. Like I really know that shit. Right. So like when people say, well, God will reveal, like what Stoic was saying, a lot of that's why I said it's metaphysics. A lot of that I rock with. Like God is internal, is in me. Right. So like when he was talking about the voice you hear in your head that guide me, like it's been so many times in my life where things happen and I literally felt something comforting me in some of the most chaotic situations, like, and I just felt like it was gonna be okay, and that's my that's what gave me clarity of what God is. Not like when people usually use the term God is shrouded with anthropomorphism, right? God is a he. God do this. God do that. God is main order in the universe, bro. It's us. God put the things in us for us to overcome and to do. We're never alone because there's an aspect of God within. We have to go within to understand. That's why I say these are stories to bring awareness so we can practice. And the more we practice, the more we develop that relationship. But when we read, like when people teach us about God and tell us that God is go do this, go do that, and when things happen in our life and we don't see God, then we feel like God abandoned. God never truly leaves us. It can't. It's within us, you know.
Facts.
So yeah, I think people mess up when they start letting
Externalizing
people,
it.
yeah, like when it's like, because it don't make logical sense, right? Why would God help somebody get a car or a house but allow a child to be, sodomized? Like that don't make sense. Why would he allow like all this fucked up shit happen? Because that's not God. That's people doing that shit, bro. That's fucking people doing that shit. Then you can blame it on the devil. But it's like I said, God is what comes out of me. I bring either God into the world or I can even bring the devil into the world. So when he was talking about yin and yang, the duality, we have both within us. We have a light side and a dark side, if you want to call it that, a good and a bad, and it's what we manifest, is what we adhere to. So when people say I am God, I mean that they be on some extreme shit, but I understand what they're saying. Is God
Right,
will
because that
manifest
sounds
through my actions.
narcissistic.
Yeah, man, that should be sounding crazy.
Yeah, it
Like
does.
go
It
walk in
sounds
some water and drown in the Pacific. Then shit.
right. Exactly. Yeah. When he first said it, I was like, wait, what? I am God. Wait, what?
Yeah, not the way
Yeah.
Stoic. I mean, Stoic don't be on that extreme shit. But I understand what he. But I had one dude. He was like, "Oh, I'm God. I'm God." I'm like, "Okay, move a mountain." Well, not in that sense. Well, don't claim to be God. Just say God is within you. You're an aspect of God. But when you say you are God, then people gonna want proof. Shit.
I do think the manifestation thing, like if we think like God left me or God did this to me or I because of my actions God left me because I'm not good enough, then we're like manifesting that stuff. I feel like I
Well,
myself
okay.
manifest that.
Well, okay. So this is one of the things that I struggle with, and this is what kind of was going a little journey here. um, they say supposedly is that God gives you all the challenges that that He
That you
knows that
can
you can deal with,
handle,
that you can handle, or whatever they
it's
say,
meant
all
to
those kind of
happen.
yeah, and they generally, typically, when they say these kind of parables, if you will, or they say these kind of one-liners, it's usually when the worst of the worst of the worst could possibly be happening to you, and they're trying to make
Mm-hmm.
you feel better. But when you've been told that twice before, and you're like, absolutely nothing else possibly wrong could happen, absolutely nothing, like there is no lower, and then you have to hold your dead child in your hands. I mean, that really, like, and then people say, well, God gives
Yeah.
you what you can handle.
Yeah, man,
You
that
can't
is
handle
right.
that, bro. Like, you can't
Yeah,
handle
man.
that. There is no handling that. Like, there is none. There is no coming back from that. Like, you can't undo that. You can't take that away. So you
Yeah.
can't tell me that it was meant. Because if anything, if that was I was meant to handle, then why was I meant to then feel this way afterward? Like, I didn't want to feel like that was it. Like that was the end of everything to me. Like I didn't want to feel that way, but that's how it. Like why did I get that path? What did I do so
Yeah,
wrong?
or that there's a good that would come out of it or a lesson,
Right,
and that's like a very costly, like pricey
right,
lesson, right? Like that doesn't
exactly.
make
And
sense.
that's the part that I struggled with, and I tried. I tried finding, and even now I still reflect on it and think about like how I can't make sense of it. Even in
Like,
the craziest of ways, like even to this day, like it's been a couple of like 3 years now, and there's still effects in my family. We still feel it. Like we still like it still bothers us
Yeah.
daily. So you can't tell me like this is something that we're supposed to gain from and move on from. Like it hasn't been for the better. There's been no growth from it, and I don't understand why. That's where I'm lost in it. It's
and
Yeah.
that's what I mean.
see,
It's when the people say things like God has a plan or He gives you what you can handle. That's where I get like that sounds crazy to me because there's people who can't handle shit and they end up doing stupid
Or
stuff.
that they're angels and they're angels in heaven, then you're like, well, why? Why would this angel just come for a minute and then leave us? Like, what was the
Right.
purpose of that?
Or exactly like we're just saying like, or why would they do things like help people on a test? Like why would they help this guy on
yeah,
a test? But they won't save this person's life. Like, it doesn't make sense. Like none of that makes sense to me. Like so you can't. It seems like to me like a lot of Christians and a lot of people who really believe and push on God, they use it more of a blanket to make you feel better
mhm.
than to really solve or help or anything. It's just like it's like a band-aid to kind of cover it all up. Oh, you're sad right now? Believe in God. Okay, great. But does that make the sadness go away? Well, no. But at least you have something to believe in. Great.
like
Well, for some people,
like
it does help them.
and I'm gonna be honest. That's one of the things that always I kind of warn people. Like, bro, when people are experiencing real life, I understand the intent is to make you feel like to try to comfort you, but bro, that shit, it's some things that shit is not fucking comforting, man. So
hmm
Yeah.
leave. Stop trying to use God to explain that, and just um,
Don't say
you
all
be
that other stuff.
you. But
Right.
this is the thing, though. I've never experienced that, right? I never
hmm
experienced that, but at some of my lowest times where I felt like it wasn't people telling me that God will help you overcome. No, it was them being there with me that showed me the love of God. That's what showed me is the people physically being there with me, helping me go through that. That showed me God, that I wasn't alone.
Yeah.
Is the people not patting me on my back, putting a wet towel on my head, telling me it's gonna be okay. No, it was them being there with me. That showed me the love of God.
Walking with you, yeah. Going through the
Yeah,
experience with you, yeah.
going through the experience, because for someone to be willing to endure this pain, all this pain I'm feeling, for you to be willing to, you special, man. That's
Right,
But
something
right.
even
special,
that's
man.
hard. Because, like, some people
Yeah.
you don't know,
So
like, some people need space. Like, you want to be there for them, but then maybe that's, they're not, they need space. And it's hard to know what to do other than to let
Well,
them know, like, I'm here. Like, if there's something I can do,
yeah,
think
that's
of
all you
ways that you
need.
can help
That's all
them.
you need to do. Yeah, it's really in any type of crazy situation or like life, like whatever, losing family or anything like that. The only like nothing made me more upset than hearing people say like, "I'm so sorry." Cool,
yeah,
cool
man.
story, bro. Like I don't need to hear
Bro.
your sorry. It's like that don't mean nothing. I don't need your sympathy. I want your empathy. Like I don't
Hmm.
want you to feel sympathetic for me. I don't want you to feel sorry for me because I feel sorry for myself. I want you to feel what I'm feeling. I want you to know how I feel. I want you to know what it feels like to have your heart ripped out of your chest and to be stomped on because you're a human and you have that emotion and you know how it feels. The best thing you can say is nothing. That's the
Hmm.
best thing you can say is
Nothing. Yeah.
nothing. A
Just be
hug
fucking
is worth a
present.
million more words than saying I'm sorry. Like I hated like even like when I lost my mom, when I lost our father, when we had all this loss, the things I hated most was people saying I'm sorry, or my condolences. It's like that's it's like these fake things that are baked in. I know it's an awkward situation because what do you say? How do you react to that? It's hard. It
Well,
is
because they are
100%.
sorry that, like, they're sorry that that happened. Like, it's terrible, right? So they feel like that, but I know it doesn't help. But
Yeah,
for
no,
me,
they,
knowing that someone's, even if I have space, but knowing like if they send a message, even if I don't respond, like I know that that person's there if I need them.
Mhm.
exactly. A
I know
simple "I
my
got
wife.
you," like, yeah, a simple "I got you" if you need me, like simple.
Like my wife, she in a matter of so her mother got sick with cancer. She had our son, so my mother-in-law, got to see my son, got to hold him and stuff. But then she passed away. Then shortly after she passed away, I lost my eyesight. Shortly after that, her father passed, and then shortly after that, we had my daughter. So within that 4 years, she had a hell of a roller coaster. And I told her, like, you lost both of your parents, and it ain't not that I'm gonna say to go bring them back or comfort you, but I'm gonna be right here with you. So when you want to cry, when you want to hit something, when you want to scream, whatever it is you need to do, I'm right here. I'm not gonna tell you it's gonna be okay because it ain't. That shit. I got both my parents, man. I can't tell you it's gonna be fucking okay. But what I can tell you is, no matter what you're going through, I'm gonna be right here with you, and I'm gonna go through the shit with you.
Yep.
I'm gonna ride,
See,
until I'm not here no more. That's what we
yep.
gonna do. We gonna go through this shit together.
Right.
I'm gonna
See,
bear as much fucking pain that I'm gonna bear as much as I can. That's all I can fucking do.
you
And
can't
I
see. You
mean,
can't tell me that. You can't tell me that destiny doesn't exist because, like, dude, I knew there was a reason I came to this channel. Like my wife lost both her parents, but her dad died of cancer that was unexpected and crazy. We did hospice at our house, so I was there when he took his last breath. I
mm,
watched him dwindle away. Not even 6 months later, my mom at 59 years old got diagnosed with cancer, had 3 strokes, was immediately unable to talk, and died within a month. Like immediately out of nowhere.
man,
Totally took us out. That's when I was like, what the fuck is happening? Like, I felt so
Yeah.
bad for my wife seeing her lose both her parents because her mom died 5 years before that. Seeing both her parents. Her parents were elderly. Her dad made it to 82, 83, so not too bad. But then just watching also how it hits you out of nowhere, and cancer's a bitch, man. Fuck cancer.
yeah,
But
yeah,
took my mom out too. And I was like, damn, man, like I'm getting tested here. Like God send me a sign that there's something in this world that I can hang on to. Bam, my wife was found pregnant with our second child, a girl, a little baby girl who ended up stillborn. That's when I turned my back.
mm,
That's when it was over for me. That's when it's like, are you fucking kidding me, bro? Like, are you kidding me? You took my mom out of nowhere. You gave us this bundle of joy and hope that we celebrated, we're happy about, and excited and ecstatic about, just to rip it off from our hearts. Like, for what? What did we do? Why did we do? We didn't deserve that shit. And so, like, no, I'm going through all that. That's why, like, there is no stronger bond than me and my wife share because
Yeah.
of the loss that I've held her through and that she's held me through. And that's when I falter on this Christ thing because I believe in the eternal human bond that me and my wife share more than any God or Christ that's out there. Because that woman has done more for me and I her than anything. I mean, she gave me my son. Like this woman, I
bro.
know, like she's like this woman is
Mm,
angelic to me, bro.
bro, I
If there is an
fucking
angel that exists, she sleeps in my bed every night.
I fucking love talking to you because, like, even the way you talking about your wife, bro. That's how I feel. Like my wife, the greatest. Like birthdays and everything. She be like, "What you want?" I'm like, "Bro, you gave me the two greatest gifts a man can ever have, in my opinion, and that's my kids, man. And
Right.
the only thing you can do is allow me to repay you. That's what makes me happy now.
Yep.
Is
Yep.
because the shit she went through. My wife almost lost her life, bro. And in between my first and second child, when her father first had he had a stroke after Christmas,
Mm-hmm.
and it was fucking my wife up, and she was pregnant at the time. and she had a miscarriage, and that fucked her up so bad. Like my wife is a
Yep.
fucking trooper, bro. That's why when she says she need her feet rubbed, I just do it because
Do it.
the
Yeah.
shit she been through in the last 5 years, man, it would have broke a weaker person. And she told me like, "Well, you my strength." I'm like, "You my strength." Like, man, you lost both your parents. She had a
No,
miscarriage. Your fucking husband go
bro. Yeah.
blind. And legally
My
blind, man. Like her whole
that's
fucking life
crazy.
changed. Everything about her life fucking changed. And
That's
she's still
crazy.
marching forward, bro. Like my
Yeah.
wife is fucking amazing.
I feel you, man. My wife, she had our son. He was pretty premature, so they ended up at the hospital that we had him. They had to airlift him to another hospital that could handle him, and they kept her at the main place where we had him. So I had to leave my wife in the hospital, and they're like, it's probably going to be 2 to 3 days before she'll be able to go. I was like, really? You're going to keep her away from her kid for 2 3 days? That morning, she checked out of the hospital. She's like, nah, I'm going to my son. Like, I'm gonna go
Right.
sit in the other hospital. We stayed up in a hotel, everything. Like, it was crazy. Like, I was like, that right there is a beast. Because she cleared all the things that they made her clear. She had to get up and walk and go to the bathroom, all this stuff. She did it all. And she's like, now let me the fuck out. I gotta go see my son. I was like, no, that right there is that's a woman. They're like,
That's
3 days.
Yeah,
beast
that's why
What do you
mode.
mean 3 days? She's like, that 12 hours? Fuck you.
when
Man,
we talk
shout out
about
to the wife,
superior,
bro.
it's like, yeah, nah. Like
Yeah.
both of you guys are like, man and woman together is the thing. There's no one more superior than the other.
Right. True
Yeah,
enough.
it
Or
truly
like
is, man.
Word would say each person says the other one's superior, right? Like if you
Yeah,
asked your wife, she would say you ask you would say your wife.
yeah. I'll say my wife, man. Like I
Right.
said, like that shit, bro. I've been like I broke down for less things, and just like when she had that miscarriage, man. It took 4 days. She was beating herself up, and she like, nah, fuck that. I'm having a baby. We gonna do this. She said, I'm not gonna
Yep.
let this break me. She said, it's meant to be. It's meant to be. We gonna have it. And I'm looking at her like, you sure you would know? We gonna try. We gonna do it. I'm like,
Yeah.
then
See, before our
you know,
son, we had um, two miscarriages and an ectopic pregnancy where my wife's tube bursted. So yeah, dude, I totally know. Like,
yeah,
I
yeah,
totally
bro.
feel you, bro. 'Cause she was a trooper the whole way. Exactly. She said literally the exact same thing your wife said. Is it's gonna be, man. It's gonna happen. It's gonna happen. If it happens, it's gonna happen. We know it's gonna happen, and it did. Like, it was crazy.
And
Well, I'm happy for you guys because like sometimes marriages do fall apart when things like that happen.
Oh, definitely, they do. But when you like see, and that's just it. Is like I say it, and I could never put into words or really explain the bond that I have with my wife. That's why I know, like, even no matter whatever happens to us, like we could never share a more, heart lost thing than a child. So there is nothing else that could be any worse, and we're still together. Like, I know, like, without a doubt, that woman's gonna be with me ride or die. And
yeah,
I knew it, and it was weird because I knew it from the moment I met her. I just didn't know it then. You know what I'm saying? I
You
felt it.
see,
I just
that's
didn't
that
know.
thing that right? They say love at first sight, and people don't understand how that it's
Yeah.
inexplainable.
bro. I'm like Gary will tell you he don't believe in love at first sight. And I told him like I seen the first time I seen my wife, I'm looking at her, I'm looking like, and bro, I'm gonna be honest with you. I've never seriously dated outside my race. I done messed with some
Hmm.
chicks or whatever, but I was never really serious. And my wife Middle Eastern. And I'm looking at her, and I don't know what it like. I call her B&B because she got button breasts, but it wasn't just a button breast. It was like her smile, man. I'm looking like I'm gonna marry that girl. I didn't even know her.
I know,
I'm
dude.
looking at her, and I'm like, fuck, like I'm gonna marry that girl.
Yeah, dude. I believe I told you. I believe I told you yesterday. My wife told me she wasn't interested. She's like, "You're not my type." I was like, "I'm gonna marry you." She's like, "You're not my type." I was like, "I'm gonna marry you. You watch." Okay, bet. And I did. Like,
Now,
that's what I mean. Like, it's so crazy. Like, she's like, "Yeah, I'm not interested in you," and I was like, "All right, we'll see."
Oh, that's funny.
my my wife, she'd tell you she was like she thought I was fucking nuts because we was cool and I'm looking at her, I'm like, we should date. She was like, my family would never accept you. I looked at her, I was like, oh, you don't know me. I said they will fucking love me. I said, just give it time. And that's exactly what happened. She was like, when I said that, she was like, you said that with so much confidence. She was like, I was scared, but I got excited at the same time. And I'm like, this motherfucker crazy. And
Yeah,
that's exactly what I
my
did. Both her
my
parents fucking love me, bro.
dude, yeah, my wife's parents, her mom absolutely loved me. Bought me my Christmas present first, like all that shit. Like her dad considered me his son. Like he only had two girls. Like all the way up until the moment he died,
Bro.
he told me where all the hidden stuff was. He's like, all right, when I go, make sure you take this and you put this here and you give this gun to this grandson. And I'm just like, oh man, like, damn, dude, you trust me with afterlife shit. Like, that's crazy. Like, I did. I came real close with that man. Loved and
That's
respected that man
crazy.
like I could never say.
That's crazy because my wife's dad, he only had two girls and he used to call me the son he never had.
Yeah, for real.
It's
See, bro,
crazy.
I told you we were meant to. It's meant to be here, bro.
Hell yeah, bro.
All three of
That
us
shit
have that
dope.
same thing in common in our situation. That's crazy.
Awesome.
Dang.
Same scenarios like that. Yeah, it's funny. But you know what?
Well,
Like people sometimes don't want to hear that. Like I notice sometimes people, maybe because they don't have it, maybe because they don't feel like it's possible. There's people that hate on people like us, or they
oh
don't
Yeah,
yeah.
believe
exactly.
it.
Well, exactly.
They
It's the
try to
ones
poke
that don't
holes in
believe
it.
it. That's what it is. It's the ones that had like the failed marriages and like all that. I was like, yeah, because that wasn't love, that was lust, and you got
Yeah.
tricked. Because I was there
Yeah.
too. I got tricked too a few times. But when it's love, I promise you, you know the difference. You feel it. You feel it. I I say it every time I say it to my wife. I tell her I was like, words can't explain. We actually, I wrote her a song. It's called No Words because no words could explain the feeling and the bond that we have to each other. Like no words could ever put it into appreciation of what it actually is. Love is just what I guess what normal people would call it.
And are you crazy? Oh, you more than welcome to come up here whenever, bro, and share your story. And trust me,
Yeah,
it's
are
so
you
much
come up?
shit y'all don't know about me, bro. Y'all be like, oh shit, like I don't trust me, bro. I believe the unbelievable. And no, you've been 100, so yeah, I definitely welcome to come up here and share. But nah, trust me, I believe in the unbelievable shit. It's some shit I don't even share because it sounds crazy. Like,
Well,
uh,
There you go.
here's a crazy. Wrap this one around your head for you. My sister is married to my stepsister.
Okay,
And they
too
have
far. That's for
they
another
have
day.
they have 4 kids. And that's just
Your
scratching the
sister
surface.
is married. Wait, what?
Yeah, my sister's married to my stepsister, and I was the best man at the wedding.
well, I had a friend who got married, and then their parents got married.
Yeah, no, our parents were married first. And then they
I
got
guess
married.
it ain't blood. I guess I don't know how it works. I
Nah,
know.
if you really want to dive into the deepness of it, it's actually a sweet story. Because my sister and this other girl, they were first loves when they were kids. Whatever, if you want to get into all that. Anyway, our parents divorced, her parents divorced, and then throughout the years we stayed friends with the family, like because she has a brother that's close to my age, so I just became friends with him, and she has a sister that's close to one of my sister's ages, so we just kind of became meshed in that family. Eventually, later on down the line, we set up our dad and their mom because we were spending so much time at their mom's house anyway. We set up our parents together, and then they got married whatever few years later, after the one, my stepsister, after she had 3 kids with some guy that she was married to, she ended up rekindling her flame with my sister after all these years, and they ended up marrying each other back in 2021 or some shit like that. So yeah, it was, no, it was before that. Whatever. Yeah. So the reason why our parents aren't together was, I guess, technically because they were always together, so to speak, in each other's lives. But that's, like I said, that's only scratching the surface, and there's a reason why I don't associate with my family anymore. That's part of it. My son don't need to know about all that kind of weird shit.
Much love, guys. I gotta drop down. I'll catch
All
you
right,
guys
see
in
you,
the next
Commander.
time. Good night,
See you,
chat.
Okay, good night, Commander. My baby woke up. My little baby girl woke up.
Oh,
It really do, it really do. And but that's, like creating a space like this, I think is valued and is needed. 'Cause I enjoy having conversations, man. Like you said, I'm not really all into that community stuff.
yeah.
It's better to have conversations, and that way, you can get understanding. You can even get clarity in a lot of different, fields. When it comes to
Right,
debate, once the person get defensive, it's over with. It turns into an argument. So,
right.
yeah. But this is like, even for me, bro. Like when I first hit live, my intention was just to come on and share, and it was very therapeutic because I was transitioning into this new aspect of life. Like I'm legally blind. I can't drive. I'm by trade.
How,
I was
did,
selling life insurance and doing real estate. You know,
mhm. How'd you
I'm I
lose your
can
how'd you lose your vision? Was it like a disease or something? What happened? If you don't mind me asking.
my well, my brother. I got into an altercation with my brothers and got into a fight, and uh, my one brother pulled a gun on me, and like I kind of froze. I was like, it's like your little brother. Okay, you scuffle and fight. You ain't really. I'm not trying to hurt them. You know what I'm saying? We mad, angry, tensions, flare. But this my little brother, man. Like, I used to whoop him up all the time. So I'm really not trying to hurt him. So when I seen the gun, I kind of froze and was like, "Damn, you gonna shoot me?" And my other brother, which would be my stepbrother, well, my dad adopted him when he married his mom, but they got a divorce and my dad remarried. Well, then my dad married my mom. But so I still consider him, my brother.
Mm-hmm.
But when I froze, he slammed me. If they was told themselves jumping me, but I was lumping them up. But when he pulled the gun out, I froze, and I'm looking like, damn, he about to shoot me. And my other brother slammed me, and when I got up, I'm on top of my brother. Like he didn't really slam me, he picked me up, and I kind of shifted my weight and fell on top of him. So now I'm on top of him, and I'm hitting him. And my little brother kicked me in the back of the head, and they said that's what caused I had a swelling in my head. They call it a pseudo tumor, and the
Damn.
swelling prevented the cerebral spinal fluid from draining down my spine, and it got into my optic nerve and stretched it out. So that's why I'm blind in my left eye, and I got partial sight in my right eye. It's like looking through a dial. So like I have no peripheral vision. So to see side to side, I gotta like kind of move my head because I got a direct line of vision and lights. Like so you'll see me like even when I'm on here, I got a monitor like it dim my monitor like the screen to dim my monitor, and I wear my glasses or I just look on my phone because it's in black mode. Like, I can read stuff in black mode. Light,
Okay.
my eyes is real sensitive to light now. I got this shun in my head, so but I had to adjust to that. So I couldn't sell life insurance or real estate. I could sell life insurance from home, but I couldn't, do real estate. Can't drive no more. I like working on cars. I like working on houses. I just bought a new wet fucking saw that I can't use. I don't want to cut my damn arm off because I have no
Right.
depth perception. So, it's just adjustment. So coming on here and talking is like, it's very therapeutic because like a lot of the stuff, like I've been studying human behavior since I was 11. Like my mom was into psychology. She had her master's degree in nursing, but one of her minors was psychology. So the way I got exposed to that is we was moving one day, and I guess I was in the way, and my uncle told me to go read this book, and it just so happened to be a DSM. So I started reading that. He told me if I finish it, by the time they finish moving, he'd give me $100. So I read the book front to back in 2 days. And I've been hooked ever since. I've been hooked on like human behavior, like psychology. I've just been hooked
Yeah.
ever since then.
Yeah, I did. When I was back in college, I did abnormal psychology and
Mhm.
life psychology, and those are pretty fun classes. I wish I could have delved more into psychology. The human brain is a crazy place.
Yeah, man, that shit dope, bro. I, because and that's why, like, I get like when people be talking, like that's why I say I got to look at the individual. It's hard for me to look at like group without really identifying it. It's hard for me to group people. Like it's like I can't do it innately. Like my brain won't allow me. I'm more interested in the subject or in the individual. And even then, it's like everyone has their own uniqueness, like a fingerprint. So even if you have similarities to other people, you're still not the same. And people forget that they think similar and same is the same thing, like it's interchangeable, and it's not. I think talks like these. Let's figure it out. We all share some very bad things, but we share many. That's what I'm talking about. Are you crazy? That's my whole, you know, because like I used to, man. It's so much. It's so many things, bro. I have to censor myself at times because like it's. I'm trying to see how to properly say it. Is I don't have the no malice intent to step on nobody's foot, but it's so much fucking rhetoric to keep people separated, and it's pure hatred, bro. And that shit is fucking nerve wracking coming
Yep.
from everyone, black people, white people, anybody, bro. Like religious people. Like we just sat here and had a whole religious discussion. You don't have any particular belief. I don't. Me personally, I don't subscribe to none of them. Like
Mhm.
I live it, bro. You know what I'm saying? So like I'm not gonna bind myself to no book. Then you have other people who come in as Christians. Young Rios is he practices Islam. I got a couple young ladies who come through here who the Hebrew Israelites. We all have good conversations without saying your religion is fake or not. No, I just be more interested on hearing people's perspectives. Like, and I can learn something. I'm not here to
Exactly.
tell
Yeah.
somebody if they wrong or right. I don't. I mean, what you eat don't
Exactly.
make me shit. So, it's not for me to say if you're wrong or right. You know what I'm saying? It's more or less like, can
Exactly.
I learn
Exactly. And
something
that
from
was
you?
yeah. That's why when John said we were arguing in the chat, I was confused by that too because we were just talking in chat, and then Stoic was like, "Ah, it's too much to explain in chat." And I was like, "Well, hop on panel." Exactly. Oh, and not once did I say anything mean to him or he to me. Like we didn't attack each other. No way. I didn't get offended by anything he said. I hope he didn't get offended by anything I said. Like we just had just a normal discussion. I wanted to know what he meant. I wanted to hear what he had to say, and I appreciate that he gave me his input. Like that's exactly what I love about your space, especially where it is you foster those relationships where you just let people come up. Like we literally came up and started having a discussion on your panel while you were having a discussion with somebody else, and you're just like, nah, it's okay, you guys just go on. And like you put in your sense when you wanted to, whatever. But that's what I mean. Like most people wouldn't be, well, they would never be that courteous. They would be like, nah, you guys take your chat somewhere else, or they would try to moderate what we were talking about, or something. And not once did you do that. You're just like, yeah, guys, go ahead, hash it out. So I appreciate that, man.
And,
Like, it's awesome to have those kind of spaces. It really is. Because as a grown ass
and
man,
you
we need
definitely need it, bro. And like that's what I tell people. Like even when I get a title, bro, like I usually break unless it's like sometimes like when I do a presentation on the chakra is a presentation. But
it.
once
Right.
I'm done with that, bro, I'm not about to cut it off and start another live. So what I usually do is clip it. So I try to do everything within 15, 20 minutes because I don't even like my video uploads to be long.
Right.
So after that, bro, it's more like a free form. Like, as long as we have discussions and respect one another, we can talk about anything. We call it peanut butter petty time. You know,
Yeah.
usually that's, we just get on there. After I say what I got to say, then we just rock out, man. Yeah, we just rock out because I mean, what I talk about, man, like I said, I can knock it out in 10, 15 minutes. If people got questions, then they can ask questions. If not, then, we can talk about anything.
Hmm. Yeah. And that's awesome. And the fact that the fact that it's just good discourse. It's not people aren't screaming at each other. Nobody's fighting over airtime. Nobody's trying to cause up some drama. Like nobody's trying to do nothing. Like nobody's got you. Nobody's nothing. It's just we're just chilling. It's a good talk, and we're hearing each other's ideas. And because yeah, I
And,
mean, if
and
you
I
don't get a
want,
frame of reference or see something for somebody else's perspective, then what are you really doing with your life?
and I want to thank y'all for that too. You know what I'm saying? Like even y'all coming over, because that's just the quorum I had for the environment. But it's y'all who put it to play. So even like if we get on the panel and some of that bullshit do happen, I'm being honest. I'm being transparent. Like especially like with new people, I be observing sometimes, and I get lost in that. So you'll hear Commander or Gary when you hear them step in, like, "No, we ain't doing that." That's because they know what I'm doing. So I don't want
Hmm.
people to think like, "Oh, he switched up." No, I'm a student, bro. I learn. So when I get new people around me, sometimes I let the things go a little too wild. But that's what the
Right.
community is for. So feel free to be like, hey, word, this ain't what we do over here because I'm
Right.
building this for a community for people. It ain't just me, man. It's my channel, but y'all come support. Y'all come. I look at it as building a community, and this is the decorum I want. This is what people appreciate, and this is what I'm trying to deliver. And I'm one of them people that hold me accountable. I'm okay with that. I'm not
Hmm.
perfect. I'm not at my days where I slip, but that's what the community for. You can want to know. I'm not one of them people who are afraid to be held accountable. I'm not one of them people who are afraid to be challenged. I love that shit. You'll see Commander oftentimes ask very inquisitive questions, and sometimes people be like, "Oh, that's no, it's not out of bounds," because I know it's not out of malice. I know Commander, like
Hmm.
so it's all love. So and she knows like it's okay to challenge me. Like not as
Right.
it's okay. She know I enjoy that shit. So yeah, she
Right.
gonna challenge me. I expect her to do it. I expect Gary to do that shit, and that's why they do it. You know what I'm saying? So
Hmm.
yeah, I'm that's the environment I'm building. With the debate
Right.
shit,
Yeah.
bro. Like I don't care who's right. Let's get the what's right.
Yeah. And see, and like I said, like I was saying yesterday to you, like I could tell that because you let Speakeasy come up, and you let him go, and you let him run a little bit. And sometimes, especially in the beginning when he's trying to say things, he comes off like a troll, like he's about to just be like a total douchebag. But when you listen to him explain it out and
Yeah.
actually go through in detail and what he actually has thought about and how he thought it all makes sense. And the fact that from the very first time you met him, you let him run with it. And even when I think it was probably Wildheart. Wildheart
Yeah.
started just like going after him, like interrupting every 2 seconds and shit. And you're just like, nah, man, shut up. Like you're just like, let him go, and then say what you got to say. Like you let him, like, and barely any because Easy was a new one. Wildheart, I assume he's a regular around here, or at least was at the time, halfway. Because then exactly, you're just like Wildheart, just let the man go. Like, and exactly. I even think Commander was here too, and she was the one who was like,
Mhm.
Just let him go, let him cook, let him say what he's got to say, and then come in after. And then exactly, she was even towards it was like, no, listen to him, listen to what he's got to say because he's making sense. So yeah, like that's what I mean is you, even though he kind of ran with it a little bit, you let him get it out, and then you're like, oh, okay, and then exactly, like you 100% hit it on the head. You're just like, oh, you guys don't understand. Easy. He's out here just thinking circles around you all. That's all he's doing. He don't mean to out here hurt you. He's just thinking around you. That's all.
Bro, speak. Yeah, look. When I think of speak, I think of myself. Intelligent people are often misunderstood. You know, and speak the way. Man, it was like that first conversation. I was enjoying that because I was like, bro, he putting holes in front of you, and you just falling into the pit. Like it was like artistry, bro. The way he was setting them up, and I'm like, bro, you just falling into it. I'm like, you gotta let them build. You gotta understand. To understand what someone's saying, you really have to comprehend. You know, and if you can comprehend and speak, you gonna learn something. So that's why I appreciate that, brother, because he knows what the fuck he be talking about. You know, so you can learn from people, bro. You just gotta have the patience and the will. You know, but I hate to cut this off, bro. It's about 5 in the morning here.
No, man, I appreciate you letting me come up. You know me,
anytime,
I'll be
brother.
around.
Anytime.
I'll see you in chat, man.
Yeah, anytime, bro. I appreciate you. And are you crazy, bro? You already know. The link is pinned anytime you want to come up. You more than free. Like I said, it take me about 15, 20 minutes to say what I gotta say. And then we can have these conversations because this is what I come on here for. And I appreciate y'all coming through, supporting and rocking out. And you know, I'm hoping y'all enjoying it. And any topic. I'm gonna talk about when you're ready to get married next week. Are you crazy? I know you suggested that. We will talk about that next week. I'm gonna build the show for that way people have time enough to see it and come in and put their input in. But we'll do that next week. But man, I appreciate y'all, man. Y'all know what I always say: care about how you feel, lead the conversation, the Run Nation. And if I say anything to resonate with you, do me a favor, hit that share button, tell somebody, help me spread the word. But until next time, we out.
What up, Nine?
Trapaholics Mixtapes.
As the 9% and word would say, make a better you, a better us.
Who do you think you are? I'm the word. Boy, I'm the one who put in the work.
Get you a word. Nana boo boo.